Well, happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you have joined us, first of all, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works is super simple. On your screen, you'll see a chat box. In that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. So guys, it's a good week. You guys can see tonight I am wearing green because in honor of the Masters, although it got cut short today. I'm not sure if you guys are watching the tournament, but a tree fell down. I guess they had some inclement weather, knocked a tree down. But yeah, it's been a good Masters. The turf is looking awesome. So I'm wearing green today in honor of Augusta National. So hopefully everyone's doing well. We're getting some of that warm weather. You guys are getting out there and starting to play in the lawns, get your mow on, get your fertilization game on. If you're up north, get your pre-emergent game on. You know, it's the window's open for that for you guys in the northern and cooler climates, Midwest, those areas. So also it's a good time for everybody. Everyone US in the US north and south are entering game time, entering game day, right? All right, so let's see what we have in the live stream this evening. Setting it off first is Mr. VMH. He says, hey Ron, happy Friday. Got my aeration done on 7,000 square foot lawn using my electric single disc aeration tool. Took about 2.5 hours to do in 2 directions. Added an additional 50 pounds onto to punch the core deeper. Very cool, VMH. Sounds good. Now is a great time to get your aeration on. You know, we are in the first week of March. Actually, the first week of March is as of today. 7 days in. And yeah, good job getting your aeration done. So guys, here's the thing. VMH sent me some pictures. You hear about this single disc core aeration tool. What does he speak of? So you guys remember, he is a bit of a mad scientist when it comes to lawn equipment. So he showed me, he sent me some pictures of this tool that he built. And the first thing I thought of when I saw it was like lawn care Batmobile. It's really, really cool. All right, so Let me show you guys here what he was working with. And this is picture 1. Now, come on, isn't the first thing you think about is like, if Batman had built an aeration tool, like that's what it would look like. So that's pick 1. Picture 2, you got the knobby tires going on. Now I see, I'm guessing it's driven by that electric motor. I'm not seeing where the battery's on top. I see by the handles. That's where you have the battery system. And then the third picture, little close-up shot. Very cool, man. Very cool. Single core aeration tool. Or single disc aeration tool. That's cool, man. I mean, it definitely takes a bit longer, right? Because you only got one disc, you're only punching one row of course at a time. But hey, it's as far as style points and getting attention, that's really cool. That is very cool, man. You're definitely you're an engineer. I'm not sure what you do for work, but I mean, I hope you're into robotics or into building stuff, because you're one of these people that really should be building things. Because anytime you did it with your mower and some mowing stuff, and now this. So great work. It looks pretty awesome. You got to send me a picture of how the lawn looks after all the aeration work using your home brewed core aeration tool, man. Really cool. Nice stuff. Very cool, VMH. Appreciate you reaching out and sharing the new the new toy that you built. All right, so we have our first super chat. Let me get that done from Mr. Archie Amos. Archie setting it off.
Super chat received.
Thank you so much, Archie. I appreciate that. And did you have a question? I think you did. Actually, I'm trying to find it here. You guys remember the first part of the when the show first starts, the comments get jumbled up, so I have to go and find Archie's. Yep. So here it is. Yep. So it says, "Good evening, young man." I have to read it the way Archie would probably say it, right? Good evening, young man. Looking forward to another info-filled evening. I'll do my best. A question: can a celloprene, don't know if I spelled that right, I'm guessing you're asking, can it be mixed? Can it be mixed with other liquid insecticides like Suspend? Does it make sense? I've never mixed a celloprene with another insecticide, but I've mixed it with Celsius, with Certainty. I've mixed it with other products, and it played very nicely with them. So I have no reason to believe that it would not work well with Suspend. From what I understand, like I think Suspend is more for like roaches, ants, like those kinds of insects. So just what I would say is to test it. So get a jar or a small container, a small clear container, put some celloprene in there, a small amount, put some water in it, obviously, and also put some Suspend, whatever it is that you're looking to mix with it, and give it put the cap back on, obviously, give it a good shake, and just observe it for 10 minutes or so, and make sure nothing crazy happens, like it doesn't separate or gel, or there's not any kind of weird interactions. And if you don't find that, which I don't think you will, then sure, I see no reason why you wouldn't be able to mix the two of them together and cover the lawn damaging insects, and also cover like indoor pests like ants, roaches, and the other types of bugs, creepy crawlers that Suspend is labeled to work against. So yeah, I mean, you can mix it with Suspend. If you've got the Miramichi Green, the pest control, the non-toxic pest control, you can mix it with that. So yeah, it just depends on what I would just test it and see what you get out of it. But I have no reason to believe that it would not work. Thank you so much for the super chat, sir. And for that, we will get you up there, your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Appreciate all the love and support. And guys, as always, we're coming to you from Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and the Twitter. And so if you guys are here on Instagram, feel free to chime in and give lots of love. If you guys on YouTube, also on your way in, sitting down with your beverage of choice tonight, I am drinking an Arnold Palmer. And hit that like button on your way in while you settle in for the evening. And we have a question from Instagram, from the gram. Says from Mike, likes it for sure. He says, "Is it a good time to apply fertilizers? If so, what would you recommend?" So yes, the most correct answer, Mike, is it depends on what part of the country you're in. But for the most part, even if you're in the Midwest or up north, like we're entering the window now where you can start putting fertilizer down on your lawn. In the Southeast, middle of last month, you could have started, and now in the Southeast, it's go time. You absolutely can do fertilizer. I've already done my first fertilizer app. I was doing liquids last month. So yes, as far as fertilizer, you are the window to open to do that is you're definitely good to go. Again, especially if you are somewhere where the lawn is greening up, and a good way to tell is if the grass is green, or if you got more than half green, meaning it's coming out of dormancy, it's trending towards a full green up, then by all means feel free to feed it, to introduce your fertilizer of choice. Now, as far as the best fertilizers, the way to know what's the best fit for your soil is by doing a soil test. So the one that I recommend is this. It's by My Soil. We carry them on the golf course lawn store, and by get the test, pull some cores, and send your samples out, and then you'll come back you'll get an email within 7 days. It'll tell you what the deficiencies are in your soil, and based on that, you can choose a fertilizer that's the best fit for you. As far as the fertilizers that I like to use, I'm a huge fan of the ones from Lebanon Turf. So on the golf course lawn store, you can't see this because you're on Instagram. You should come over to YouTube and you can check it out. What I'm about to show you, because it's actually pretty interesting. But if you go over to the golf course lawn store and then go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, the ones that I like are the ones that are listed, or the ones that I use predominantly are the ones that are listed first. So Humic Max 1608. This is a great general purpose fertilizer. No phosphorus in this one, so it's a great one to feed the lawn with throughout the growing season. We have the complete 14714, which is a good option if you need some phosphorus in your soil. And then finally, you have the Stress 12024. So this is a great option to start the season out with. Has that extra boost of potassium to to help promote better plant health. Also in the middle of summer, whenever cool season lawns tend to go under more stress, so your fescues, your Kentucky bluegrass, your ryegrass, when it gets really hot and they're just trying to make it till fall, the Stress 12024 is a great option. So you're pretty much covered as far as general feeding, a higher potassium option, and then a complete fertilizer that also contains a bit of phosphorus if you need that. And then you've got liquids to help supplement it. You've got Turfplex Nutrisolve, the Release 901C from Miramichi Green, great fertilizer that I'm a huge fan of. Used that a lot last year. So yeah, tons of options as far as fertilizer go. I'll drop a link here in the chat for you on Instagram. You're not going to be able to. I'm not sure you're gonna be able to click on it, but I'll drop it in here anyway, and you at least can see where you have to go on the store to pick those out. But yeah. Oops, wrong one. Let's grab this, and let's do this one. Let's try that link, and copy. All right, cool. So hope this helps for you. What was your name again? Mike. So if I hope this helps, and if you need anything else, definitely let me know. Very cool. All right, guys. So next up, let's see what else we have here as far as questions. So great question, Archie. Appreciate that. And then now we're back to the YouTube. And then next we have Jason Harrison is saying, smoosh the like button as you enter. Thank you for that, Jason. That's a great idea to hit the like button on your way in. And next up we have Enoch Buxton Jr. Enoch, I don't think I've ever seen you on here before. It looks like you are. I'm imagining you're from Atlanta because you're in front of the CNN Center. It says, Ron, found you and not going anywhere else. I appreciate that. It says, also, thanks for the answer the other day. Thinking about getting the warm season grass bundle. I also need to do some serious leveling. Yeah, man. So as far as an option for broad coverage of weeds in warm season turf, it's really hard to beat the Celsius Uncertainty kit that we carry on the store. And what he's referring to, guys, if you go to shop and then you go to Weed Killer, it is this. So in this, you have four different products. You've got Celsius, which is your broadleaf herbicide. You have Certainty, which is great for your sedges and poa annua, and then Turf Mark, your marker dye, and then the spreader sticker, which helps Certainty work better and also helps Celsius work better. The beautiful thing about this combination is that it works whenever temperatures are cooler, and you can also spray it as temperatures are warmer. There are other herbicides you can use on warm season turf that work well, but just be very careful with them as soon as temperatures rise. When they get above 80, 85 degrees, you gotta start being careful, or you're gonna discolor your turf pretty badly. Whereas Certainty and Celsius, these two guys here, these two staples, are my fave to recommend for warm season turf, because for someone that's new, as long as you follow the label. I mean, granted, with most products, as long as you follow the label, you're going to get a good result. But with Celsius and Certainty, you have enough headroom that you're unlikely to discolor your lawn or cause any kind of damage. Again, as long as you follow the label and apply it at the correct rates. It's a great kit, great set of herbicides that work over a broad range. So you buy them and you can use them again when it's cool and when it's warm. So very cool. Thanks for that. Thanks for the comment, Enoch Buxton Jr. And if you have need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, so we have a question here from Emilio Balero. He says, hey, Ron, long time. Up New York lawn, moving to Maryland. Oh, yeah, I remember you. You have a YouTube channel. I remember you. Yeah, yeah. So we'll talk soon about the best shortcut grass options for different weather compared to Western New York. It depends on what you're after, man. I mean, if I lived in a place where I could grow cool season grass, I'd probably grow ryegrass. I really like how ryegrass stripes. Kentucky bluegrass looks great too, but ryegrass, as far as like stripe action, man, it's tough to beat rye. It's tough to beat rye. Rye looks pretty awesome. So, yeah, we'll definitely rap about it, man. Just let me know once you move there, and we can talk about different options. But for me, I like rye. All right, next up, we have Jason Harrison. He says, it was gorgeous until today. Yep, we started getting some bad weather, and same thing for Augusta National. If you guys are watching the Masters, a tree got knocked down, and they got rained out, and we're supposed to get a bunch of rain tomorrow here in the northeast Georgia area. So I already got my mow in. I'm good to go, so I don't have to worry about it. It can rain all at once, and I am all set. So no worries there at all. All right, next up is Mr. Optic Cyclic. He says, what do you find as a horrible weed that people in other places actively cultivate? I feel like this is a loaded question. I had a nightmare last year getting rid of Bermuda grass in Canada. See, I knew it. I felt like I was walking into something because Bermuda is often, unfairly called a weed in a lot of places, other than Georgia. And yeah, I mean, Bermuda is an awesome grass. It is very aggressive, and I agree that if you don't want it in your lawn, it's incredibly difficult to get rid of, or it can be incredibly difficult to get rid of, depending on the kind of grass you have. But it's we like it down here, man. I mean, Augusta National is technically it's Bermuda. It's overseeded with rye, right? I mean, granted, the pretty you're seeing is really the ryegrass, right? But Bermuda can look pretty good. Bermuda can look pretty good. Mine is not it's still waking up. It's still catching itself. But yeah, Bermuda can look pretty awesome. As a matter of fact, I'll show you how awesome Bermuda can look. Let me show you Mr. Robert Rainey, who is leading the charge right now on awesome looking Bermuda grass. His lawn is actually looking better than mine. So take a look at this. That's Bermuda, and this is Bermuda cut. Look at that stripe action. Let's just take a moment here just to appreciate the awesomeness of that stripe action. And he's a glutton for punishment. He's starting the season out. Robert's got all the toys. He's starting the season out at a bench height of 0.41 inches. So brave man. And you can see he followed up with his prism gauge showing that, yeah, he's really cutting at that height. You see there on the right there, 0.40. And yeah, so the height of cut that he set and what he's actually measuring out is exactly what he's getting. And it's the lawn looks awesome, man. Lawn looks awesome. Now, even he admits he's probably not going to be able to keep this up all season long. But to start, looking pretty legit. So for a weed, it can look very nice. Can look very nice, Optic Cyclic. So give us a break on our weedy grass. Let us have our weedy grass. All right, next up is Mr. Dalvin Larry. He says, how many passes of turf raking do you remember you had to do? I spoke with Roland from Outlet, and he mentioned that turf raking a lot this month, starting high and working your way down to the dirt. Oh man, Dalvin, I gotta tell you, man, when I first started out, it was a couple of weeks of it. Like the first day, I ran the battery out in the Outlet and the C27 like twice. So you figure that's 4 times, so eight passes over the back lawn. So that's a lot. It took a couple of weeks to really get it to where I was happy with it. And then I transitioned to once per week. But the initial clean out took quite a bit of work. As far as getting it down low, I didn't get it quite down to where it got into the dirt. I went just above the dirt. So 2 mil is as low as I set the spring-loaded tines of fingers that did the raking. But yeah, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a few weeks. It's gonna take a lot of passes. It just depends on where you're starting, as far as how much you're going to need to rake to get the lawn where you like it. You know what I mean? But I mean, even what you've already done now, it sounds like you've been doing a lot of it. Even what you've done now is already going to be very beneficial as far as your stripes, as far as disease resistance, as far as just the color of the lawn, because you're not going to have like the all that debris competing with the color of the grass for color. So in what you've already done already, believe it or not, is already you're gonna like what you get out of it. All right, next up is Mr. Jason Harrison. He says 0.94 so far on the rain gauge. Luckily, I didn't have any trees fall like Augusta. Yeah, not yet. Anyway, let's hope we don't get that. It's I can only imagine what the crews at Augusta are doing right now. Those guys are probably out there with chainsaws and just getting all the trees out. And tomorrow, you won't even be able to tell that anything ever happened there. They are pretty good with that. Tends to happen when you have an amazing budget, right? And then let's see here. We have Ron Henry in the live stream on Instagram saying, "I like your shirt. I appreciate it, man. It's a clean shirt. I like my stripe action shirt. Thanks so much. I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for the for chiming in on that." And okay, next up we have Mr. We already got Archie's, and then Jason is saying, "Yeah, they are the best." I agree, man. They are very good. They get a lot of help this time of year too. But I mean, they have Augusta National. They got a big budget, so they can they can produce really good looking turf. So yeah, so that does tend to help. And I did put that link for the fertilizer in the chat, so I just did that for you guys as well in case you were looking for it. But yeah, they have the budget and the help and motivated, right? I mean, you figure the Augusta is the I mean, again, I've been on a lot of golf courses, and here's the thing: if you guys, if you don't like grass, which I'm pretty sure you guys do, or you wouldn't be watching a live stream about lawn care. Even if you are not a golfer, watch the Masters and look at how the grass looks. And when you look at how the grass looks when they're standing on the fairways on the tee box, and as crazy as it sounds, as awesome as it looks on TV. TV does not do it justice. When you are there in person, it is like the way I always describe it is: imagine the best looking grass you've ever seen in your entire life, and it's better than that. Because I mean, it's just something else, man. I mean, I was there for a practice round, been over 10 years at this point, and it's incredible. I mean, Augusta National is like nothing else. Like the grass is insane. All right, next up is Mr. Daniel Ferreras. He says, "Price of admission, click the like to enter." I appreciate that, Daniel. That's a good one. He says, "Happy rainy Friday, folks. We must be right at 3 inches of water so far in the past 24 hours. Hopefully those biostims and fert are safely deep in the soil." Yeah, you shouldn't have to worry about run out. I mean, a lot of people they get wrapped around the axle thinking that, you get 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches of rain, and then all your fertilizer and all your, your biostimulants that you put down are all going to get washed away. And that's just simply just not the case. Unless you live on a very steep grade, and your soil is like it's like a really heavy clay soil, and it's like a brick to where anything has difficulty penetrating it. If that's your case, then yes, you might lose some of your fertilizer, some of your granular fertilizer anyway, if you have a very heavy downpour. That's not most of you, so I really wouldn't worry about it. Most people get really concerned. Oh, it rained and I poured my fertilizer down and I have to go apply again. I'm like, no, do not go apply fertilizer again. It's going to be just fine. All right. Next up is Dalvin. He says, "The problem is every time I rake, the grass looks worse from all the runners sticking up." So Dalvin, here's what I would do, and this is a good point. So anytime I turf raked, right, I would go out there and I would do several rounds of turf raking, and then when I was finished, I would always finish up with a cleanup cut because I couldn't leave the grass not looking primo. So what I would do is I would get out there and I would turf rake as much as I wanted to, much as I had the spirit to do, and then the last thing I did is cut the grass, and then it's gonna look great. You know what I mean? And that's a good way to also knock down those longer runners that the turf raking like combs up or picks up. You'll cut those off, and you're gonna like the way the lawn looks. So I would say alter what you're doing with your turf raking to do one less turf rake, and then just do a mow at the very end, and you're gonna be fine. Then it's not gonna look you're not gonna have stuff sticking up all over the place. And again, I would not go crazy aggressive with this. I mean, you've got all season long to do it. You know what I mean? You can do a bunch of passes initially like I did, and then you can just start spacing it out, once a week, twice a week, and then you can eventually transition to just once per week, and then you're just your regular mowing. And that's going to be enough. So don't feel like you have to get it all done in one go. You got plenty of time to get the lawn where it's to where you like it. All right, nothing else on the gram. Next up on YouTube, Mr. Papamos Low is up next. He says, "Hey everyone, yes sir, another Friday night with Ron. Wasn't happy with the lawn, so I mowed at 3/16 today." Okay, so another scalp sounds like. Going to maintain at 7/8. It looks a lot better. Okay, well, here's the thing, Papa Moslo. If you don't like the way the lawn's looking, and this is for all you guys, if you don't like the way the lawn's looking at this point in the season and you want to do another scalp, now's the time to do it. You know what I mean? You got, the season is just getting started. Lawns are just starting to green up. So if you're going to turn it slightly brown by doing an aggressive scalp like what Papa Moslo is going to do, doing it now versus deciding to do it next month is a better option in my opinion. And he says, yep. Quick scalp should recover by the time the leveling mix from topsoil arrives later this month. Very, very cool. Yeah, man. So, yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're going to be, so you're at 3/16 and you're planning to mow at 7/8. So, yeah, I mean, between now and then, it will grow back out to that. So, And 7/8 is a good, that's a good height to cut as far as for applying top dressing. You know, I like it to be under 1.5 inches because it just makes the leveling rake easier to use and easier to move the material around and see where the low spots are. But if you're going to be at 7/8, that's going to be just fine as far as the height of cut you're going to be at when you do your top dressing. Sounds like you got a plan, man. I like it. I dig it. Sounds very, very good. Sounds very good. All right, next up we got Mr. Jackie Bear. He says, Brother Ron, have an excellent stream, sir. I holla. I appreciate you. Appreciate you, Jackie Bear. And then Optic Cyclic saying, Archie out here with the show sponsor from start to finish. Yeah, he did throw down the gauntlet, you know, $50 super chat. He's like, come at me, bro, right? That's what he's saying. All right, Papa Bo's Low is up next. He says, I plan to apply Headway G in May as a preventative. What rate do you recommend? Or should I not apply it unless I have to? I am a fan of doing a total, from a preventive standpoint, 4 fungicide apps a year. So 2 in this time of year. So you can do it like if you have a history of lawn disease, you can do April, May. If you don't have a history of lawn disease, you can do May, June. And then 2 in late October and then November. So October, November, that is your time frame for your second fungicide, preventive fungicide app. Reason for that is that the preventative now is going to help keep like large patch, brown patch, those away, because, you know, as far as the lawn diseases that we tend to fight with the most during this time of year or in the summer anyway, is whenever conditions are very wet, which now we're going to get a lot of rain during the springtime, and then as temperatures begin to heat up. So very wet and hotter temperatures, if your lawn is predisposed to that, or if it's predisposed or you have a history of it, that's when the diseases are going to manifest themselves. Not saying it can't happen sooner. On my front lawn, if you guys saw my video on leveling, I've got a little something going on there that I've got to knock out. I got to take care of. But so it can be as early as April and as late as May for your initial fungicide app. And again, I do 2 of them, May, June, and then 2 in the fall. So yes, Papa Bo's Low, to answer your question, if it were me, I would do that, especially for people that are real mowing their lawns. If you're real mowing and you're out there a lot, so you're constantly injuring the turf, which is another reason to keep your equipment sharp. If you're out there mowing it several times a week, that's when fungicides really become important, because all that injury that you're doing regularly to the lawn, especially if you're not maintaining your equipment well, which I know all you guys are, but if in case you're not, you're increasing the opportunity for disease or some kind of problem to take root. So a preventative fungicide this time of year is a good idea. So yes, hope that helps. I would do that. Headway's a great option. If you want a liquid, Headway comes in a liquid as well too, but it only comes, I think, in a gallon, which is pretty big for most people. So you got that. There's another option like Pillar is a good one as well too. You can try out. So yeah, yes, I would do a preventative fungicide to answer your question. All right, so let's see what we got here in the Instagram. We got Ferret100 in the gram. Shauna's in the gram. What's going on, guys? Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you guys taking some time out of your Friday evening to come say hey. All right, next up is Mary J. She says, best show on YouTube. I got the stress blend down yesterday and sitting back watching the rain and the green today. Sounds good, Mary. I appreciate all the kind words. Now is the time, man. Get that fertilizer down, get it going. You know, it's funny also for cool season folks, like if you're in the Midwest, like take like the Wisconsin area, Michigan, you know, as far as your pre-emergent, if you've been waiting to do that, now is the time to get that done. You know, I got some pictures from a viewer up in the Midwest, Luis. You guys see me in here sometimes, Luis Ayabarreño. Sent me some pictures here of his lawn. I think this is it here. So this is him watering his mix of Kentucky bluegrass and ryegrass after doing his prediamine app. This picture was taken today. So he actually got his pre-emergent down today, which is great. Pretty awesome that he got that done. And he's also dealing with a problem in his lawn that he showed me. I think I've got that picture here. I think to me it looks like voles, but I'll show you guys really quick as far as like a problem, an issue that he's having in his lawn. Let's see, will this load up here? Yeah, so look at those tracks. He was asking my thoughts on it, whether it was a mole or vole. Just looking, when I had a mole on my lawn, the tracks did not look like that. Like moles tend to do more like like burrow a tunnel, and it's not like a schizophrenic path like you see here. This looks more like voles to me. Luis. So yeah, you guys can in the live stream that have experienced voles in your lawn, feel free to chime in. But that is what he is dealing with in his lawn. But he's also, again, he's in the Midwest, and he got his prodiamine down today. So for any of you guys that have been waiting to get your prodiamine, get your game on your pre-emergent down, now it would be a great time to start doing that. We do carry prodiamine lots. We have granular and liquids on the weed killer section of the store. So if you go to the store, go to weed killer, and then go to prodiamine or just pre-emergent, you've got a bunch of different options here, granular and a couple of liquid options as far as keeping weeds out of your lawn using pre-emergent. All right, next up we got Todd Gleaves in the house. He says, happy Friday. Back in the live stream after a few weeks hiatus. 550 Epos auto mower has showed up and will hopefully be in action by next weekend. Plan to maintain at 0.75 inches. Now, Todd, you must take pictures. You got to send us a picture of the mower on the lawn and it doing its thing. And also let us know how it does. Take us, I want to see a picture of the mower, obviously. I guess I could just go on Google and see what it looks like, but I want to see it on your lawn. And you got to show us a picture once it's had. We'll give it a week. How about this? So you get it down next weekend. Give it a week or so to mow, and then send us a picture of how the lawn looks when mowed with the auto mower. They're pretty encouraging. I got to tell you, like a lot of the lawns that I've seen, some of the pictures you're seeing on like Instagram, and it looks good. It does a really good job. Now, if they could get them to stripe well, then that'd be another thing. I think that some of them they're working on that. But as far as like nailing the stripe action, then now you're onto something, right? Now you're definitely onto something. So yeah, man, keep us posted on how the new auto mower does. Sounds like a fun toy. I know you're a busy guy, so that's why you got one. You have a big property, so it's a good decision to go with something like that. All right, next up in Instagram, we have a question from Shauna. She says, he says, hey Ron, need to get my Sulfur down, but it's been so rainy here in Texas. Soil is pretty wet. Just curious if it need to be dry to apply it. Didn't specify on the label. Thanks. No, not really. It doesn't. You don't need the turf doesn't need to be dry. What I wouldn't want you to do is go out there if it's like muddy. So like if it's a slipping hazard, or you're gonna put like you can put like big boot prints in the lawn as you're walking through it. If it's really muddy, then I wouldn't go out there and do that, just for safety reasons. But as far as the turf being a little bit wet and applying a Sulfur, there's no issue with that. Ideally, you'd want to apply it and then have it rain right after you applied it. You know what I mean? So the turf doesn't need to be dry. It's not like herbicides, like post-emergent herbicides like Celsius or and Certainty, where you really want the turf to be dry for those. For a Celoprin, you're going to want to apply it and then water it in. So it sounds like you're getting a lot of rain. So if you could find a little patch there where it's not raining and it's safe to go out there, then yeah, get it down and let Mother Nature do its thing as far as watering it in for you. So yeah, no problem at all with that. The turf does not need to be dry to apply a Celoprin. It needs to be watered in anyway. So yeah, no issues with that. Just as long as it's safe for you to be out there is all I would tell you. All right, next up is Alex Ristiano. He says, interesting question. He says, if you were able to start your lawn over, what would you do differently? My lawn is finally completely dead from fusillade glyphosate. Phase 2 begins now, and I want to do it right. What would I do differently? What would I do differently in my lawn? When I remove the trees, I would have plugged those areas instead of bringing in sod. I would have done that differently. What else? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to say, right? Because even through the things that went well or didn't go well in the lawn, I learned a lot over that, right? So I don't know what I'd really do differently, Alex. I mean, I would have likely started real mowing sooner. So if I could go back in time, and I would have known the results that you get from a powered reel mower. Because you got to remember, if you watch my channel, if you go back, we're in season 8 now, so like 8 or 9 years ago, like when I was first mowing the entire lawn, I was using a push reel mower, like a Scott 16-inch, which now sounds insane. I would push reel mow, 12,000 square feet with this little small mower. So that's something I would have gotten away from a bit sooner. But having said that, it made me appreciate once I got the True Cut. You know what I mean? So it's hard to say what I would change. Yeah, the only thing I'd say if what comes to mind is instead of bringing in sod, I would have plugged the areas whenever I removed trees. And yeah, I can't think of a lot else. I've really enjoyed the journey. I've enjoyed getting the lawn to where it is now. So I don't know that I really want to change too much of it. Now, if you're asking if I were starting over right now, what I would do, if I were going to burn down my lawn and start over from scratch, I would likely do Tahoma 31. So I wouldn't do, I mean, nothing wrong with 419, but I would do like Tahoma 31 because it looks cool. It's a pretty grass. But yeah, that's it. I mean, I might change the grass type, but it would still be Bermuda. For a while there, I toyed around with the idea of going to Zoysia, but it's just, Zoysia is just, as far as like where, I tell you, I had a friend that, or not have a friend, he's still a friend of mine, that we train with at the studio, and his front lawn is Zoysia, and we played volleyball. We had like one time we played volleyball for 3-4 hours out there on his lawn, and it was like done for the rest of the season. It just got beaten up from all that traffic and people just out there diving on it and that kind of thing. So while Zoysia looks really pretty, it's not a lawn, it's not a grass type that if you're going to beat on it a lot, like especially a lot of like, you know, football or soccer or volleyball where there's a lot of tearing at the turf. Not the best option for that in my opinion. So yeah, there's not a whole lot I would change. I'll tell you, Alex, with what you're doing, it sounds like you're doing it right. You're starting from scratch. I would get a soil test, prior to you going out there and putting down whatever grass type you decide to go with. I'm not sure if you're going to do sod or if you're going to do seed, but get a soil test done, fertilize prior to that. Get your, lay down if you can, if your budget will permit. If you can put down a nice coat of some organic material like a compost, like carbonized PN or a heavy essential GAP, that's going to be good too. It's going to help the grass or whatever you put in there to root in a bit faster. But outside of that, man, just enjoy it. Get out, just enjoy the process, man. It's grass, so it's pretty hard to mess it up permanently. You can make mistakes, you can make it ugly for a while, but in the end, Mother Nature wins. It'll bounce back, and I just say enjoy the process. So don't be too afraid of making mistakes. That's how you learn. All right, next up is Enoch Buxton Jr. He says, happy Friday, folks. Hoping to get my lawn looking somewhat decent this season. Get sore and great community. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. Just get out there and the biggest thing, Enoch, is, outside of, getting a soil test, fertilizing based on your soil test results. If you really want to be a boss, start implementing or incorporating biostimulants into your program, but then mowing. He or she, all things being equal, he or she who mows most with sharp equipment wins. So if you want your lawn to look awesome, do all the things I was talking about before, but then you gotta mow. We sum it up here on the Golf Course Lawn Store pretty well. If you go to shop, you just click on that. It brings you to like all of the product descriptions. Like if you want to sum it up in a nutshell, right here, this little infographic will tell you, get rid of weeds because nobody likes weeds in their lawn. Most people anyway. Get a soil test, fertilize based on the soil test results, mow, and mow some more. And when you think you've mowed enough, mow one more time, and then enjoy the results. So it's pretty difficult if you do these 5 things to not have a great lawn. You know what I mean? So, yep, just enjoy the process, enjoy the community. Don't get too wrapped around the axle. Pick like a program and stick with it. You're just learning, you're just starting out. So just don't jump from thing to thing to thing. Pick something and stick with it, and just enjoy the process. You know what I mean? It's a lot of fun. All right, we have a question here from Always Bermuda. Is a question. He says, Ron, what grease do you use for your reel mowers? So Toro has their own grease. Now I know they don't make the grease. I don't know who actually makes it for them, but I got the last time I got the mower sharpened by Jerry Pate, which was last year. This year, Atlanta Reel Mowers did it. So Michael did it. He did an awesome job on it. It's cutting great. But the last year when the mower's down by Jerry Pate and I went to go pick it up, I asked them the same question. I said, hey guys, when you guys are lubing up the mower, what grease do you guys use? And they showed me this tube of Toro branded grease. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So where can I get that? I said, well, you can order it, you can find it. They said, yeah, you can just have one. So they gave me one and I got one. I have like a tube of like Toro grease that I use to hit the grease points on the Owlet and on the Greensmaster and also the True Cut. So I don't know what kind of grease it is, but I imagine any kind of grease for any kind of machine grease is going to be fine. I mean, look at depending on your mower, it should specify what kind of grease, but I don't think it's honestly too particular to be completely honest. All right, and then we have another one here. GBrun55 says, hi there, Ron. I'll be on YouTube watching you send a picture of my soil test. Very cool, GBrun55. Thanks for sending that in. All right, next up we have Papa Mows Low. He says, I just caught that you threw the hearing protection down in the opening when you switched to the Owlet. Nice. Yeah, it was a way of just showing that, how quiet the mower is. I can't, here's the thing. And I'm not like being like a, like a tree hugger now. I'm not going that, I'm not going that far. But I'll tell you this, when you go from mowing, when you mow all the time with a mower that runs on gasoline, right, on fuel, and then you go to a electric powered mower, you don't realize before that you used to smell like gas when you're done until you mow with an electric mower, and then I fire up like the green smash to go mow the front lawn, and then when I'm done, I'm like, man, why do I smell like fumes? You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's you don't know what you don't know. I'm a huge fan of now electric reel mowing now because it's the mower is great and it's quiet. Big thing is it's quiet. Like literally, I can just put. I don't have to wear. I have to double up my hearing pro. Normally, I would put like AirPods in to listen to music or a podcast, whatever I want to consume that day. And I would put that in, and then I also put like some air protection, Air Pro on top of that when I was running a gas powered mower, especially when I'm doing the True Cut. The Greensmaster not strictly necessary, but the True Cut you got to double up for that. With the outlet, you don't need it because it's so quiet that you can just have your ears in and just enjoy whatever you're doing. It's just quiet. No one really hears it, right? So there is that. Very cool, guys. So we are, 40 minutes in, and if you guys are enjoying the content so far, if you guys would not mind hitting that like button ever so gently. We got 145 people here in the live stream. If you guys wouldn't mind tapping that like button, it doesn't cost you anything. It's a free way to support the channel. I would really appreciate it if you guys would do that. And also for those of you guys here on the gram as well, hit the heart or like or whatever it is you have to do to show engagement on Instagram. Do that. I would really appreciate it. All right, so GBrun55 has a question. He says, I was wondering if you can recommend a fertilizer to raise my sulfur. It's really low. So here's the thing. I don't apply sulfur by itself, but to your point, the fertilizers to answer your question, the fertilizers that I use, the ones from Lebanon Turf, have sulfur in them. So if you're on YouTube, if you come over here, you'll be able to see this. So if not, you can just jump over to YouTube and just back it up and you'll see what I'm talking about. But I'll show you here really quick the label. So if you go to shop, and then lawn fertilizer, and we'll pick like Humic Max, because why not, right? Because Humic Max is awesome. And if you go down here and you look at the label for it, and you'll see the analysis is that it has 3.8 sulfur in it. So in addition to putting down your humic acid and your nitrogen and your potassium, you also get some sulfur whenever you apply Humic Max. And I believe that is also true for the others as well. So if we go look at the complete, I believe it's the same thing as well. If you go and look at the label, you get some sulfur. This one, you're getting 6.6% sulfur, so higher concentration of sulfur if you need some of that in your soil. And then finally, we have the stress. Let's see, do we have a hat trick? And yes, this one as well. This one is 9.5. Nope, let me see here. Yeah, 9.5% sulfur in that one. So as far as if you're looking for it, I would say just get your soil test done. Get and choose one of those fertilizers, one of those three, and because you're going to get sulfur as a byproduct of applying one of those to your lawn. You don't necessarily do it by itself. You can, the fertilizers that you're applying will get the sulfur in the soil as well for you, and you'll be able to raise it over time. You'll be able to raise it over time. So I don't see your soil test, but yeah, if you guys want to send a soil test to me, and guys, typically if you want to get one to me to look at it, no problem with doing that. My email address is ron@golfcourselawn.com. If you go to the YouTube channel and you go to whatever it is about this channel, there's an email address there. You can always click on that and send it to me there, and I'll look at it and I'll get you a result. And anyone that sends me a soil test while the show's going on, I'll take a look at it and I'll get you an answer at the end of the show as well. So no problem with doing that at all. GBrun55, I didn't see your email. I think I have an email from someone, but I don't see a soil test attached. So again, just send it to me, email it to me, take a picture of it, and I will look at it after the show. For those of you guys that are using the My Soil test kits, using these guys, when you guys send me your soil test samples, you have to send me either a PDF or like a screenshot of it. Some of you guys will send me a link, like your link to the portal for me to look at your tests, and I can't do that because I don't have your login, like it's all separated, right? So you have to send me an actual image of the test for me to tell you, what I think and what I would do to help correct any deficiencies, if any, in your soil. All right, next up is Todd Gleaves. He says, does anyone use something like river rock rather than mulch in their flower beds? Pros, cons. I'm really tired of mulch being more in the yard than in the beds. Yeah, I don't know. I've toured with the idea of doing that, Todd. I don't know. You have to be careful. I believe where you live, you don't have an HOA, but some HOAs have restrictions that, like in the neighborhood that I'm in, it has to be pine straw or mulch. You have a choice, pine straw or mulch. I don't think they uh, permit you to do river rock. So, I mean, it's going to move around less, right? It's not going to break down. The negative is if you decide you want to change it, like if you don't like the color or if you want to do something different, it's more of a pain to change it, right? So there is that. But I am with you on mulch getting into the lawn. You know, it's something that I fight with. I'm sure everyone here in the live stream deals with that as well too. So yeah, rock is going to be better for staying in place, but it's a bit more permanent or just more difficult to change. All right, Gibran. Yeah, so you sent it through Instagram. I'll have to look at it after the show. I can't actually look at it while I'm doing this because I'm streaming on Instagram. So if I go over, it's going to stop it and people will get irritated. So I'll check it out afterwards. But you can also email it to me again, ron@golfcourselawn.com, ron@golfcourselawn.com all together. And I can look at it after the show as well too. But I'll also remember to check on Instagram for yours. All right. T1000 says, Good Friday. It is Good Friday. It is Good Friday. It is Easter season. Yeah, so Good Friday's today. And then if you guys are, hopefully get together with family on Easter Sunday and hang out and eat or go to church or whatever you do on Easter, that is, there is that. Or take the kids out egg hunting or whatever you guys do this time of year, right? I'll be watching the Masters, hopefully mowing the lawn on Sunday because tomorrow I'm not going to get to mow. But yeah. Next up is Mr. Joseph Roberts. He says, Happy Friday, Ron. Happy Friday, everyone. What's going on, Joe? And Tutrilla is saying, Happy Friday, Ron and Stripe Action Gang. What's going on, Tutrilla? Appreciate you hanging out in the live stream. Guys, here's the thing now. This time of year, the window is opening. Like if you're planning on doing any kind of top dressing, like if you're just doing just a compost top dressing, right? So you're not doing leveling work, which most of you guys are probably not. You guys are all trying to level your lawns. But if you're just looking to add organic material to your soil, now's a great time to do it. Like in years past, this is now the third year, I believe, I've done just a light top dressing with compost. I've done carbonized PN twice. So I did carbonized PN this year, and then 2 years ago, and then last year I did the Super Sod, their soil cube product. Had great results with all of them, and again, I'm liking the green that I'm already getting out of the carbonized PN. So if you're looking to top dress, or even if you're planning to do leveling work, remember, if you're in the Southeast US, the window for doing that really is starting to open. Temperatures starting to warm up. My time for top dressing in Northeast Georgia is typically late April, early May. So if you're planning on doing it, get your level mix ordered, figure out where you're gonna get your sand from, like get all that arranged. If you're gonna be using equipment, like you have a large enough lawn to where you need equipment, get your equipment rental, all that kind of stuff booked, because what's gonna happen is, if you try to start doing the planning for this like next month, it's going to get pushed out. And if you're someone that is not doing it themselves, you're going to have a service do it. Get on their books, get your stuff scheduled like now, because it's going to be the window is going to get pushed further and further out as the season progresses. You know what I mean? So there's something to consider, just something to keep in mind. Just a little PSA for any of you guys that are planning to top dress your lawn this year. And if you're in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, or Alabama, a great blend, a great blend that's sand, 70% sand and 30% compost is the Super Sod level mix. As far as a product that contains sand in it, I've not come across anything as yet that equals that. Granted, it is more expensive than just getting straight sand, but there's no trash in it. It spreads really nicely. And their compost is also a really good compost as well too. So if you want like no headaches and you're not spending a bunch of time picking rocks and other garbage out of your lawn after you level it, then consider the Super Sod level mix. It's a great product. And again, if I'm not doing it if I'm doing it myself, that's what I'm going to be using on my lawn. So if you guys want to save some money off of what I think they're currently running a sale, or they were running a sale. If you guys want to save some money, and this discount and this link that I'm going to post in the chat now will knock, I want to say it's $10 off the cost that you see there now, because it was $5 before when they're running their sale, and now that the sale is over, I believe the discount increases. So at any rate, it's not going to cost you more if you use this. So there it is. So it's only if you're in the cluster of states near where I am. So take a look at that if you're looking at getting some top dressing mix for this time of year. All right, VMH says, T1000 says, VMH is the real Tony Stark. He is, man. This is pretty cool. So guys, I know you guys are wondering what we're talking about. VMH built his own aeration machine. Check it out. It's like the Batmobile of aerators. It's really cool. And I'm guessing that shelf type thing that I'm seeing there, is that like to keep, is that to put like your weight on? Like I guess you maybe put sandbags or something on that. Is that what that's for? I'm just guessing here. But yeah, man, very cool. Very ingenious design. I'd like to see it running. So if you can get, someone to get there and film you running it, that'd be cool to see as well. But it looks cool, man. Very neat setup. Next up is No Name. He says, "Hey Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. Looking forward to some great lawn talk. I just put down some Essential G, carbonized PN in an area that I need to recover, and some starter fert per my soil test." Well, you did it all, No Name. You got your Essential G down, you got some carbonized PN, and starter fert. Yeah, so this time of year is a great time to start feeding your lawn and start fertilizing it. So you did the trifecta. Sounds like you're doing a little bit of compost work and some granular biostimulant work and your fertilizer. So good stuff. Good stuff. Keep me posted on how it bounces back, how it develops. Next up, we have KT Patriots. He says, two-parter, not one part, two-parter. Do I need to apply T-Nex/Primo before the seed heads pop up to prevent them? Yes. Or can I apply after and still limit seed heads? Yes. So if you for best results, you want to get your lawn under regulation prior to when the lawn's going to start seeing stress. So that around here anyway, it's different for every part of the country. Around here is like mid-May through the first week of June, that 2 to 3 week period in Northeast Georgia, again, it varies everywhere, is where you're going to start seeing a lot more seed heads on Bermuda. And it's really what that is a stress response by the grass. So my lawn is under regulation at that time, and the seed heads that I get there, it's a lot more reduced than if it's not under regulation with Primo. As a matter of fact, the last video that I did about seed heads, I actually had to go to the neighboring lawn because I didn't have any in my lawn. You know what I mean? Like literally, and it's funny, like between my lawn and the neighbor's lawn, like where that little boundary, like the domination line is, like the Bermuda growing there, tons of seed heads. You literally step one pace over into my lawn. There's no seed heads through any of it. So yes, I would say KT Patriots, get your Primo Max down, get your Primo down prior to that time period. So before mid-May, early June, if you're in this area, again, it's in a very, depending on where you are in the country. But if you're following the schedule that we have on the Golf Course Lawn Store, that in our guide, you're going to start doing Primo. Really, you could start the middle of this month, but at the latest, you'll start in May. So May is when you'll do your first app, and you'll apply it all the way through into September. And if you guys are wondering what I'm talking about, on the Golf Course Lawn Store, you'll see that the blogs, the section that was blog is now relabeled guides, and under there, you still got the blogs. All that's still there. We'll have some new blogs going up next week. But then in addition to that, you also have the lawn care schedule. So in here, you've got, this is the one huge massive post that talks about spring, summer, fall lawn care at a high level. There are also more detailed supporting posts that will be linked to this guide. But at the bottom here, if you go to number 5, you've got your month by month lawn care breakdown. So as far as what to do in March, what to do in April, May, June, July, all throughout to October. So it covers the question you had, KT Patriots, as far as applying Primo, covers your top dressing, it covers fungicide, covers fertilization, covers all that stuff. And as for supporting articles, like if you look at this and it says, hey, starting in May, start using Primo Max, you're saying to yourself, you know what? Well, what is Primo Max? What is growth regulator? How do I know how to use it? What are some pros and cons? Or what are some tricks and tips I can use to get a good result? Got you covered. So if you go to the blog, you'll find an article on plant growth regulation, right? It talks all about Primo, it talks all about what PGR is, the benefits of PGR, why you want to use them, why they're awesome, when you should apply PGRs, some tips to avoid tip burn, like how to get, some strategies you can use to not have any of the what they call it, the coil spring effect. So the lawn comes out of regulation, you get a flusher growth. So all that is there between the main schedule and then also the various blog posts that help support and give more detailed content around those topics. So you should be good to go. But to answer your question, yes, I would begin applying Primo next month. I mean, if you're somewhere where your lawn is, in other words, you look at a lawn like Robert's. If you had Robert's lawn, Robert could start doing Primo this month. He could start the 15th if he wanted to. assuming he hasn't started already. He could do lawn looking like that. By all means, drop do your first Primo Max application. I'm a fan of doing split apps. So do take whatever the monthly rate is for your grass type, divide that in half, and then apply it twice. So to make the math easy, take like Kentucky bluegrass, right? The rate for Primo Max for Kentucky bluegrass is 0.60 ounces. I believe that's correct. 0.60 ounces. Let me make sure. Check here. I believe that is right. Yeah, on KVG is 0.60. So what you can do is option one, you could apply 0.60 once at the beginning of the month, and you're going to get 3 to 4 weeks of regulation. Or a better way of doing it is to take that monthly rate, 0.60, cut it in half, and apply it on the first of the month, and then apply the other 0.30 on the 15th of the month. So 0.30 on the front, on the beginning, and then 0.30 at the 15th. And what you're going to find is you're not going to get the tip burn from doing that, and the lawn is gonna stay under regulation. So there's tons of benefits, not really any negatives, and because you're gonna likely be out there anyway, because most people watching this live stream are lawn care nerds, then there's no negative outside of other than you have to be out there twice per month, which again, for most of us, that's a plus, not a bonus, or not a negative, right? So there is that. All right, so Jay Brunn says, I sent it to your email. I live in Illinois. Thanks a lot for your help. I will take a look at it, and I will get you an answer tonight. That is a promise. I'll look through your soil test, and I'll get you an answer this evening. Make sure that you sent me a screenshot. You did. All right, yep, that looks good. And so if I can find it here, and I will, yeah, it looks like an attachment, so I should be able to get you an answer this evening. G. Brunn. So thank you so much for that. All right, next up is Mr. Justin Judkins. He says, I live in San Antonio, but visiting Augusta this weekend to admire some of the nicest grass in all the land and maybe some golf as well. Very cool, man. So you're going to get to go, will you actually get to go to the Masters and see the course? If you get a chance, do it, man. It's you will not regret it. I mean, even if you don't like grass, it's worth going there because it's like one of the most beautiful places you're ever gonna see. It's really incredible what they do to the course to get it to where it is for the Masters. Next up is Mr. Melvin Otta. He says, "Hey Ron, when you do a leveling project, do you add fertilizer before or on top of the top dressing mix?" Great question, Melvin. So what I do is before. So the sequence that I like to do whenever I'm doing a leveling project is I will do, especially if it's a big one, right? If I'm doing like the entire back lawn, I will core aerate. That part is optional, but I highly encourage you to do it if you can, because you're going to get a better result. The top dressing mix is going to integrate better with your existing soil if you aerate. So aerate first, and then after you aerate, when the soil is all opened up, it's ready to receive, fertilizer, biostimulants, anything that you want to apply that needs to get in the soil. That's a great time to apply it because it's open, right? There's voids all throughout the soil after the aeration. So I will aerate, I will apply Essential G, and I'll apply my fertilizer of choice. Typically it's Humic Max. And then once I'm done with that, then I'll top dress. If you'd like to see what that project or what that process looks like, I've got a video that was shot a couple years ago where I leveled the back lawn, and it shows that entire process. So if you want to watch it, you can. But if you don't want to watch, if you want just to get the highlights, the cliff notes, then aerate, then put down your biostimulants, fertilizer, and then top dress on top of that. Because if you think about it, fertilizer needs to get into the soil to begin to work, or granular fertilizer anyway, right? So granular fertilizer needs to get into the soil to begin working. So it would make sense that you would apply that prior to you putting top dressing down, because if you do it the other way, right? So you aerate, you top dress, and then you put the fertilizer down. Now the fertilizer has to get past the top dressing. It has to get through that to get into the soil to begin working. So it makes sense to do the fertilizer after aeration and then top dress on top of it. Is it going to make a huge difference? In other words, if you do it the other way, like you apply fertilizer after you top dress, are you committing some cardinal sin? No. But hopefully, for the reasons I explained, it makes sense of why you'd want to do it prior to putting down your sand or compost or a blend or whatever it is you happen to be using. And if you want to see a video of that process, then you can check out this one here that I'm about to link for you in the chat now. So at Melvin Otta, top dressing video. And yes, this is a big project that Alex and I did. You're going to see us using a lot of equipment in it. All that does is just to help speed up the process. It makes it to where two guys can do it and not hate life when we're done. But the big thing is just what I outlined for you. Aerate, fertilize your biostimulants, any kind of granular products, anything that's soil based, and then top dress on top of it. That is what I would recommend doing. Next up is we got a super chat first. Let me go and grab that really quick. Let me see where I left off. Okay. We got a super chat here from Mr. Lance F. Thank you so much, Lance. Appreciate it.
Super chat received.
He says, Ron, after a long winter in Reno, Nevada, and mowing my Kentucky bluegrass at ½ inch all last season, the spring coming out of dormancy, I have areas of the lawn that the grass is dead at the lawn, just pulls straight out of the ground with no roots. It sounds like the cold weather. I'm not sure. I mean, Reno. Here's the thing. I know Reno's in Nevada, but that's all I know about it. I don't know if is Reno higher elevations, or do you get snow in Reno? It sounds like the winter did some damage to your the Kentucky bluegrass. So your options would be just to do a seeding project, right? Just put some seed down to replace the grass that was damaged by the winter kill, unfortunately. That's what it sounds like is what you are experiencing, Lance. Because I mean, that's where the whole thing of like you with warm season turf, seed, unless you're doing like a renovation, right? Unless you're doing a renovation, using seed in the spring is not really a common thing for warm season turf. That's really more a cool season grass thing. So what you'll find is people that like what you're experiencing will do a seeding project to help the lawn recover from the grass they lost due to damage from winter, or in the fall, whenever they're trying to get the lawn to also thicken up, they'll also do a seeding project in the fall too. So spring and fall are the windows when people with cool season turf tend to do that, much more so than warm season folks. Our grass tends to do fairly well. For the most part, if a warm season grass is not doing well, take like Bermuda. If Bermuda is not doing well in an area and a part of your lawn, seed is highly unlikely to fix it. Because Bermuda is, as far as grass types, it's very aggressive. As long as it's got enough nitrogen and enough sunlight, it's going to grow. It's going to do fairly well. So whatever problem that you have in the lawn that's causing the existing grass to not perform well is highly unlikely to be corrected with seed. But in your case, it just sounds like you have some damage from the winter, from the cold weather, and in your case, seed would be a way to go to help fill in the lawn and have it looking good for this season. So sorry you're dealing with that. It happens. Thank you for the super chat. Really do appreciate it. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, next up we have Todd Gleaves. He says, glad to hear I can combine Celsius, Certainty, and Aceleprint. Will save me another day of spraying. I assume I need to let it sit for a bit before watering in the insecticide. Yes, that is exactly what I did, Todd. So if you're gonna combine Aceleprint with Celsius and Certainty, if you want to get the most out of the herbicides, which I'm pretty sure you do, you're going to want to give that the opportunity to dry on the grass, and then you can run your irrigation to water the Aceleprint in. Obviously the best way is to use to spray the Celsius and Certainty separately, because then you can use the foliar tip, like a finer droplet, a spray tip. When I did that, I used the flood jet tip. I still got a really good result as far as cleaning up the weeds that were in the neighbor's lawn. But if you're just really trying to do it as correctly as possible, you would use a foliar spray tip to apply the Celsius and Certainty combination. You'd use a flood jet tip for Aceleprint. If you're going to do it, use a flood jet tip is what I would recommend. So that's what I did, and I had good results. Again, just as long as you do exactly what you're talking about, which is to give it ample time to dry before you run your irrigation. So good. Like where you're going. Thanks for that. Appreciate all the help and the questions. And then next up is Archie Amos says, come on, LG. I feel like a sponsor war. LOL. Yeah, I'm not sure if LG's on vacation, but he's been more quiet here recently. I gotta ping him. I gotta text him and say, hey man, what's going on? What are you up to? I haven't seen him in a minute, so we'll have to see. We shall have to see if you can awaken the Kraken. If you can call him forth. All right, next up is Luis Ayabarreño. He says, hello everyone. Soil test sent out and prodiamine finally applied yesterday. So Luis is the lawn I was showing you guys in the Midwest, where he did his prodiamine application, and this is actually a picture of him watering it in. So you can see his lawn is greening up really nicely. It's looking really solid compared to the lawn or the grass next to it. And and he got his prodiamine down. He's watering that in. Good job, sir. It's looking solid. I dig it. Good work. All right, next up is Mr. Scott and Amanda, Mr. Scott and Mrs. Amanda Harrington. It says, I'm going to plug my almost non-existent Princess 77 with either Celebration or Tifway 419. Which do you think would be a better match in case a Princess takes off after proper care? The Tifway 419. I've never seen Princess and Celebration together, but Tifway 419 and Princess look pretty good together. So yeah, of those two, one I have direct experience with is the Princess and Tifway. So that would be my my recommendation based on what I've seen. If you're going to plug, if you need to plug the lawn to, I guess for whatever reason you're trying to fix some areas, then Tifway matches Princess. I can't say better than Celebration because I've never actually seen Celebration and Princess together, but Tifway and Princess look pretty good together. So hope that helps, Scott and Amanda Harrington. All right, we have another super chat. Let me run down here and grab that really quick from Mr. Melvin Otto. Thank you so much, Melvin. I do appreciate all the love and support.
Super chat received.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate you. And then scrolling back up to where we left off, we have next up Mr. Ed Bonet. Mr. Ed Bonet, I think hopefully I'm pronouncing that properly. He says, hi, Ron, is Acelepryn good for grubs and mosquitoes? I was going to buy two separate products, thanks. No, so Acelepryn is more for lawn damaging insects. So think grubs, chinch bugs, annual bluegrass weevils. You know what? If you want to see the stuff that Acelepryn takes care of, I've got a link here. I'm going to show you. I've got we have actually a blog post for this one. This one is not actually linked as yet on the, it's part of a bigger project that we are working on, but I'm going to send you a link to it here so you can check it out. So this page here, this guy. So first let me link it to you and then we can talk about it. So at Ed Bonet, there you go. That link will take you to this page, which is a list of common lawn pests and with pictures and how to identify them, right? So this is going to be part of a bigger project that I'm working on in the store that'll get linked. But as far as any kind of turf caterpillar, any kind of grubs, so white grubs, billbug grubs, Japanese beetle larvae, mass chafer bugs, like Acelepryn will kill all of these. We'll get rid of all of those. It'll also do army worms and also chinch bugs. Now, and sodweb worms, cutworms. Again, this is pretty much the Acelepryn show as far as these go. And that link will take you to this and you can see that. Now, as far as mosquitoes, what I would use is, if I've got it here, I would go with this. I would go with the Miramichi, we're on camera, the non-toxic pest control. This will do mosquitoes, ants, no-see-ums, roaches, ticks, aphids, whiteflies, fleas, chinch bugs, and more. That's just the stuff that when they first label this, that they had done all the testing on. There's more that it covers as well too. And it actually smells good. And literally you could spray this on your patio furniture, and as soon as it dries, you can re-enter the area. Again, it's non-toxic, so it's one of these things, like say you have friends or family coming over for a weekend barbecue or just to come hang out, you could literally spray the area with this. You could use a fogger or your backpack sprayer. Once it dries, people can come and enter the area. It's not like some of the more synthetic insecticides where you have to stay away from the area for an extended period of time. So for mosquitoes, if mosquitoes are what you're after, this is what I would use. And you can spray the lawn with this as well. So if you wanted to, say you have mosquitoes in your lawn for some reason, right? And you wanted to take care of the lawn damaging insects and also take care of mosquitoes for about 3 weeks. 3 week period is when, after 3 weeks is when this one begins to fall off and you have to reapply it. Then you can mix the two of them together and spray your lawn with it, and you'd be good to go. So Acelepryn for lawn damaging insects, and then the Miramichi pest control. This guy for, let me go back here. This guy for the for the pests that bug us, right? So mosquitoes, those white flies, those types of things. So under fungicide and insecticide, and then right here is the pest control. So you can find it under this section here, and also under Miramichi green. It's a couple different places you can find it. So hope that helps, Ed. That is what I would do. If you're worried about mosquitoes, use the pest control. If you're worried about lawn damaging insects, I would use Acelepryn. All right, and yes, you can mix them together. All right, next up is Mr. Gary Freeman. He says, "Hey Ron, and hashtag Stripe Action Gang. Happy Friday. Thumbs up." That's right, guys. If you guys are enjoying the show, Definitely hit the like button. Doesn't cost anything. It's a free way to support the channel. I'd really appreciate it. You know, I don't want to beg here, but I mean, I really could use the support. So if you guys wouldn't mind hitting the like button ever so gently, I would most appreciate it. Off-Road NVs chiming in from Instagram saying, hey, Ron, happy Friday. Always a good Friday with your grass talk. Thanks for that, Off-Road NV. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Taking some time out of your Friday to come hang out and talk about grass. Next up is Sean G. Sean G. Let me see here. He says, evening, Ron. Cool season lawn 6B here. Lawn renovation in 2019. Mix of tall, fescue, and rye. Poa up here 2 years ago. Is it better to apply pre-emergent in the spring and reseed in the fall, or vice versa? Why? So for pre-emergent, it's to do it twice a year. So you really want to do pre-emergent in the spring, and the pre-emergent in the spring isn't going to do a whole lot against Poa annua, unfortunately. It's because by the time spring rolls around, the Poa is already germinated. So the Poa that you're seeing in your lawn now started germinating months ago. It started germinating like late fall, January timeframe. That's when it started to come to life. So really, Sean, the pre-emergent that you apply this time of year is going to help prevent warm season weeds. So like your crabgrass, spurge, those types of weeds are what prodiamine or any kind of pre-emergent that you apply now are going to help prevent. So really, you need to do it twice a year. In the fall to help reduce like cool season weeds, and if you're in the southeast, I mean you're not. If you're in the southeast, then like Poa is the thing that we're trying to keep out of our lawns, and then the spring is for warm season weeds, like crabgrass and spurge. Those are the ones that come to mind because those are the ones that I deal with and that most people around here deal with in our lawns. So hope that helps. You don't want to do it once per year. You want to do it twice. Once in the spring, once in the fall. All right, next up is Bob Poston. He says, what type of grass do they use at the Masters? I believe, so the main course is Bermuda, Bob, but what you see during the Masters is not really Bermuda. It's Bermuda that's overseeded with ryegrass. So I don't know which ryegrass. There's something called A1, but I think that's I'm not sure if that's what's on the greens. But look it up. You can, if you get on Google and you ask what kind of grass they use at the Masters, they will tell you like what kind of grass is used on the greens or what kind of greens they have, and then what the main course is. And the awesome green that you see like in the tee box, the fairways, that is the core grass is Bermuda, but what you're seeing at the Masters is overseeded with ryegrass. So, which is why the Masters, I mean, I don't know if that's the only reason why, but that's why April is a great time for the tournament, because like ryegrass this is like the perfect time for rye. It looks amazing this time of year. All right, next up is Chris Howard. He says, any tips on low phosphorus and potassium? Soil test showed low in both. Thanks. Yeah, so if I had a soil test that showed low phosphorus and potassium, Chris, what I would be using is the complete fertilizer. I would still apply fertilizer that has some nitrogen in it, because nitrogen, I mean, your grass is going to need that throughout the growing season. But if you're low on phosphorus, then a fertilizer like, I can show you here, something like the complete, like this guy here, like the 14-7-14, this would be a good option for raising your phosphorus levels, as well as supplying some potassium and then nitrogen as well, because your grass always needs nitrogen as long as it's actively growing, right? So this is what I would go with for a soil test that needs some phosphorus, that has a phosphorus deficiency. So hope that helps. All right, next up, and you know what? I should send you a link to it. I know you're sitting here asking the question. He's like, well, now I got to go find it, Ron. Why don't you just send it to me? Because it's too much work to have to go find it myself, right? So there you go, Chris. That's the link to the product I was just talking about. All right, next up, we have Ken Norman. Ken Norman, he says, I did a full lawn reno last year with some pretty crap soil, okay? So get crap soil, did a renovation. It's only up from here, right? He says, I got a refund, but I had to use it to get rid of it. How do I get this crap out of my lawn? Stones, twigs, mulch, all kinds of small junk. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So when you did the renovation, whatever soil they brought in had a lot of garbage in it. You can, raking it out, that's gonna be it. Like you get like a grass rake, and I mean, there's no other way to get rid of it but to get rid of it. You know what I mean? So if you had access to like a If you had access to like a turf rake, then you could use that, but it's only good if you have a turf rake that has like a grass catcher, right? Or a catcher for the debris to go into. So like even like the ones that you can rent from like the big box stores aren't going to really do a lot, because those, while they are great turf rakes, all they're going to leave all the debris on the lawn, and what you're trying to do is get it up. So I don't know if like Sunjo or what's the other one? There's another one that people like to use as well. If any of those have a catcher or a bin for the debris to go into. If they do, you could try that, but those are fairly small units, so you're likely going to be doing a lot of emptying. You may just have to get out there with some elbow grease, man, and just get some get a rake and just a light rake, like, and just remove it. There's not a whole lot else you can do, unfortunately, to get rid of it, other than to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you don't want to wait for it to break down. You don't want to wait. You don't want it in your lawn, so you just have to physically remove it. Unfortunately, so. What I do with my lawn, whenever there's like a heavy rain and some of the mulch washes into the lawn, I'll do a turf rake. And the turf rake is a great way to pick up all that trash and throw it into the grass catcher, and then I can get rid of it. So if you have a way to do that, that's a less labor intensive way of cleaning it up. But if you don't, a grass rake, unfortunately, man, is what you're gonna have to do. So I wish I had a better answer for you. Sorry that you had a bad a bad renovation and the material they brought in was not great. But the thing is, you'll be surprised if you just do a little bit of time. Like if you could set aside an hour each evening, you'll be surprised at how much, how quickly you can get it cleaned up. You don't have to do it all in one session. I mean, granted, that would likely be easier, more rewarding. But if you just want to break it up into multiple, an hour, an evening after work, you'd be surprised within a week or two how much you can transform the lawn as far as getting just trash out of it, whether it's like manual weeding, or in your case getting twigs, mulch, little small stones, and that kind of stuff out of your lawn. So sorry I don't have a less labor intensive answer for you, but you'll be happier once you get it all done. So hope that helps. All right, next up is the Spees 99. He says, nice, thanks, I appreciate it. I'm not sure what the nice is for, but I'll take it. Better than saying bad, right? So next up is, my name is Nobody. He says, okay, how's your name Nobody? He's my Oklahoma Bermuda here, but what about some areas where it won't grow? Zoysia, fescue? So if there are parts of your lawn where Bermuda will not grow at all, right? So it's like there's too much shade, then if I had to choose between those two, unless, let me qualify this. If the area is completely separate from the Bermuda, right? So it's not like you have the Bermuda grows up to right here, and then we have a bunch of shade, so the Bermuda won't go any further. I wouldn't be a huge fan of putting zoysia in that area, because where it butts up to the Bermuda, because the zoysia is not going to stay there. It's going to continue to spread, and what you're going to end up with is a lawn that's like half Bermuda and half zoysia, and you may not want that. So if they're completely separate, to where you have like one part of the lawn that is Bermuda, and you have another part that's completely separate, that is heavily shaded, and you want to do zoysia, that could be, that would make sense. You can also do fescue. Fescue is not going to spread around, not nearly as aggressively as like a zoysia or Bermuda is prone to. So if you are looking to mix grass types where the grasses have to touch, then I'd be more prone to doing fescue than I would zoysia, because the zoysia is not going to stay put. It's not going to just stop where the shade is. It's going to continue to move towards the sunlight. You know what I mean? So it's just something to consider as far as that goes. You didn't send me pictures. I don't have more information as far as like what the makeup of it is, but hopefully that gives you some things to think about. A lot of people think that, hey, I have a warm season lawn and I've got Bermuda, I can just throw some zoysia down, because zoysia is also warm season grass, and it's more shade tolerant and it will do better. And that is true to an extent, right? Zoysia requires less direct sunlight. It still needs a lot of sunlight, but it requires less than Bermuda. But the thing is that it likes a lot of sunlight too. So if you put it in an area where it's getting a little bit of sunlight, it's doing well, it's going to sense that there's more light over here, and it's going to continue to spread. And you're going to have a different problem on your hands, right? So just think about what is the best option based on the problem you're trying to solve. And then, fescue might be the better decision. Zoysia might be the better choice if it's completely separate, or the best answer might be neither of them. Might be, make it a mulch bed, or put some other ground cover in there, just that you don't have to worry about dealing with another grass type. So hope that helps. My name is Nobody. And you said, I do real mow about 1 inch. Okay, cool. So yeah. So again, if if the areas are separate, both zoysia and Bermuda will tolerate that. Fescue, not so much. But again, the thing you have to consider is unless you're okay with your lawn becoming a blend of zoysia and Bermuda, you really don't want to put them touching each other because they're not gonna. It's not like the zoysia is going to stay in one spot and the Bermuda is going to stay in one spot. They're going to commingle. Like what's going to happen is the zoysia is going to move into the Bermuda. So just something to keep in mind. All right, next up is Optic Cyclic. He says, I need to replace 2 100-foot hoses, and I'm looking at bionic steel. Never heard of it. Have you ever used metal hoses? Have you got any better suggestions? I do not Optic Cyclic. I have not reviewed, I've reviewed a lot of stuff on my channel. I've not reviewed hoses. Bionic steel sounds cool though. It's a cool name. And I've never used metal hoses. So no, I'm not going to be a whole lot of help on this. I'm curious now. What, pray tell, is bionic steel? Let's see. What is what? It's a great name. Bionic steel garden hose. Okay, so it's let's see, it's one of these guys. So bionic steel you get some free pressed bionic steel. So it looks like this. Interesting. So it's there we go. So 25-foot hose, rust and corrosion proof, lightweight, compact, flexible, weighs less than 3 pounds. But wait, there's more. It's kink and tangle free, works in solid ice. That's cool. I don't know. It sounds like a pretty cool product. I've never tried it, so I don't know. You have to try it out and let me know. You have to try it and let me know. Optic Cyclic. I've never tried one of those, so I can't comment on how a all metal hose would do. The marketing looks pretty cool for it. So what I would do is just look for reviews. Like if it's sold on Amazon or if it's sold anywhere else, like look at the reviews and see what people who have bought one of them, what they think about it. It looks like might be a fit for what you're trying to do. So yeah. All right, next up is Daniel Ferreras. He says 1.5 inches of rain so far, but it sure feels like 3 inches have dumped. It happens, man. I mean, it's it'll drain. Fair or not. Here's the problem, Daniel. Enjoy the rain now. Enjoy the rain now, because when June hits and the lawns are starting to get crispy and burnt up because it's summertime and it's only raining once every 2 weeks, and we're saying, oh no, what great sin have we committed that we are not getting any more rainfall. And then you can remember times of days of yesterday, times of before when we had a lot more rain. So enjoy it while you got it, because it's not going to be a thing here in a few months where we're going to have that much rain in the lawn. All right, next up we have a question here from Instagram. It's an interesting one. So Nepets 2609 says, would it be okay to spray Hydratain while it's raining and look like a crazy person? Would it be okay to spray Hydratain while it's raining? I guess technically, yeah. I'm on half an acre and my backyard doesn't have full irrigation. Love the streams, Ron. If it's safe for you to get out there when it's raining, you're not going to slip and fall and hurt yourself. I'm trying to think of why you wouldn't, and I'm not coming up with a good reason. Napets, I'm not coming up with a good reason for this one. Yeah, because Hydratain, the grass needs to be wet, the liquid anyway, the grass needs to be wet and needs to be watered in immediately after the application. Rainfall solves both of those problems. Now, as long as you're good with looking like a crazy person, then yeah. And here's the thing. If you do it just for research, make sure someone videos it. Get some video of it, send it to me. And, if I get your permission, we'll show everyone, your diligence of being out there when it's raining, putting your Hydratain down in the rain. Again, I can't think of a reason why there would be any negative to doing that other than your neighbors are going to think you're crazy. And you just got to be careful. Like, you don't want to slip and fall and hurt yourself. But I mean, outside of that, I can't think of why you couldn't do it. Yeah, that'd be an interesting one. If you do it, video it. That's the thing. If you decide to do that, get it on film, get it on video. Get it on video. Nothing's film anymore, but get it on an SD card or whatever, or on your phone. All right. Next up, we got Harper Explorers. Now, Harper. Now, listen. We're being nice. We're having a good time. Why you got to be like that? Why you got to come in here like that? Bermuda is a weed. What is that called for? Is it really called for? I mean, look. I mean, you could weed or not. You have to admit you can make the weed look pretty good. You can make the weed look pretty good, right? So, I mean, we don't have ryegrass. We can't really grow ryegrass, throughout the entire year here in Georgia where it does well. Let us have our, our weed. Let's have our grass and let's enjoy it. Don't be mean like that. You just, I tell you, cool season folk, man. You guys are, you're a testy bunch. Testy bunch. All right, Trey Bone is up next. He says, "Yes, sir. I live here in Augusta, Georgia." Oh, cool, nice. So you're able to, it'd be cool. It'd be interesting to hear like how much Augusta changes during Masters Week. I imagine like everything gets really expensive. You can't get sit in any of the restaurants are always full. So I imagine it's probably like when any other major event happens in a city. But I'm sure the city changes quite a bit compared to Masters Week and no Masters Week. So yeah. Daniel Ferreras is up next. He says, "So with the whole Masters talk, how does their course appear so green this early in the spring, assuming lots of it is warm season?" Well, two things. It is Bermuda, but it's Bermuda that's overseeded with ryegrass. And then second, the people that run the Masters tournament, like as far as like the resources they have at their disposal, both as far as just the facility itself, and then the amount of volunteers that they have that come from all over the country that come just to volunteer and help out for the during the tournament to prepare for it and get everything going is really second to none. Like they have the ability to spend more money than most courses. So when that's the case, you can get a lawn that you can create turf that looks amazing like that. But the reason why it looks so green is because it's ryegrass. It's Bermuda overseed with ryegrass, and this time of year, especially if you're Augusta and you've got more money than you know what to do with, and people that can help get it in that condition, it looks amazing. It looks incredible. So yeah. So what you're seeing, if you look at your Bermuda grass and you're saying, why does my Bermuda not look like the Masters? Is because your Bermuda is not overseed with ryegrass. And even if we're overseed with ryegrass, it will still not look like Augusta National. So I mean, it's an aspirational goal to have. It's a great goal to have, but it's highly unlikely to ever look like that. I mean, you might be able to get a small patch to look really nice for a while, but like if you look at the Masters, I mean, I when I was watching the round today, I saw like one green where there was obvious like some discoloration, like something happened. But for the most part, even the greens look like all throughout the colors fairly consistent. And that's pretty hard to do. If you look at like a lot of greens on the PGA Tour, you look at some greens like whatever the tournament was last week. I forget where they were playing it. So it was like more of a tropical. I forget the tournament. But the greens, as for putting, they were great. But as far as appearance, they look nothing like the greens at Augusta National. So the long short, Daniel, is it's ryegrass, and they have more money than probably all of us on here combined. Like just for what we all pool together, and they probably spend that on like a tee box at Augusta National. So that's why the course can look the way it has to look. And frankly, it only has to look that way for a very small period of time. You know what I mean? The Masters is only once per year, and it only has to look good for for the tournament. So that's the big thing. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what the Masters looks like, or what Augusta National looks like outside of April. Like if you looked at it in like August, it'd be cool to see what it looks like then, versus now. So next up is Harper. He says, "Bermuda is a weed during the winter. Since I am running Blue Muda, I could call it what it is, just like bluegrass is a weed for me during the summer." I got you. I hear you. So you're getting paint on both ends. You got Bermuda and bluegrass. You're doing the Bermuda thing. Cool. Fun stuff. Sounds like a fun challenge. All right, next up is Gary. He says, "I really need a new tip for my Chemo 3-gallon sprayer. What would you recommend for that sprayer?" It depends on what products you're applying, Gary. So for foliar-based products, so like Primo Max, so like if you're spraying like growth regulator, if you're spraying most liquid fertilizers, if you're spraying the carbon kit, anything foliar that benefits from a finer droplet size, a smaller droplet size, I would recommend a spray tip like this, like a foliar spray tip. It's a 110-degree tip that produces a very fine droplet, almost like a mist, which does a great job coating the leaf of the plant, the skin of the plant. And then if you're applying any kind of soil-based products, so fungicides, insecticides, pre-emergent, some biostimulants, that is when you would get by with a flood jet tip, so something that produces a larger droplet size. So what I'll do for you is I will put links for both in the chat, because I think I've got them here in my notes file. I do. So this is the foliar spray tip. This is the one that you see me using whenever I'm out spraying the lawn, and I'm spraying like Primo or Liquid Fert. So at Gary, yep. So that is the foliar tip, and then this is the flood jet tip. This is the one for pre-emergent. Again, any kind of soil-based products, anything that benefits from a larger droplet size. And there is that one. So between those two, you're all squared away. I'm not familiar with the Kivo sprayer, but most sprayers have a spray tip where you can unspray that, you can unspray, you can unscrew the cap and then swap the tip out. So most of them are that way. The ones that you can't do that natively are like the Flow Zone and the Yard Mastery sprayer, but the Yard Mastery sprayer comes with an adapter that allows you to do that. So that's, but I'm sure the Chemo probably comes with like a wand that has a tip on the end that you can just unscrew and swap the tips out. But those two are the ones that I would have in your arsenal for applying lawn care products. All right, next up is Cameron Wright. He says, is it better to buy RGS alone or buy Humic 12 and CK and mix? I've never applied any of those products, so I can't really tell you. What you could do is look at the ingredients. I guess RGS is a combination product. You could look at the ingredients in it and then compare that to the ingredients in Humic 12 and I guess which is a sea kelp product that you're talking about, and see how they stack up. I couldn't tell you because what I use as for biostimulants are neither of those. I use the I'll show you here. I use the biostimulants from Miramichi Green. So the carbon kit, this is what I use for biostimulants on my lawn. So I use a 10% micronized carbon product, which is really zero. I use a kelp product, which is this is a 24% kelp product, and then a microbial package in Biospectrum. So Release Zero, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum is what I use. This is the combination that I use and I get great results with. I've never used any of the products that you've mentioned, so I can't tell you what you can mix and match or what you can omit, that kind of thing. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be a ton of help on this one. So sorry about that. All right, next up is Edub. He says, hi, Ron. I seeded my yard last week and some of the seed has sprouted, but I have been getting a lot of rain here in Houston. Should I be worried about my seed? Should I be worried about my seed that's been raining for almost 3 days? No, I mean, here's the thing. You can worry about it, but it's gonna, like, whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen at this point, right? I mean, you've already planted it, it's germinated, it sounds like it's growing in. You know, I know Houston is prone for flooding, like any kind of flooding, you know, any kind of rain, Houston is fairly prone to that. You're just gonna have to just ride out and see what happens. Worrying about it is not really gonna change the outcome. The one thing I will say, EW, that's good, is you have, whatever prep work you did, obviously that is producing a good result as far as the seed growing in. So if you happen to lose some of it from, heavy rainfall or some flooding, you can always just seed it again. And you already know that your process is going to produce a good result. So I wouldn't worry about it, man. Worrying is not going to really change anything. And, it's unlikely that you're going to lose all of it. Could you lose some? Possibly, depending on how bad the flooding is. But I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, the hard part you've already somewhat solved, right? You already figured out. You already have a process. You already have a process that is helping, that is allowing you to get the seed to germinate, which is good. Most people don't even get that far. So kudos on that. Kudos on that. All right, let me see if we have any questions here on Instagram. Nothing as well, so we can come back. All right, CR is up next. He says, hey, Ron, have you ever encountered quack grass, and what treatments did you use to get rid of it? It seems harder to eradicate than Proatrib. I have not dealt with quack grass in my lawn, CR. It depends on. I have to look it up and find out, get an answer for you as far as what you can use against it. And it also depends on your grass type. So let me look here and see what, I wonder if certainty is labeled for that. I don't know. You didn't tell me what kind of whether you have warm season grass or cool season grass, because that is going to matter. I think certainty is labeled for quack grass. I think I've seen that on the label, even though I've not had that on my lawn. And it is, yeah. So certainty, assuming you have warm season turf, certainty is what you can use. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, and then go to weed killer. And again, I'm going to say this one more time before we go through this. Assuming you have warm season grass, so Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine, centipede grass, bahia grass, not rye, Kentucky bluegrass, or fescue. You have warm season grass. Assuming that's the case, then you can use this. You can use Certainty, and what I would mix with it to ensure you get the best results, I would combine Certainty with a surfactant like the spreader sticker. These two will likely produce a great result. I've never actually used it against quackgrass, but there's not been anything that I've used Certainty that's been labeled for that I've not gotten a good result with. So for sedges, it's absolutely devastating. For POA, as long as you spray it at the correct rates, it also does a great job as well too. So I have no reason to think that it would not work well against quackgrass. Just make sure you use some surfactant along with it. That's going to help you get the best result. And to help you out here, I'll just give you a link directly here in the chat so you can just go right to it. You don't have to go and search on the store. So it helps if I actually click in the box. So @CR, that is the link to Certainty. And this is the link to surfactant. So I would highly encourage you to use surfactant along with it. And I believe on the store, if you buy those two together, you'll save a little bit of money. Like whenever you check out, you should see you might see a small discount whenever you buy Certainty and the spreader sticker. So there's that. You can save a bit of money as well if you get the two of them. All right, next up is Mr. Todd Hickey. He says, should I apply Acelepryn and Bifin IT at the same time? And should I do so before or after my April 15th top dress project, Tiffway 419, Eastern North Carolina? It depends on the problem you're trying to solve, Todd. So are there insects you're trying to control that bifenthrin will cover that Acelepryn doesn't? If so, then yeah, I mean, obviously do a test. Those two should mix nicely together, but do a jar test and make sure they play nice together. And then yeah, go ahead and spray them. As far as to do it before or after your top dressing project, I would do it. Your top dressing project is April 15th. I mean, you're splitting hairs. I do my insecticides earlier in the season. So late March, early April is when I get my insecticides down. So I've already done Acelepryn. I did it last Friday. When was the first? April 1st was last Saturday, right? Yeah, so it was the last Friday is when I did Acelepryn on my lawn, Alex's lawn, neighbor's lawn. So everyone got Acelepryn. Everyone got their insecticide done. So if for me, I would get it applied. If you want to wait till whenever you top dress, I mean, especially if you're going to aerate, then sure, you can do your Acelepryn. You can do your insecticide after that at that time if you want as well too. But I can only answer the question based on my personal experience, and I tend to do it earlier. So late March, early April. I've never mixed bifenthrin and Acelepryn, but I don't see any reason why they would not play nice together. So top dressing, in other words, the fact that you're going to top dress would not change for me when I did it. I would have gotten it done in the beginning of this month. I would still have done it last weekend. Perfect example, like this past, to answer your question, this past weekend, like last week, I did Friday afternoon, I did the Acelepryn, and then I did the leveling, not the level, like the compost work, the top dressing work on the front lawn. That video that you guys saw from earlier this week, that was done Sunday. So I did the Acelepryn first, and then I did the top dressing on the front lawn Sunday, a couple of days later. So what I'm telling you is exactly what I have done. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Papa Mo's Low. He is back. He says, neighbor said our county extension office told him a hybrid Bermuda like 419 tends to revert back to common characteristics after about 10 years. I've never heard about that before. Your thoughts? Now, you know what? It's funny. Papa Mo's Low. I was talking to one of, I can't say a close friend, but a buddy, someone I bounce ideas off of, who was an he used to work as a golf super. And we were discussing this exact same topic. And here's the thing: I see some of that in my lawn a little bit, right? That he didn't understand why, or why he has seen it, or why it happens. But what you're saying, as far as not necessarily reverting or like your entire lawn becoming common, but common Bermuda becoming, you starting to see it in parts of your lawn that you didn't see it before. Over the years is something that he's observed over time too. So it's interesting that you asked this question, because I was talking to someone about this literally today. Like literally, this was a conversation I was having was having with someone that actually works in the industry about it. And in my lawn, I have seen some of that. Like I have a few areas here and there where I've got a little bit of common here and there throughout the lawn. I just keep the lawn mowed short, and I keep growth regulator on it, and I know where it is. Some of you guys that have a really keen eye might be able to see where it is here and there, but it's certainly not one of these things where it's happening across the board where my Tifway 419 lawn is now becoming common. But it's an interesting interesting question, Papa Moslow, because literally today we were talking about that very thing. It's an interesting research topic. You know what? I'm gonna put some more thought into that, some more digging into that, and maybe we can make that a talking point. I know it's kind of a nerdy topic, but yeah, I can do some research on that because it's funny. What are the odds that within 12 hours I had the same conversation twice about around a topic that's fairly obscure, right? So cool. I'll do some digging and we'll chat about it, man. Good stuff. All right, next up is Randall Lard. He says, "Hey Ron, good evening, everyone. I am just lurking tonight. Enjoy." Okay, so Randall, if you are lurking and you say like good evening and you announce yourself, that is the opposite of lurking, sir. That is not, you're not lurking well. Like if you lurk, you're just kind of there, just paying attention, watching the show, maybe giving a like, maybe giving a thumbs up, maybe giving a thumbs down if you don't like the channel, maybe doing that kind of stuff, but you don't announce your presence if you're lurking, you know what I mean? But it's okay. I still appreciate you letting us know that you're here. And I'm glad that you're lurking, but not lurking hardcore. You're doing some light lurking. All right, next up is Todd. He is back. He says, "I applied on my April 1st granular fert and liquids." I like that. Sounds good. "Now I'm top dressing April 15th. Do I apply granular fert again just prior to applying sand and biostimulants as well using the Country Club 2602? I wouldn't. You've already done your granular a couple, not even like a week ago. I wouldn't. As far as your granular biostimulants, sure, by all means, go for it. Your liquids, like your liquid biostimulants, if you want to spray that, I wouldn't have a lot of heartburn about that. And I will tell you this, Todd. The best answer is it depends. If you applied that fertilizer, the Country Club 2602, I'm not familiar with that one, but if you applied that at a low rate, right? So let's say you applied it where you're putting out, like, say, half a pound of nitrogen. If you want to put out another quarter pound of nitrogen or so via granular, that would be okay. But what I would not do is go out and apply the full rate that you typically use at the beginning of the month at the same time as you're doing your top dressing. You know what I mean? So if you're going to do that, just realize that if you're going to put more nitrogen into the plant with granular, you're going to need to back off as far as what you're doing with liquid. So you have this pool to work with, right? You have this range to work with. Whether you decide you're going to do more granular as part of your top dressing, again, if it were me, I wouldn't. To just be completely honest, because you just did your granular like last week. I wouldn't. I would do more biostims, compost if you want. If you want to spray some biostimulants, you can do that as well too. But I personally would not do another fertilizer application 15 days later just because I'm top dressing, because you're still going to get a lot out of the fertilizer you supplied last week. You know what I mean? So I personally would not. But it's your call. All right, next up is Todd. He's back. He says, "I have a POA outbreak and have been waging war against it for the past 8 weeks. Certainty applied 3 times. What rate are you using?" Because the thing that I found, the people that have been applying Certainty and it's taken more than one application to get control of POA, is they are not applying at they're going too light on the rate. Per the label, the rate for Certainty for POA, the base rate, because you can go up to 2 ounces per acre, but the base rate is 1.25 ounces per acre. Or one of these, like the Certainty bottle, let me show you here real quick. Like the Certainty bottle is 1.25 ounces. So the rate, if you had an acre to treat, the base, the low end, would be one of these bottles over an acre, right? And what that works out to is one of the large scoops, let me get this spoon here. Using one large scoop, this guy, so the large end, over 1,000 square feet. But you can go up to 2 ounces per acre whenever you're targeting POA with Certainty. So if you were below the 1.25 ounces or just below one large scoop over 1,000 square feet, that can cause you to not get as good a result if you didn't use surfactant. That can also cause you not to get as good a result. But the folks that have applied it at the rate that is correct for POA, Then, because remember, then in that video that you'll see in the product description, in that video that was shot during the summertime, and I'm using Certainty to control sedges. For sedges, you can get by with the small scoop and a lot less of it because sedges just don't take as much to control, especially with the temperature that POA does. So if if you're going to be applying it again, what I would say is go up on the rate. Remember the one large scoop, which is 1.25 ounces per 1,000 square feet, that is the base. That's the low end for POA. You can actually go up to 2 ounces for it. So if you want to do a large scoop and then a small or a large and too small over 1,000 square feet, like that would likely be just fine. You know what I mean? So just make sure that you're applying it at the correct rates for POA and you're not using the rates for sedges, because the sedge rate is a lot lower than the rate for POA. And mix some of this with it, some spreader sticker, and that will do the trick. That'll take care of it. All right, next up is Papa Smurf. He says, Ron, do you ever use ammonium sulfur? I think you meant ammonium sulfate. I don't. So most people that use that is whenever they have a pH that is more elevated and they're trying to bring it down. My pH tends to trend to, my soil tends to trend more towards the acidic side. So I have to do lime inputs, typically once a year to keep it in the happy zone between that 6 and 7 range. So I've never had to apply an ammonium sulfate to my soil, to my lawn. The way to know whether you need a sulfate of some sort, or whether you need a lime, is to get a soil test. So get one of these, get the test done, send it out. Within a week or so, you'll get your results, and you'll know whether you need to lower your pH or you need to raise your pH. And if you're trying to lower it, then a sulfate would be the correct thing to apply. And as far as where you can get that, I'll show you real quick here. If you go to shop, then you go to soil test kits and pH adjustments. We've got various kits on the Golf Course Lawn Store. If you already have one of these fancy, highly over engineered core tools for pulling cores, then you don't need to buy one of these again. But if you don't, I would highly recommend that you get the starter pack, because it comes with a soil test kit and it comes with a tool for pulling cores. If you wanted to cover yourself for the spring and the fall, you can get the Pro Pack, which comes with, again, one of these guys for pulling cores and then 2 soil test kits. So you can do a test now, and then you can do another one in the fall if you so desire. So the way to know whether you need to do that, Papa Smurfy, is your soil test will tell you what pH adjustments, if any, your soil needs to be in the optimal zone for turf grass. All right, let's see if we have anyone here from Instagram. So we got TrapCon here, Doug, some other people who are Doug in the house. Gabriel here checking in from Instagram. Petunias in the house from on the gram. What's going on, Petunias? Hopefully you are doing well. All right, next up we have we got Todd Hickey. He says, waging war against POA. Now I have a top dressing project. Do I apply sand over the POA? So the guidance I just gave you as far as the rate you should be using with Certainty against POA, I would do that, and then I would top dress the entire lawn. I would not remove or not top dress the areas where the POA are, because I'm imagining you're top dressing because you want to level it. So I would just do the entire lawn. I'll do the entire lawn, and what you're going to find is, with temperatures also beginning to go up, Todd, the POA is going to start dying off anyway once it gets to be hot. Once you get into late May time frame, POA starts really hating life because it gets hot, at least if you're in the Southeast United States anyway. And so the Certainty is going to injure it, if not kill it, especially if you apply it at the rates that I'm recommending. And then once you mow the lawn as well, it's gonna be a lot harder for it to grow back. So to answer your question, I would do your top dressing as if the POA were not there. I would not do anything special just because you're also targeting or fighting POA in your lawn. I would just spray the POA with a post-emergent like Certainty, do your top dressing work, and then once the lawn grows through the top dressing, mow it as usual, and then the POA is going to have a really hard time growing back because, one, it's going to be, I've just got blasted with Certainty, and then second, the temperatures are going to be going up when it's just going to be harder for it to grow in conditions when it was just one hit with herbicide, and then second, when temps are higher. All right. Next up, we have Patrick in Texas. He says, "My sulfur is sky high. What should I do?" Not a whole lot. So you're in Texas, so it's not uncommon, Patrick. When I look at soil test results, sulfur, I see that on occasion, but calcium I also see as high, or like a lot of times off the charts on soil tests results that I look at from Texas. And I would just say don't worry about it. I mean, there's nothing. I've not seen higher sulfur levels or higher calcium levels hold a lawn back from looking incredible. It's normally the stuff on the other side. So your NPK, like those not being where they need to be, your pH being off, and then micronutrients, micronutrient not being levels where they need to be. That as well can also cause you to not have the color in the turf that you're looking for. There's not really an easy way to remove it. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, if you're trying to lower a nutrient level in your soil, you can't do it in a vacuum. So I've gotten this question before, like with a soil, so you have high phosphorus, right? You get a lot of phosphorus in your soil. Like your best bet is just to not use fertilizer that contains a lot of phosphorus. Because if you want to remove phosphorus, one way to do it is start bagging all your clippings, right? Because there is nutrient in in your grass clippings, and by not returning that, you are lowering the overall nutrient levels in the soil, because the grass isn't being mulched, it's not breaking down, it's not returning that nutrient to the soil. The problem with that approach, when you're trying to use it as a way to lower say phosphorus or some other nutrient in your soil, is that it doesn't just only do that, it takes everything down. You know what I mean? So what I would say is, if you have a nutrient that is very high, avoid adding more of it. In the case of calcium and sulfur, I've not seen those two, and I've looked at a lot of soil test results, I've not seen those two hold a lawn back from looking good. It's normally on the other side of those two, so the NPK or the micros, or the pH. pH is a big one, right? So hope that helps, Patrick. Again, I really wouldn't sweat it too much, especially with you being in Texas. What you're experiencing is not uncommon. All right, next up is Andrew Phillips. He is, let me see here. Nope, nothing on the ground. Next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, "Hello, Ron. I did something I thought I would never do. I hand aerated my 5,000 square foot lawn with a 2-prong 4-inch core tool. Bless your heart. Man, that sounds like a lot of pain. Used a machine last year, but it was a hassle, so I took my time and did it in a day." Cool. That's pretty awesome, man. Rock on. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, that's one way to do it. I mean, your lawn doesn't know that it was aerated with a, like a Ryan or a Klassen or whatever, or if it was done with your manual tool, right? And it sounds like you got a good workout for sure doing that. So good stuff. 5,000 square feet is a lot, especially if you only got 2 prongs. That's a lot of stab, step, core out, move over, stab, step, core, pull out. That's a lot of work, man. But yeah, good stuff. I'm sure you're happy that it is over with. All right, we have another super chat here. This one from Fernando I. Thank you so much, Fernando. I appreciate the super chat. All the love and support.
Super chat received.
It is a pear flying in the air with a red cape and a smile on his face. That's cool. We need like an emoji of like a bag of fertilizer flying through the air with a cape on flying behind it. We got to see if we can make that happen. If we can get YouTube to do that, they're gonna be like, no, you guys, like you lawn nerds, you guys are even lucky we even let you guys be on YouTube. You're like a small pocket of YouTube. We're not doing anything special for you guys. So thank you so much for the super chat, Fernando. I do appreciate all of the love and support. All right, Dwayne's World Party Time Excellent is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. I had one of the most painful experiences the other day. I had to spray out my perennial ryegrass. How long should I wait to scalp? I will need to get the Bermuda to wake up." Okay, so if you sprayed the ryegrass, I would give it, when did you do it? You said happy Friday. I just sprayed you didn't say when. You didn't say when you did it. I would wait till you start seeing the ryegrass yellow up. So if you, say you sprayed it say you're gonna spray it tomorrow. You sprayed it tomorrow. Within a couple of days, you should be in a good position to do any kind of mowing if you want to. But if you can give it a week between the time you sprayed the whatever you use, I'm not sure you use Celsius or Certainty or whatever. But if whatever herbicide you use to kill it, once it begins yellowing up and it starts hating life, then feel free to go forward with your scalp. You know what I mean? You just want to give it enough time to where the ryegrass has taken up the herbicide, and then go ahead with your scalp. It shouldn't grow back. Or if any of it does, it's gonna be little spots here and there that you can just spot spray. But the sooner you get rid of it, and the sooner you get out there and get your scalp done, the sooner the Bermuda will wake up, Dwayne. So it's a necessary evil, but it's necessary. You got to do it. if you want your Bermuda to look good, you got to get rid of that ryegrass. So yeah, I would get on with it. I would get on with it. Next up is Debtosh Misra. Debtosh Misra. He says, thinking about going all organic this season. We have a puppy, okay, so a little fur baby. You want to make sure that they're not exposed to anything. I get it. He says, looking at the low NPK composition of the Miramichi Greens 444 fertilizer, is it good enough compared to the Lebanon or Yard Mastery? Yeah, so the thing is, what you're going to find, Debtosh, is all organics are gonna be, you're gonna find them a little bit lower, or a lot lower, as far as the NPK. It's just difficult to get, like, you're not going to see like a 24% organic fertilizer. I mean, it's going to be hard to see that, or you can be putting down a ton of it. You know what I mean? Like the application rate for the 444 is like 6 pounds per thousand, I believe. Something like that, 6.5, 6 pounds thereabouts, for over 1,000 square feet. So what you're seeing is par for the course. Whenever you go away from synthetic products, like the Lebanon fertilizer, to, like, say, the towards like the Miramichi Green, towards the organic, you tend to get less. Let me go here. You tend to get lower NPK. So what you're seeing is not uncommon. Like even like Milorganite, I think that's like what is Milo? Is it 642? I forget what it is, but it's like, I think it's 6% nitrogen. I forget what the middle. I think the middle is a 4. I think maybe 640. I forget, but it's 6.4 something, I believe. At any rate, with a Miramichi organic, and why I think it's still a great option if you're trying to go the organic route, is that in addition to it covering all your macros, you also get some humate. There's a bit of iron in there. There's also some other nutrients as well. But the big ones that you really care about are your humate. They also include your humate and iron. So that's a nice addition to your organic fur. They also put a microbial package in as well with the 444, which is kind of cool, right? Because they put that package in, like the products that Miramichi carries that have that are Carbon Pro G, the Carbon Pro G, obviously Biospectrum, because it's all that is a microbial package, and then like the 444, right? So in addition, there are other additives put into the product to help it work better, to help you get more out of the fact that you have lower NPK. But what you're seeing is really par for the course. You know what I would do is this: I would pair this, like the 444, along with the carbon kit. That by the way is what I'm doing on the front lawn. On my front lawn this year, I am going just straight organic. So the front lawn and the vanity strip are going to be fertilized with just the 444, the organic fertilizer, and the carbon kit. So this is what I'm going to be using on from a liquid standpoint, and then from a granular, I'm going to be using this. That's what I'm going to be applying on the or what I've already applied. Like when I did last week, when I did my granular fertilizer, the back lawn got the 12024, and the front lawn got this. It got the 444 and the carbon kit. So what I would say is, if you're going to do that, consider, and you're fine with doing liquids as well, consider also pairing it with the carbon kit. You should get a great result between those two on your lawn. And as far as a way to do organic lawn care, it's a great option. If you want some other products you could look into as well, we have a blog post here on the topic of organic lawn care. Where is it? Here we go. Best types of organic fertilizers for your lawn. So I'll give you a link to that here in the chat. And you're going to see the 444 being mentioned. So you've got the 444. Essential G is like a granular biostimulant. It does a comparison between them, and then liquid fertilizer options that are also organic. So help that helps, Debtosh. I'll give you a link here to that blog post that talks all about organic lawn care, so you can read it at your heart's content. It is not overly long. Just like my YouTube videos, I don't like stuff being longer than it needs to be, so you can read through it in 5 minutes or so. And that should give you all the tips that you'll need for, for organic lawn care. And, while you're at it, you can also look at the blog that's all about, safe lawn care products for your pets as well. Since you got a fur baby and you want to protect it, you're going to see the 444 mentioned in there. Not that the other fertilizers, not that like the fertilizers from Lebanon are not safe for pets. Like pretty much any fertilizer is safe for pets, for kids, for anyone to be around them, as long as you apply them water them in, let the lawn dry, and then you're good to go. So, but some people want to go. Let's see here. It says, am I still going? It says that it dropped. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, hey guys, if you guys are still seeing me on YouTube, actually no, it dropped only on, it only dropped only on Twitter. So okay, whatever, that's fine. We'll continue. Yep, continue without that. That's fine. Okay. So what was I saying? So yeah, I'm gonna give you the link here to the blog for pets as well too. So at Tosh, this is the blog on pet safe lawn products. Between those two, but again, I want to stress that even if you know what I'm saying now, even if you use one of the more synthetic ferts like the ferts from Lebanon, like don't be afraid of those. As long as you apply them, water them in, that's you're good to go. But again, some people only want organic; they only want to go straight organic, and so we have an option for that now for those of you that want that. So check out those two blog posts. They're not really long. There lots of great info in them, and they won't take you that long to read through them. And I think that will get you the answer that you were looking for. I would not worry about the 444 as far as nutrient levels, because that's what I'm gonna be doing on my front lawn. So you'll be able to see how my front lawn looks. Confidence is very high. It's gonna look pretty incredible. So I'm gonna be using that and the carbon kit. All right, next up is Eric McCann. He says, hey Ron, happy Friday. Got the front yard with Bermuda, but I have some shady areas with trees. Uh-oh, here we go. Bermuda and shade, like ice cream and mayonnaise, don't go together. Not good for Bermuda. Could zoysia be an option? Depends on how much shade. Zoysia is more shade tolerant than Bermuda is, but it still needs sunlight. Still needs, good 6-7 hours of direct sunlight to do well. More would even be better. This is fescue, too much of a look difference, thanks. So here's the thing, Eric, and I'll answer the question the same way I answered the viewer that asked this question earlier. If you do zoysia, if you're going to do the entire front lawn with zoysia, so you're going to do a renovation, in other words, then that would be fine. But what you can't expect to happen is in the areas that are shaded, if you plant zoysia there, if you put zoysia there, you do it by seed, you put some sod down, unless there's some kind of a barrier to keep the zoysia from spreading, it's going to move towards where there is more light. It's not going to just stay where the sunlight, where the shade is. Now, granted, it's zoysia, so it's going to take a while to do that, but eventually it's going to do that. So what you're going to end up with is a lawn that's got zoysia in it and it has Bermuda in it. So that's the one thing I would, you want to consider if you're going to go the zoysia route. So if there's a way to like keep it completely separate, that's fine. Or if you just don't care, because some people don't care, they don't care if there's a little bit of zoysia in the Bermuda. If it doesn't bother you at all, then by all means. But just I want to, you always want to qualify that people think that, hey, doing zoysia in a Bermuda lawn in the shady areas is a silver bullet. It solves all the problems. It's not like you're really solving. It does solve the problem of shade, but you're getting a different problem. It's like most things in life, right? You get to decide which problem you want to have. You get to have the shade problem and no grass growing there, or you can have the problem of there's now grass there, but the grass won't stay put only there. It's going to try and go in places where you might not want it. So just something else to keep in mind before you get out there and drop a bunch of zoysia sod and create a problem that you might not have considered. All right, Joseph Magorick is up next. He says, happy Friday. What's going on, Joseph? Thanks for coming to say hi. Cool avatar. And then next up, we got Jermaine Battles. He says, hi, Ron, can I use a Miramichi Green pest control on a wet lawn using a backpack sprayer? Yes, you can. No problem with that. Won't hurt anything. Next up is Patrick Dufresne. He says, I have a question related to surfactants. Okay, I'm not sure what your question is, Patrick. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see here. Okay, it says, yeah, I have a question related to surfactants and MSO. Okay, so methylated seed oils. Can they be used the same way? Or should you use surfactant with an MSO if both products being applied call for one or the other? Yeah, so an MSO, a methylated seed oil, is more aggressive. Like it has like a not to get too nerdy, but it can cause like a bit of etching in the grass in the plant, which allows for better uptake but that's why if you're using something like quinclorac will call for using a methylated seed oil. You can use surfactant with it, but it works better with an MSO. They're not really interchangeable. So I would not use, in other words, Celsius and Certainty work well with a surfactant. I would not use a methylated seed oil with Celsius and Certainty. It's just more aggressive. It's too aggressive. I would not. So to answer your question, no, they are not interchangeable. And if the product that you are using calls for using an MSO, it'll also spell out for you how much to use. It'll tell you whereas with like Celsius or Certainty, a lot of times when it comes to like a spreader sticker, it'll say if you're using surfactant, apply it using the rates that that the surfactant calls for. In other words, it's not terribly specific. Whenever you're using an MSO, you'll find that there will be a ratio. It'll say if you're using this much of the herbicide, make sure you use this much MSO with it. So it's a lot more particular about how much of that you use whenever you are mixing those two. So they are not interchangeable, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They are both surfactants, but they work differently. And an MSO is a lot more aggressive than something like a spreader sticker. In other words, I would not mix an MSO with Certainty or with Celsius. I wouldn't do that. So it says both products call for apply for one or the other. So I guess if both products that you're applying, if the label for both products say you can use an MSO with it, and like the problem you're trying to see that the weed that you're trying to target calls like you feel like an MSO is appropriate, then I would just read the label for both of them and err on whichever product has the lower rate or the lower ratio. That is the one that I would go with. So you really want to make sure it's not like surfactant where there's a bit more fudge factor as far as how much of it you use. With an MSO, you really want to make sure that based on what the herbicide is saying, like you look at quinclorac, the label for quinclorac, it'll specify like how much quinclorac, how much MSO should be used with quinclorac. It will spell that out. And whatever, you didn't tell me which products you're talking about here, but whatever products you're using should also have that spelled out as well too. So hope that helps. They are not interchangeable. Don't use an MSO where unless the product that you're using actually calls for it. In most cases, like this a spreader sticker, like in other words, Certainty, Celsius, Tenacity, I would use this. I would use like a spreader sticker with it. I wouldn't use an MSO with those. Just not necessary. All right, next up is so we got Patrick's question covered. Next up we have Andrew Phillips. He says, yep. He says, "Hey Ron, I'm helping a neighbor to get his yard to be a golf course. Have you gotten to buy a reel mower yet? Because that's a big part of it. It's an important part of getting a golf course lawn. If you want it cut short anyway." He has a weed salad bowl. I've seen those before. I mixed the light rate, 4 gallons, 1 packet of Celsius. Typically, how long does it take to work at that rate? So if you're talking about this rate here, so one of these with 4 gallons of water, here's the thing, I don't really apply Celsius at that rate. Even though they say, the label says that you can use, like this will work for up to 4 gallons. In all the videos you see of me using Celsius, I use a rate that is the equivalent of 1 packet with 2 gallons of water. So in other words, you'd use 2 of these in 4 gallons of water. That's the rate that I use. I use like 0.452. Like you're not going to be able to see it because it's really faint on the cup. But on the cup, there's a measurement for 0.450. Yeah, 0.45. That is the rate that I use for 4 gallons of water, and which happens to work out to about half, half of one of these. So the question is, to answer your question, I'd imagine you would start seeing results within a couple of weeks. I mean, this time of year, it's not really hot, so it's going to take a bit longer to begin working. I would imagine you're going to start seeing results within a couple of weeks. I don't know that rate is going to be high enough to take care of what you're targeting. It should, if you're targeting something like spurge or like dandelions, it's like, weeds that are relatively easy to kill, it should work just fine. I just want to qualify that whenever I use Celsius, it's the rate that would be equivalent of 2 of these with 4 gallons of water, not 1. So yeah, just monitor it. You sprayed it, check it out, see how the lawn or the weeds that you were targeting is looking in 2 weeks, and and see how if they're starting to yellow, starting to die off, and then if after 3 weeks go by and you're not seeing the control that you're hoping for, you could do another app, and then I would recommend going at the at the heavier rate, the 0.45 ounces with 4 gallons of water, or 2 of these packets with 4 gallons of water. That's how I use Celsius. All right, next up we have funny foot long. It says max phosphorus rate per 1,000 per application on a Bermuda lawn. That's a great question, Funny. I'm not sure about that. That's a good question. I'll have to research that one. I don't know that one off the top of my head. I can tell you what it is for for nitrogen, but for phosphorus, I do not know. That's a good question. It's a good question. I'll look into that and I will get you an answer. We'll make it a talking point for next week. How about that? All right, next up is Ravi Patel. We don't have anything here from the gram. From Ravi Patel, he says, I had a really hot summer with temperatures over 100 degrees for almost 2 months, and my St. Augustine grass turned brown. That's not uncommon because 100-degree temps it's high temperature, and it stresses most grasses. Even Bermuda starts to see stress when temps go to 100 degrees. Like if you're not keeping enough water on it. Bermuda tolerates high temperatures better than most, but even 100-degree temps, if you get that for a long period of time and you're not putting enough water on the lawn to where it won't dry out, Bermuda can begin to turn a little brown as well too, as a stress response. And you're saying this spring it looks like it won't grow back. Any tips? It's still early in the season, Ravi. I wouldn't give up on the on your St. Augustine just yet. I would imagine that it'd be waking up at this point. You didn't say where in the country you are, but I'd imagine by now it should start waking up. If we're only in the first week of April, if by another 2 weeks, by the end of April, it's not coming back, you're not seeing it come back, you may have to replace it. You may have to replace the areas that are truly dead with St. Augustine. St. Augustine will spread, but you may not be patient enough to want to do that. But it's the question I would ask you is this: you had the 110. No, you can't really answer me, but you can chime in the chat. You had the 100-degree temperatures over the summer, right? The lawn turned brown. What happened afterwards? So did it turn brown during the summer? Whenever the temperatures began to drop after the hottest part of summer went away, so when you got into August, September timeframe, did any of the color come back? Did the lawn start to green back up again? Or did it, when it turned brown, it went brown and it just stayed that way, like from summer all the way till now? It's been brown and you never saw any green again. If it's the latter, then you may have lost some of your grass, and in which case that's when resodding, or if you want to grow it from seed, or plugging that area, like transferring plugs from one part of your St. Augustine that's doing well to the area that you lost some of it, could be an option. So I would want the answer to that. Did it come back at all once the heat went away? If the answer is no, then you sounds like you lost some of it. In which case, then sod or plugging is what are going to be your options to get that area to recover, to grow in. Because by this time of year, St. Augustine should be greening up. It should be coming back. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be dormant still at this time of year. So hope that helps. Sorry I don't have better news for you, but hopefully it gives you some stuff to think about, and we'll let you know which way you need to go as far as renovating or fixing that part of the lawn. And something I'll tell you, something that while we're on the topic of this is if you're going to renovate the lawn or you're going to fix those areas, consider using a moisture manager this time, before summertime. So a good product for that is, Hydratain is one of them. There's lots of other ones out there as well too. Hydratain is the one that we carry on the golf course lawn store, but again, it is not the only moisture manager. Consider getting that down. Like, apply a moisture manager before it gets really hot. So you could do it now. If you wanted to wait until the beginning of May, so you're starting on like the beginning of a month, you could do one beginning of May, and then so May, June, and at the end of June, July, you could do another application of Hydratain. So what I'm talking about is this. So if you go to shop and then soil moisture management, you've got 3 different products. You've got Hydratain in a granular, which is my favorite because you don't have to water it in immediately after application. You got Hydratain in the liquid, which you do need to water in right after applying it. So with the Hydratain liquid, the lawn needs to be wet before you apply it. And then after you apply it, you need to water it in after application to get for it to work properly. And then the same is true for foreplay. This is basically Hydratain 2.0. So it's got Hydratain in it. It's got some humate in it. It's got a surfactant in it. It's got some kelp in there. So it's 4 different products, with the most of them being Hydratain. So you have any of these options or something you might want to consider before the temperatures get too hot again in your area, so you don't lose more grass this summer. So just something else to consider. All right, next up we have Optic Cyclic. He's up. He says, my neighbor cut down a cedar tree yesterday, so I got Mm. 10 yards of wood chips for free to use as mulch. I'll probably have to use the money I saved on the back massage chair, though. Oh, so you helped your neighbor out. That's good of you, man. So you're a good neighbor. You helped your neighbor out. You know, you went out there, you helped him, you know, cut down and I guess grind up 10 cedar trees. Wow, that's a lot of mulch. But yeah, like most things in life, right? You traded one problem for another, right? So you know the trees are no longer a problem, but now back pain problem, right? All right, Jason Harrison, he says, the Sun Joe has a catcher. Just be prepared to enter it every minute. Yeah, so there you go. So the person that was asking about turf raking or a way to getting, you were asking about getting the debris out of your lawn, the mulch, little twigs, light stones, that kind of thing, from a lawn renovation gone bad. Then, according to Jason, the Sun Joe has a catcher, but again, it's a pretty small machine, so you're going to be emptying it quite a bit. Next up is Mr. Higgy Pop. He says, hello, Ron. Happy Friday. Thanks for sharing the information. Let's all hit the like button. It's free. I appreciate that, Higgy. Thank you for that. Thank you for leading the charge on smashing the like button. And then next up, Ken Norman. He says, oh no, I thought you might say that. I was hoping there's some kind of machine I haven't heard of. Yeah, so the machine, Ken, I believe you're the same person, is the Sun Joe. So Jason Harrison, he just scrolled. Actually, I'm just if I can find a thing of it here. I can show you what I'm talking about. Let's see. Or Jason, if you've got a, let me see if I can find one that has a catcher. Yeah, here we go. The Sun Joe. Look at it in all its glory. All right, so let me get you, if you feel like supporting the channel, here is a link to it, and I'll bring it up here real quick. So this guy, Ken, there you go. That one. Like the Sun Joe, that is what you could use. I mean, it's got a catcher on the back, but again, it's not a very big catcher. So to Jason's point, you're going to be emptying that bad boy out quite a bit. And yeah, so that could be an option to make life a little bit easier as far as getting the debris out of your lawn. Just be prepared to empty a lot. If you feel like supporting the live stream, supporting the channel, this is an affiliate link. Doesn't cost you any more, but you can pick it up off of Amazon using that link there. So hope that helps her. So it's not all bad news, right? The bad news is, hey, yeah, you're gonna have to get it all up. The less bad news is there's a machine to do it. And I guess the even less bad news is that it's still kind of bad is you're gonna have to be emptying it pretty frequently. But at least there's an option. All right, Diamond Shotties is up next. He says, Flowzone Typhoon. He says, Flowzone Typhoon, stop spraying. Has that ever happened to you? It has not. Has not happened to me. But, I mean, there's only a few things that really could be wrong. It could be, I mean, the pump could be bad, kind of unlikely. It could be the switch could be bad. So what I would do is I would reach out to Flowzone and say, hey, guys, the sprayer stopped spraying. What can I do to help troubleshoot this? Before, they used to sell the parts individually for you to be able to resolve or fix issues with the sprayer. So I would reach out to them. Don't go out and buy a brand new one just yet. Reach out to them and say, hey, this broke or this is what's going on. I'm sure they've gotten that email tons of times. Well, hopefully not, but I'm sure they've gotten it before. You're not the first one, is what I'm trying to say. And they'll be able to tell you what to do for troubleshooting. And based on what you come across, they'll be able to likely be either to send you the part or sell you the part that you'll need to be able to fix it. So that is what I would do, Diamond Shotties. There's only a few things. I mean, a sprayer is a fairly simple piece of equipment. So if it just stops working out of the blue, the pump, or maybe the switch, assuming the battery's good. I'm assuming the battery is good, right? Those are the things that will cause it to quit working. All right, next up is Funny Footlong. He says, I had a lawn that was split in half with Bermuda and half tall fescue that was surprisingly nice. So there you go. So it can look nice. We got Anthony Davis in the house. I know an Anthony Davis. Not saying I know an Anthony Davis. He says, what TJEP tip should I use to apply RGS to my lawn? I'm mainly trying to apply it to the blades of grass or the soil. I don't know. I believe RGS is soil-based. I've never used the product to be able to tell you for sure. I believe it's a soil-based product, Anthony. And if so, what you would use is a flood jet tip. So you're going to use a spray tip that looks like, let me get it up here. I'll show you real quick. It looks like this. Once it loads, you're gonna use a spray tip that looks like that. Like that's the flood jet tip. The one I have on my desk here is a red one, but this is the one that you're gonna want to use. And you're probably saying to yourself, that's great, Ron, but how do I actually find it? And I will send you a link here for that. And I believe this is gonna be correct for RGS. I think that is soil-based. I think that one you would want to use a larger droplet size So the flood jet tip is going to be your jam for that one. So at Anthony Davis, and there is the flood jet tip. I think that one's the one to go with. I've never used that product before, so I'm not 100% sure, but if I were going to bet, that is the one I would go with, if it were me. Next up is Mr. David Lee. He says, greetings, Ron and the chat. Thank you very much for all the information. You're very, very welcome, David. Thank you for taking some time out of your Friday, your Good Friday at that, to come and hang out on the live stream, talk about lawn care stuff. So I appreciate it. What's going on with your avatar? Is it, I don't know what that is. It looks, I can't tell. It looks kind of like is it a dirt track or, I don't know. I can't make out what it is. You're probably going to say it's this. I'm going to be like, oh, I can totally see what it is now. But yeah, thank you so much, sir. I really do appreciate all the love and support. That crazy lawn guy. You know what? Listen, cool season, folks. Listen, here's what we're not going to do. This is not going to become the Bash Bermuda channel where you guys are going to be talking trash about Bermuda grass. We're not doing that. Listen, I extol the merits of cool season grass. I talk about how great the grass at the Masters look and the fact that it's ryegrass. So let's be friends here. I tell everyone it's a weed too, but my weeds look darn good. And when cut and cared for properly, I'd rather walk on that than any northern grass, having dealt with both. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll tell you that as far as stripe action, ryegrass has, I can get Bermuda to stripe pretty well, but nothing, in my opinion, stripes like ryegrass. Ryegrass is pretty baller when it comes to stripes. Looks pretty incredible. All right, Grayson Flower says, last week was the Valera Open in Texas. That's it. That was what I was looking at. And if you look at the greens, if you can still watch that, you can probably find some video of it. Look at the greens at the Valero Open. And again, I'm not like throwing shade on, I'm sure the people that put on the tournament put a ton of work into it. And I'm not throwing shade on saying, the greens didn't look good or whatever. I'm just saying that if you look at the quality of those greens and how they looked compared to how the greens at Augusta National look, that shows you like the level of, level of care, also the level of money, the amount of money that goes into having the greens at Augusta for the most part be perfect. Like I saw one green today that had there was obviously a difference in color at that and that one. It was and it was an area maybe 18 inches or so. It's like an 18-inch circle or so, but for the most part, they all look like a pool table. They look like a pool, it looks like they're putting on pool table felt. That's what it looks like to me. Next up, we got Harper Explores. He says, in Augusta, they close the courses in summer. The sand is covered with tarps. So there you go. See, so what you see with Augusta National, it's almost like a top fuel dragster of golf courses, or tournament golf courses, like a top fuel dragster. Like if it had to run for like a minute, if it had to run for 30 seconds, it would explode, right? It's not really sustainable. But for like the 3.5, 4 seconds that it's making its pass down the track, it used to be quarter mile, now eighth mile, it can tolerate that. And for Augusta National, like you put you have a huge budget, but you have all this help that comes in for a short period of time to make this turf as perfect as possible. And it only has to be that way for a short period of time. It's, you can build something that looks like how it looks. But it would be interesting. There are members obviously to Augusta National, but it doesn't get the play. It doesn't get as much rounds of golf on it like a lot of other courses do. Like your municipal golf course gets a lot more play on it. It gets beat up a lot worse than Augusta does. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of look at it from that standpoint, that what you're looking at is, while it's amazing and it's an incredible achievement, it is not realistic for people at home to get grass that looks like that. And it's because it's not even realistic for most golf courses to get grass that looks like that and to maintain it for, throughout the entire season. It's just from a money standpoint, just not easily doable. But it does look awesome though. It does look awesome. We can dream. We can wish and dream, right? Mike D is up next. He says, I'm in Texas. Is there any temperature restrictions with liquid products, i.e. the carbon kit? With a carbon kit, no. With a celloprene, none that I'm aware of. Bloomplex, none that I'm aware of. Primo Max and Hydratain, no. So all those, no. There's not any temperature restrictions. Not that I'm aware of anyway when it comes to those, Mike D. I have sprayed them this time of year, and I've sprayed them when it's really hot outside in Georgia. When we've had, like last year in Georgia, we had a couple of days when it got into the low hundreds. And if it was the day for me to spray, I sprayed that day. And granted, I didn't spray in the middle of the day. I typically do my my foliar apps in the morning or in the evening, but it was still 80 degrees outside, 75, 80 degrees outside when I was out there spraying in the morning. So to answer your question, yes. Now, to answer your question, no, there are not restrictions for those products that you listed. Are there products that have temperature restrictions? Yes. So certain herbicides, like, I mean, even like Celsius and Certainty, while there aren't really any label temperature restrictions, if you go and you spray those when it's 105, 110 degrees out, you're gonna get some discoloration. It's not gonna be as much as if you go and you spray like Speed Zone or Dismiss. Like Speed Zone or Dismiss, it'll, your lawn look like it was bleached, right? Or like you put like you take like a cheap way of getting bleached hair, like you took what's it called? Peroxide. Like you take peroxide, like how your hair can look with that. Like those herbicides will do that to a lawn with high temperatures. But even a combination that is relatively mild and safe for a really broad range of temperatures, if you get it hot enough, you are going to see some discoloration. So what I would say is just use common sense. Like, don't get out there and spray in the middle of the day if it's 100 degrees outside. If you can find a lull in the temperature forecast when it's going to be a bit cooler, if you can wait a couple of days, that's going to be fine too. But those products you listed there, I've used those over a huge range of temperatures, from, at least in Georgia anyway, from cool to over 100 degrees, and there's not really been a problem in my lawn. So as a matter of fact, like when I did, you didn't ask about herbicides, but when I did the video on Celsius and Certainty, I purposely waited until the hottest part of the summer in Georgia to make that video, because I sprayed it because I didn't expect it to be a problem, but I sprayed that combination on my lawn, and I wanted to see what was going to happen so that I can say with confidence, hey, I've done it, and as long as you keep 6 of these rates, you're going to have a good result as far as very little, if any, discoloration in the middle of summer, as with great control of weeds in your lawn. So hope that helps, Mike D. And then next up, he says, any chance for another holographic sticker promotion for Acelepryn? Yeah. I mean, here's the problem, Mike D. It's kind of a pain, because like the warehouse has a bunch of Sulfur already packed up, and whenever I do these, I have to have them for anything that ships between now and Monday. They have to go on just pretty much, because they don't know whether it's someone that was watching the live stream or someone that just happens to be ordering a Sulfur on the weekend. And hell would have no fury as someone that orders a Sulfur based on the live stream and expecting to get their holographic sticker, and they don't get their holographic sticker. So just for a Acelepryn, so in the past I've done it for that and for Primo, but just for a Acelepryn until Monday we can do that. But I'm not going to do it for Primo or the other products. The other way to get one is if you order if you order a Celsius kit, Celsius Certainty kit, or if you order the Cool Season kit, the Tenacity Sedgehammer kit, those come with one of these. But if you want a way to get one outside of that, if you order a Acelepryn, because Mike, you better order it, Mike, because I'm not going to be doing this every single time. If you order a Acelepryn over the course of the weekend, so between tonight to Monday morning, I will ensure that one of these goes in the packaging, so you get one, since you want a holographic sticker. All right, next up is Dale Johnson. He says, what does he say here? He says, hey Ron, my name is Dale. Hey Dale, I just started to listen and what you do on YouTube, and my question is, what do you think about Scott's Turf Builder thicker lawn? I live in South Carolina. I've never used the product, so I can't say how it performs. What I can tell you with a lot of the Scott's products is that they tend to take the route of more extended feeding, meaning you'll apply it and it's per the bag, it's supposed to feed your lawn for 8 weeks or so. Like, so you put it down every 2 months, in some cases even longer than that. I've never used that product, so I can't tell you how it works. But what I can tell you with most products, most fertilizers that are more extended feeding, what you tend to see is you tend to still see a boost of growth whenever you put them down. And then it tends to fall off as you get further and further into the period when it's supposed to feed the lawn. So from a consistency standpoint, it's not great. But from an ease of use standpoint, if all you care about is your grass being, green for the most part, it's not going to be consistent the entire time. But if you just want to have green grass, then it would likely work just fine. If you want consistency in color and consistency in growth, then it's more work. So the approach that I take is to feed the lawn with a granular once per month and then spray liquids on the lawn a couple times per month. So on the first, I will do a granular, and on the first, I'll also spray a liquid. And then on the 15th, I'll spray a liquid fertilizer. So I've done this like a million times, but I'll show you really quick because you are a new viewer, Dale, and you asked a question. And I want to make sure you have all the info. I want you to make sure you understand the why behind what I do. So if you go to the lawn fertilizer section, my next fertilizer app is going to be Humic Max. This is what I'm going to be using on my lawn. So I'll apply this on the 1st of, what is it? We're in April now. It's the 1st of May. And then I will spray the carbon kit along with a micronutrient. So this kit contains the liquid, well, this one here, 901C, contains the liquid fertilizer and some biostimulants that I use. And I will spray that at a lower rate on the 1st and then a low rate on the 15th. So what I'm able to do with that, even though it looks like even though I am applying more products on the lawn, so I'm using more products. So with the Scott's program, you just apply 1 bag of fertilizer and then check back in 8 to 12 weeks, right? Even though I'm applying more products, I'm using less of them. So the amount of nutrient that's going in the soil is less. The amount of nitrogen that's going in the soil each month is less than what you tend to get with a product that typically gives you a pretty big boost of green, because most people that use Scott's product want the lawn to turn green quickly. So there's normally a decent quick release component to that. And with the way that the approach that I take, the color of the lawn stays consistent. I don't get from the beginning of the lawn to the beginning of the month to the end of the month, the grass grows the same way. So it is more work. It is a bit more. There's a bit more to it, but I like the results that I get with it. You know what I mean? So it's two. So comparing, to say that the Scott's fertilizer is there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's a good product for what it's designed to do, but you can't compare it to a spoon feeding program. So one is designed for someone that just wants to apply fertilizer every couple of months to their lawn, and another is applied for a person that's really a lawn nerd and like loves the idea of getting out on their lawn a couple times per month, putting down a granular, spraying liquids, and just doing an approach that is more along the lines of how professional turf is cared for. So they're different things that they both can produce a good result. You can produce a better result with a spoon feeding program, but it's not equivalent. It's more work involved, right? So hope that helps, Dale. I can't tell you how that particular product works. I've never used it. I haven't used anything from Scott's in Lord knows how long, probably, I don't know. I mean, a long time. I can't tell you how long it's been, so I can't tell you how it would work. If you apply it per the label and you water it in, I expect you would get the results that they promote on the label. That's what I would guess that you would have. So hope that helps. Appreciate you being a new viewer and coming and asking a question on the live stream. If you need anything else, let me know. Next up is Vahid Navi. He says, what is the best weed killer you can suggest for wild onions on the lawn? Appreciate it. Depends on your grass type, Vahid. If you have warm season grass, I would use Celsius. Celsius is labeled for wild onions. I think Image is labeled for wild onions, but I wouldn't use that. I mean, it just takes too long to work, but Celsius with surfactant is what I would use for wild onion. Yeah, if you have warm season grass, that's what I would go with. For cool season grass, I'd have to research it. I don't know cool season herbicides, or I don't know like the tenacity label. I don't know everything that it controls off the top of my head. I'm not familiar with those. I don't talk about those as much as I do the warm season stuff. But let me see. Does tenacity control wild onion? I don't know. Let us see. Now you got me guessing. Now I'm curious. I'm curious just like you are. Let us see here. So if we consult the label and we looked for wild, it takes care of wild onion, wild violet, and wild carrot, but I don't see wild onion on here. So probably not. Probably not if you have cool season turf. So you have to look for something else. And then Grayson Flowers says too much nitrogen. Let me see here. It says too much nitrogen. Where did I see your comment? Yeah. So what? There's too much nitrogen. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Grayson. I mean, you're referring to the Valero Open, or you're referring to the greens. Or are you talking about the greens at Augusta? Do you think that was causing it to get the discoloration? Maybe, but I mean they're pretty good. they're pretty good on their their program, on their application program. I mean, they may have made a mistake, but kind of unlikely. All right, next up, you have Truth Seeker 1111 says, can you apply lime year round? Whenever the ground isn't frozen, you can. So I've applied lime in the fall. That's traditionally the time when most people do it in the Southeast United States. You can apply it in the spring, and I've also done it in the summertime. So the video that I've done on adjusting soil pH. So if you look at it, there's the one that has like I can actually put a link here in the chat here, that has like a pH scale. It's me wearing a hat, and it's got the pH scale to the right of me. Like that video was shot in the middle of summertime. Because I did a soil test result. I pulled cores then, and I wanted to see. That was the year when I was doing a soil test every quarter, because I just wanted to see how the nutrient levels of the soil were changing over the course of the year. And so when I saw that my pH was low, I said, you know what, I'm going to do a lime application it was May. In late May, early June. So I want to see how the soil changes in October whenever I test again. So to answer your question, yes, you can apply them. You can apply it whenever the ground is not frozen. But the time most people do it is in the spring or in the fall. If you want to apply it in the summer, you can as well too. Just make sure you water it in. Make sure you give it a good heavy watering, or even better, apply it when there's going to be a lot of rainfall in the forecast. You could do that as well too. So I've applied it in spring, summer, and fall. I've not done it in winter time. Not done that, but I mean, in Georgia, it wouldn't really matter. For all intents and purposes, fall and winter in Georgia are relatively similar, from the standpoint that the ground doesn't freeze. It gets cold for a while and it gets hot again. So hope that answers your question, Truth Seeker. Next up is Fernando I. He says, thanks for all the tips. You are very, very welcome, Fernando. I appreciate it. Appreciate all the love and support. And then Funny Foot Long says, yeah, Milo is 640. So thanks for that, Funny Foot Long. I knew it was 6% nitrogen. I forgot what the other number is. So phosphorus, 4% phosphorus. All right. Next up is the Bermuda Guy DIY says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. What's going on, Bermuda Guy DIY? Hopefully you're doing well. He says, any suggestions for an app to log lawn applications? Just a notebook is what I use. You can use a notebook or your calendar. You can use as far as apps. I don't know. There probably are some apps out there that you can use for that. But I mean, you can use the Notes app on your phone. You can use a physical piece of, you can physically write it down, or you can just use the calendar. You know what I mean? You can use the calendar app that you could just go through, and literally on the calendar, if you look at, I don't have the calendar, the calendar here for the Golfers Land Academy pulled up here. But with that, for the Academy members, they know what I'm talking about. But on the calendar, on the 1st of the month, you'll see the applications, and the 15th, you'll see the applications. So you can just take that and transfer that into your calendar, just build that out. You'd have that on your phone. You could just look at your phone and say, oh, and this, next up this time, on the 15th, I'm gonna be doing this, and this. So you could use your calendar for that. There are dedicated apps, I'm sure, for it as well too. But I mean, I don't overcomplicate it. So I don't have one that I can recommend. Is what I'm trying to say. I don't use one. All right. Next up is Tony Williams says, why are products so expensive, sir? Inflation. I mean, if you look at what stuff costs, like nothing costs less this year than they cost last year. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. You know what I mean? There's some things that haven't really gone up. Like the price of the liquids have, for the most part, been able to stay the same. The carbon kit, for the most part, has stayed the same. But when it comes to granular products, the cost of the material to make them has gotten more expensive, and shipping has gotten more expensive, because you gotta like a part what you're paying for whenever you order a product from the Golf Course Lawn Stores, you're getting the product, and you're also, we have to ship it to you as well. So that's that. There is that, unfortunately. So sorry, Tony. That's just the way it is. But one thing I can predict one thing though. I can predict that the prices that you see now are likely as low as they will be. They're not going to be like, if we have this conversation again next year, stuff is likely going to be at best the same. More than likely, some things will be more expensive, because it's the same thing, right? Like food costs more, eggs cost more, everything costs more now than it did last year. So así es la vida, such is life. All right, Thomas Hoffenkamp is up next. He says, happy Friday, y'all. Greenest wishes from SoCal. Calculations are in. I am officially 1 month behind. I'm officially 1 month behind schedule, thanks to the extra cold weather this spring. Will we get an extended fall, Ron? I don't know. It'd be nice. I mean, I would like, what I would like is for it to stay nice and warm through September. And, my last mow, if I could have it the way I want it, I would have my last mow be like the last week of October. The last one I have to mow might be like the last week of October. That's the growing season I would like for Bermuda grass. Normally, the lawn starts checking out a little bit sooner than that. We had that one year, not this past year, but 2023. 2021 to 2022, that was the winter where it was like 80 degrees for like a week there in like December. Like the lawn was coming out of dormancy. It was crazy. But normally what you find is late October time frame is later in October is when you start seeing things will start checking out. So let me see here. I have a question here. Let me answer this really quick. All right. Yep. All right. So we've got. I'm good to go. Okay. Next up, we have No Name. He says, "Please smash that like button if you have not done so already." Thank you so much, No Name. I appreciate all the support. Let me check here really quick here on the Instagram. You guys y'all are being quiet tonight on Instagram. Normally, you guys would be just just here, just chatting away. But tonight, you guys are quiet. I guess you're just enjoying listening to me jibber jabber with the folks on YouTube. Thomas Hovenkamp says, "Nutrisolve results are in 2. Boom!" I gotta do it like that because I guess that's how he did it. He says, "Nutrisolve results are in 2. Boom!" Or we can dap. Boom. He says, "Cool season backyard loves it. Front lawn Bermuda does too." Imagine that. Are you telling me, Tom? Are you telling me that the stuff that I spray on my lawn regularly and that I make videos about, and I tell people, hey, if you use this stuff on your lawn, it's going to make it green up. You're going to really have a nice deep color. Are you telling me that I was not fibbing? That what I'm saying actually, that it actually works the way I'm saying it will work? Say it ain't so, sir. He says, "The My Soil test call for micros, Nutrisolve is a wow result." Yep, it's a great product, man. I tell you, like literally, even when I spray the carbon kit, I will put some Nutrisolve in the tank along with it. It's a great micronutrient. It's got literally everything you need, and it works quickly because it's foliar, foliar uptake. So it's a great product. If you guys are wondering what I'm talking about or what Tom is talking about, if you go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, and then go to the lawn fertilizer section, Nutrisolve, assuming it's not sold out. Yeah, it's not. That's good. Is this guy right here, and what it has is not the nitrogen, not the phosphorus, not the potassium, but it contains your micronutrients, meaning the nutrients that your lawn needs in smaller amounts. So you see there it lists the boron, copper, iron. Everyone has a love affair with iron, but really manganese and molybdenum and zinc, like all of them are important. Like your lawn, all of them help support various aspects of your grass. Like manganese also helps with chlorophyll production. Everyone thinks it is only like iron, like everyone, iron is like a rock star and all the other ones no one really cares about. But all of these are important for you having great turf, having like great color, deep color to your lawn. And Nutrisolve literally is all about the micronutrients, right? It's all about a micronutrient, which is cool because you can use it along with the carbon kit. So if you're using 901C, which doesn't have any micronutrients, you could use it along with that. If you have Turfplex, you could use Nutrisolve along with Turfplex. Granted, if you're using Turfplex with it, I would back the rate down because Turfplex does have some iron and manganese in it. So there's no reason to go full rate on Nutrisolve if you're mixing these two together. But yeah, it's a great product. I highly recommend it. I didn't tell Tom to come in the live stream tonight and say, hey man, talk all about Nutrisolve and how awesome it is, because I don't have to, because it's a great product. It's pretty awesome. It works well. It does what they say it will do. Jordan Plays is up next. He says, what if I want to keep my lawn nice and green, but my mule keeps barfing on it? I don't know, man. You got to teach your mule not to barf on your lawn. I don't know what to tell you. You got to train your mule. Train your mule not to barf, Jordan. That's all you can do, is train your mule not to barf on your lawn. Okay, Russ is up next. He says, hi, Ron. How often should a fungicide be provided as a preventative? Also, when doing a scalp, aerate top dress, okay? When should the fert be applied? Before the scalp, before the aerate, before the top dress, or after all? It's all done. All right. So 2 questions. We'll break it apart. First question: how often should fungicide be applied as a preventative? If you're using it strictly as a preventative, I'm a fan of applying it a total of 4 times at 2 different times in the year. So let me explain that. If you don't have a history of disease in your lawn, you can apply a preventative fungicide in the beginning of next month. So like in late April, early May, and then another one in June. That's a good, like doing one in May and another one in June. That's going to help control large patch, brown patch. Dollar spot typically isn't a problem in Bermuda if you're feeding the lawn properly. If Bermuda's getting enough nitrogen, dollar spot usually isn't a problem, but it will also take care of that too. Like the fungicide that I recommend, if you want a granular anyway, is Headway G. So I would do those applications around now, and then again another one in like late May, June timeframe. So that covers you for the spring, summer. For the fall, in October and November, I would also do a fungicide application. The reason being is that in the springtime, this time of year, you're trying to control like the 3 biggies, the ones that I talked about, the ones that at least for warm season turf that we really care about, which are your brown patch, large patch, and dollar spot. Like those are the ones that tend to be a problem in warm season turf. I'm sure in cool season turf, you guys have similar issues as well too. But a preventative fungicide will help prevent those if you apply them around this time of year. In the fall, for warm season turf, what we're trying to prevent is spring dead spot, because the disease, the fungus that causes spring dead spot begins to take root in the fall, but you don't see the problems or the issues manifested until springtime. So in the fall, in October and November, you'll do 2 applications, again, 28 days apart, and that's what you use to help prevent spring dead spot for the following year. So a total of 4 applications twice at 2 different times of the year, in the springtime and then in the fall. Now, that's what you're doing if you're strictly. That's what you would do if you're going out at this strictly as a preventative. What happens if you have a situation where you have a history of disease in your lawn? For example, my lawn, I've had problems with large patch in the back lawn before, right? And I've got an issue there in the front lawn right now where I've got a disease problem that I need to take care of. In that case, moving your fungicide application up to April, right? So doing, say, April, May instead of May, June is completely a strategy that can work as well too. But if you don't have any problems, you don't have any kind of a history of lawn disease, any kind of a fungus problem in your lawn, and you just want to be super safe to do your preventatives, you would do May, June. All right, and then next up, your next question as far as to aerate, when should you fertilize after you scalp, aerate, top dress? Okay, so the sequence that I would do is, if you're going to scalping is not strictly necessary, but if you're going to scalp, I would do scalping, I would aerate, and then after aerating, that is when you would do any kind of granular products, anything that needs to get in the soil. So if you're going to be doing fertilizer, you would do it then. If you're going to be doing a granular biostimulant like Essential G, you would be doing it then. And then you can top dress, and then you're done, and then you just wait. That is how I would go about it. So if you think about it, after you aerate, the lawn is opened up, the soil is opened up. So that would be a great time to put your any kind of granular products down in the soil. You know what I mean? And then kind of cap it off with your compost, your level mix, whatever you happen to be using. So scalp, what do you ask here? Scalp, aerate, inputs, so fertilizer, biostimulants, top dress, water, and wait. That would be the sequence. Ignacio Paez is up next. He says, hey, Ron, finally getting some much needed rain in Central Texas. Put down a light app of potassium, a heavy fert last weekend, sprayed Celsius last weekend. Now the weeds looking yellow and sad. Sounds good. Yeah, with the temperature we're starting to get now, herbicides are going to begin working better. So, or working faster. Not saying working better, but they'll work faster. So seeing results faster. So sounds good, Ignacio. Sounds like you are on your way. Next up is Tom V. He says, hey, Ron, got the stress blend down last week on the entire yard. Dethatched my front yard before applying. Got a decent rain to water it all in. Do you think I should wait longer to dethatch the backyard? Lose fert. Okay, so you put the stress blend down last week and you watered it in. And you're gonna no, it should be fine. If you watered it in, you got decent rain. It should already be in the soil, especially if you're not going crazy aggressive, Tom. So when you're dethatching, you're not like trying to dig trenches in throughout the lawn. If you're literally using it to remove thatch, you're using it to remove like loose debris, you should be just fine. I wouldn't worry too much about that. I would go ahead with your dethatching. I would go ahead with your dethatching. All right, Gamer TV, Craving TV says, did you water your grass? Have I ever watered my grass? Yes. So I have watered my lawn. Like after the, like for example, after I did the top dressing, I ran irrigation. If I'm doing something that calls for it, so like a granular product, I will water it. If I'm doing like fungicide, I'll water. If I'm doing those are the big ones. I'm doing fertilizer or some other granular product that that calls for it, I will run irrigation. Typically, I don't run an irrigation cycle. Like if the middle of the month I just decide I want to put some Essential G down just for the fun of it, I won't typically water that because whenever it rains, that's enough. It'll get watered in. But fertilizer, I do ensure to either apply it. I either make sure that I do when the rain is immediately in the forecast, or I'll run an irrigation cycle to water that in. Next is No Name. He says, Hydratain is amazing when applied properly. It kept my lawn green as my neighbors went dormant in the hottest part of the summer. That's the big thing. You got to apply it, and you don't want it to really fall off. So in the description, the product description for Hydratain, they say it will last for 90 days. I would apply it every 60. You know what I mean? I wouldn't wait that long. I would do it every 60 days, every 8 weeks. Get your, put more Hydratain down. And if you do that and you apply it properly, No Name, Rita made a good point here. If you apply it properly, it's going to do a great job helping your lawn to manage heat stress. So by applying it properly with the liquid product, the sequence is the lawn needs to be wet, you apply Hydratain, and then you water it in. So what people will do to kind of get past having to run like irrigation twice is they will wait until the morning time. They'll wait till early in the morning when there's dew on the lawn. They'll apply their Hydratain, and then they'll run the irrigation right afterwards. And then that takes care of watering it in because it has to get in the soil. You don't want the product to dry on the grass. So whereas there are some products like granular fertilizer, the label will say, apply it and then water it in. And really by watering it in, you can water it in right after. You can water in that evening. You can water in the next day, and you're still, for the most part, going to be fine. With Hydratain, you want to water it in right after you're done applying it if you're using the liquid. So you apply it, and right after you're done, run irrigation. You don't want it to be drying on the leaf of the plant. All right, next up is Ravi Patel. He says, from Texas, the grass stayed brown for the rest of the year. I only see a couple locations of the St. Augustine growing, but I don't think it'll spread fast enough to cover the rest of the yard. Thanks. Yeah, so you probably lost it, Ravi. It sounds like the heat killed it, because if it got hot, it got hot in the middle of the summer because it's Texas and it gets hot in Texas. But if you're telling me that even after the heat of the summer went, that it started to fall off, and temperatures got milder and the color didn't return to the St. Augustine, then you probably lost it, man. So in that case, it looks like you are looking at either doing plugs, which is a more long-term play. It takes longer for it to fill in by doing that, or you can resod the area that was damaged. Just keep in mind that if you resod it, if St. Augustine is anything like Bermuda, like it may not match perfectly. You know what I mean? It may not match the new St. Augustine might not match the new St. Augustine that you're using to patch up the areas that's dead perfectly. But it's still green. It's gonna look better than dead grass, right? So there is that. All right, Tom V said, yes, it's all watered in. I was just worried if I remove the fertilizer I just put down, do you mean throwing away the money? So, no, it's not. You shouldn't, Tom. I mean, again, if you're turf raking the way that I recommend do it, which means that you're doing it lightly. You're just, you're using it to gently remove debris in your lawn. In other words, if you're turf raking and a bunch of dirt is going into the catcher, you're doing it wrong. That's a good measuring stick. If there's a bunch of dirt and like you can tell there's a lot of soil going into the catcher, then you're being too aggressive. You got to back it off, raise it up a little bit. That's a good way to test to see if you're being too aggressive with it. Jason Harrison says there is a 15 amp version. I like that one. Nice. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you giving some more feedback on the Sun Joes. All right, and then Tom Haverkamp says, Todd Hickey, are you just acting crazy on purpose? You're cracking me up. All right, and then next up we have the man, the myth, the legend, much like LG, Mr. Robert Rainey in the house. He says, good evening, everyone. What's going on, Robert? So guys, Robert Rainey is the guy that is behind this lawn. Let me see if I can find it again. that lawn. So he sent me this picture. He was just saying, here's how Robert. He says the email saying, "Hey Ron, I've been doing something in the lawn. Been out there working a little bit. When I find time, I get out there and I mow it. And I took a picture. The lighting was decent. You should check it out." That's how it was. So he sent me the pictures of the lawn, and this is Bermuda grass mowed at 0.41 inches. And he has the prism gauge. So he's like saying, "Hey, listen, it's truly 0.41, yo. It's not just me setting the bench height here. I got the prism gauge to show you. I'm at 0.4. You can look at the right side there. You see it says 0.4, and you see the grass height. So my man is not messing around. He has the evidence to show that his bench height is what he's getting in the lawn. Turf looks awesome, Robert. I can't imagine what it's gonna look like next month when temperatures really hit and it really begins to take off. I imagine you're not going to be maintaining it at that height, but it looks really good now. While you can do it, you should absolutely go for it. Go for it, man. Like I tried 0.46 2 years ago, and it almost killed me in the summer. Like that was not fun because every day you had to be out there mowing it, and that's with growth regulator. So yeah, 0.41. That's I don't know about that all season long, but it looks cool now. It looks very cool now. Great work. All right, next up is the Speezy. He says, "I'm in a cool season region. All the cool season guys bashing southern grass, get out." Nah, man, they're just giving us a hard time, man. They're just giving us a hard time. See, here's the problem: is cool season folk they're a little bit jealous because we have an easy way to get rid of POA in our lawns with certainty, and they don't really have the equivalent of certainty for cool season grass. Not that's labeled for residential lawns anyway, right? I mean, you can manage it. You can use like Primo to suppress the seed head so you don't really see it as much. You can use your pre-emergent to try and prevent it from growing in the first place. But as far as a way to like kill it, get it gone, we have a lot of options that the cool season folks don't have. So the Speezy, we both have our pros and cons, but you guys get the best stripe action. So there's always a give and take. Always a give and take. All right, next up is Chris Ingram. He says, "Enjoy your channel. Thank you for creating it." He says, "I have a question regarding pH. Do you adjust for the extreme, such as 8.0 or 9.0? Example, or rely on the soil biology to correct it?" I'm not sure of your question, Chris. First of all, thanks for the nice words about the channel. I rely on what my soil test results tell me. So I use one of these. I pull cores, and based on what the soil test results say, if the soil is trending acidic, which tends to happen with my soil, I will apply a lime. And I've never had to apply a sulfate because my soil doesn't get alkaline. It doesn't get the pH levels don't get that high. So I guess what I'm trying to answer your question. I would get a soil test result, and based on what it says, I would apply either a sulfate if your soil is more alkaline, and I would apply a lime if your soil is more acidic. So if your pH is below 6, apply lime. If your pH is much above 7, so 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, trending higher, I would apply a sulfate of some sort because your goal is to get it to the mid 6s. That's the Goldilocks zone for turf grass to do well. So hope that answers your question. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but I hope I gave you an answer that was useful. Mike D says, "For temperature restrictions, I meant for storage. Oh, for in my hot Texas garage. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's like I keep my stuff in the garage. I keep all my products in the garage. So yeah, and that stuff still works fine. I don't. I mean, my garage does not get hot enough to where it feels like it's like outside. So as long as it's dry and kept in the garage, it should be okay, Mike D. I can only tell you from my experience, I've not had an issue with keeping those products that you mentioned in my garage. Those products you mentioned are in my garage right now. Some of them have been there for more than a season, and they still work fine. There's not been any negative or anything with that. The only product that I've had issues with that wasn't a hot temperature thing. It was a cold temperature thing. Was a fertilizer, a liquid fertilizer called Brant Supreme Green. It's a great fertilizer. It's like got a lot of iron in it. It was a great product, but it's gotten harder and harder to come by. And that I kept in my garage, and over the winter, it it crystallized. I guess the cold temperatures, it got crystals in it. And then even next spring, whenever I was shaking the jug, it was like you could hear like literally like hard stuff like all like rattling around in there. So it crystallized over the winter when it got exposed to cooler temperatures. None of the products that we carry on the store have done that. And again, I have them in the garage, so they don't, I've got, they don't, there's no issue with those. All right, next up is Tito Serrano. Tito Serrano, he says, Ron, great show. I was digging in my yard to add more rose bushes, and I saw grubs about 2 feet underground. I'm guessing time to treat, or is that too deep to treat? I'm in San Antonio. What I would do is I would still apply your acetyloprin, Tito, because as temperatures get warmer, they're going to start to move. So they're going to get away from 2 feet below, and they're going to start moving towards the surface. So get your insecticide down is what I'm trying to say. Because remember, acetyloprin, it stays resident in the soil for several months. So you would apply it now. I've had great results for applying it now. And it's going to help you with controlling grubs as they begin to try and move towards the surface as the season progresses. So yes, still apply your insecticide this time of year. All right. So we got a question here from Foliar Tech. He says, what are your thoughts on fulvic acid applications as far as making it part of an overall lawn fertilization regimen? I've never applied for fulvic acid to my lawn, Anthony, so I can't really, I can't tell you about the results about it. I can tell you the results that I've gotten from biostimulants. Biostimulants in general, I'm a huge fan of, right? So I'm a huge fan of using biostimulants on my lawn. Like a big part of the products that I carry on the golf course lawn store, like this kit that we put together with Miramichi Green, is all about improving soil biology and soil quality through biostimulants. So you got micronized carbon, you got kelp, you have and you also have a microbial package that helps promote the healthy bugs, the healthy bacteria that break down the fertilizer and make them available for use for our grass, right? So I'm a huge fan of biostimulants in general. Fulvic acid is not one that I have tried myself to be able to comment on it, unfortunately. So, but in general, fine on biostimulants. I mean, if you hear me talk, if you watch the channel at all, you always hear me talk about Essential G. You hear me talk about the Miramichi biostimulants because they work. Like I've been able to apply less fertilizer, so get by with using less nitrogen inputs and still have a great looking lawn. And I attribute that in no small part to the biostimulant program that I use along with my fertilization program. So I am a fan of it. All right, next up is Michael Newer. He says, hi, Ron. Every year, my Bermuda lawn gets necrotic ring spot. And every year, I treat it with 3 applications of Eagle 20. Is this the correct product, or is there anything more permanent? So what I would do is this, Michael. You might want to try one, alternating the fungicide. What is the active ingredient in Eagle 20? Let me see. I don't use that one, so I don't know off the top of my head. It contains my Cupid. I don't know that one. My clobutanol or cutinol. Yeah, I don't know that one. What I would say, Michael, is just to mix it up. So if you, 2 things. One, change or rotate the fungicide you're using. So Headway is a good option. So that's azoxystrobin and propiconazole. Pillar is another one. That's also got another group. I want to say it's a group 3 and a group 11 fungicide in it, kind of much like Headway. And if it happens around the same time of year, try moving your fungicide application back earlier. So if like right now you're starting getting a lot of necrotic ring spot in your lawn, which is not uncommon, do your fungicide application sooner. So don't wait until you see it. Try next. Well, this year's too late, but next year try applying it a bit. Try getting your preventive fungicide down a bit sooner in the season and seeing if that helps with the problem. As far as being a permanent solution, I don't know, man. I mean, I would just, what I find is the lawns, like the areas of my lawn where I've had disease problems, save for spring dead spot. Like this year, I don't have any spring dead spot on my lawn, which is pretty awesome. Yay for that. But the area in my lawn where I have had large patch is the same area where it tends to come back, where I've had it before. In other words, the years where I've had that, it tends to come back in the same spot in the following year. And what I've just found is by getting my fungicide application down a bit earlier, that tends to, one, either prevent it or make it not give it enough time to where it can create a big problem. You got this big ring of dead grass in your lawn. So if Eagle is doing the trick for you, I mean, you can continue to use it, but I would say consider rotating to something else. Consider trying to using something with again, like Headway is a good option. Zoxystrobin and propiconazole. Try using something like that. As a different way of controlling the necrotic ring spot. When you spray Eagle, are you doing just a single application, or are you doing a follow up after it, like 3 weeks later? It'd be interesting to find out what your process is of how you're trying to control it when it does show up. If you just do one app, or you're doing multiple to get it gone, to get rid of it. All right, next up is Tavo Wabo. He says, "Hey Ron, I'm planning to top dress in San Antonio, Texas on Wednesday. I'm doing my liquids on Saturday the 15th. Can I spray after top dressing, or should I wait until next month to spray?" Okay, so what I would do is this. If you're planning on doing your top dressing, on Wednesday, which is not the 15th. Wednesday is the 12th. If you could do this, Tavo, if you can move your liquid app, to answer your question, yes, you could spray after top dressing it, but you're going to have some of the grass that's going to be, some of the grass blades, some of the leaf is going to be covered up by sand. So what you could do is this: the difference between Wednesday the 12th and the 15th, when you're planning on doing your next spray on Saturday, is only a couple of days. What I would do is, if you can apply your liquid spray before you do your top dressing, when there's still plenty of leaf available, because remember, a lot of the liquid products, they don't take very long. As far as uptake, as long as they sit on the turf, on the grass for a few hours, they're allowed to dry, you're good to go. So if you can get them down prior, like you get there early that morning and spray, or even the day before would be even better. Like say the 11th, you're able to get up that evening and spray, and then the next day you top dress, then you'd be fine. If you're trying to maximize what you get out of your foliar application, and you can do it afterwards, but there are going to be parts of your lawn from lawn leveling that are going to be where there's not going to be as much grass exposed, right? There's going to be somewhere there's going to be plenty of grass leaf exposed. There's going to be some areas where there's not going to be a whole lot of it. So if you want to maximize your foliar spray, do it before you top dress. And we're only talking about a couple of days here, so you should be good to go. You can skip it if you want to. You could do that. But if you're asking me what I would do, I would just move it back a couple of days and spray. That is what I would do. All right, Trevor Johnson is up next. He says, "Evening, Ron. What is a good time to put down Hydratain granular, and how many applications per season?" So you could start it before it gets too hot. That's what I would recommend, Trevor. So the beginning of May would be a great time. So beginning of May, and then 8 weeks later. So May, June. So the end of May, the beginning of May, and then the end of June, early July is when you can do your next one. Even though the label says you can do it, you can apply it every 90 days to ensure that it pretty much stays resident and you get the benefits. I would apply it every 8 weeks, every 60 days. So start next month, beginning of next month, and then every 60 days, apply it. And then your second question is, should I wait until after I do core aeration at the end of the month? Thanks. Then yes, sure. Because if you want to do your first app, like I just told you, the first app can be the end of April, early May. So you're doing your core aeration the end of this month. So right after aerating, you could do your Hydratain application. So yeah, that works. That will work. Almost like it was meant to be. Almost like it was meant to be. All right, with nothing here in the Instagram. All right, so if you need anything else, let me know, Trevor. But yeah, this sounds like based on what you're planning, you're going to be good to go to do it the beginning of next month. All right, next up is Tyler Nelson. He says, "I have a bald spot that was put in by a bad spot of sod that was put in by the builders after the sidewalk, after we moved in." Let me start over. You have a spot of bad sod that was put in by the builders after they put the sidewalk in after they moved in. Okay, I got it. So they were doing some work on the sidewalk and they messed up your lawn as part of doing that and they put sod down. Okay, I got it. He says, now what's a good way to nurse that Bermuda back, or should I just replace the sod and start new? Okay, so they put the sod in and I guess the sod didn't take. Is it the fact that it's not rooting in is what you're saying? If this is really hard to answer, Tyler, without pictures. So if it's just one, if they did put the sod in and it looks like it's dead, so it's not like the sod is not growing in, it's not you don't have any reason to believe that it's going to recover, then yes, you could replace it. You could put sod, you could take that out and put sod down. That's option one. Option two is, depending on how big the area is, you could plug it. You could take plugs from your existing lawn and transfer that to that area. That is the best way to ensure that it matches. And so yeah, it just depends, because without pictures or seeing how big of an area we're talking here, I don't know. I'm not sure which way to recommend. You know, which one is going to be the best course of action. Plugging is going to ensure that it matches your existing lawn perfectly, but it's slow. We're taking out that sod. Let's assume that sod is dead. Like, it's never going to grow. Unfortunately, you know, that sod is gone. It's not going to happen. Not going to be a thing. Using sod or bringing sod in is going to be the faster way to go, because you're going to go from like no grass to having grass, which is kind of cool, right? But it's kind of unlikely that it's going to look exactly the same as your existing lawn. So if it doesn't bother you, then do sod. If it's going to bother you, then plug it. So that's actually the best answer. If you're really a big stickler about like your grass looking completely the same everywhere, then plugging is what you should do, but realize that by choosing that option, it's going to take longer for it to grow in for it to all look uniform. If you're impatient and potentially, I'm not saying it will happen, but potentially slight differences in color and texture don't bother you too much, then you can use sod, and you'll go from like no grass to grass literally in a day. So hope that helps, sir. Give you some food for thought, and you can decide which one is best for you. All right, so we got a super chat from Chris Dada. Thank you so much, Chris.
Super chat received.
He says, hey, Ron, in Georgia, Bermuda, I applied prodiamine in mid-February. Can I apply dithiopyr in May to extend the pre-emergent coverage? You could, but I have never done that. I've never done that. If you've applied prodiamine at the higher end of the annual limit, you should be good to go. Like, I've applied, like, there's never been a year when I've applied prodiamine in the spring, and then I went ahead and applied it again, or applied it, like, say, in February, and then I went again and applied again in April. I've just never had to do that. And I've not done prodiamine in the spring and then done dithiopyr, like this time of year. Now, if you have not done either of them as yet, and you had to choose between the two, I would lean towards dithiopyr over prodiamine, because if you're in Georgia, you're in Georgia, like, it's getting hot now, and crabgrass is starting to become a thing. It's going to start germinating, right? So dithiopyr has the ability to kill young crabgrass, whereas prodiamine does not. So for later in the season, for like now, I feel that dithiopyr is a better choice than prodiamine would be. So if you did prodiamine, there's no reason to do dithiopyr. Now, if you did prodiamine, you did like a split app, so you went like low on the application rate. So I think it's like 0.4 for Bermuda. That's what you would go with for prodiamine on the lower end of the application rate. So if you did that, and then for your other split for the other split application, instead of using prodiamine, you wanted to use dithiopyr again at reduced rates, I guess that would be okay. Again, I've never done it. But what I would not do is apply like full rate prodiamine like in February and then go out and do full rate dithiopyr now. Like, that's just too much. So if you did a lower rate in February and you want to go with a lower rate for dithiopyr now, that could be that'd likely be all right. But again, I've never personally had the need to do that. So it just depends on what you have done, what you're trying to accomplish, and how heavily, what rates you used when you applied prodiamine in February. So hope that helps, sir. Next up is the lawnmower master. He says, can I start real mowing brand new Bermuda at 1/2 inch, or should I start higher? Start at 1/2 inch. That's not gonna hurt anything. I mean, if you have the time, the thing you need to realize with this, right? The height of cut that you mow Bermuda at is not so much a it's not so much Bermuda. It's not so much Bermuda tolerating it, because most Bermuda grass will tolerate half an inch all day long without issue. It's more how much time do you have? Because like a lawn like this, like Robert's lawn, like this lawn looks pretty awesome. And from a bragging rights perspective, yes, you got to bow down. 0.41, much respect. That's pretty awesome. But to maintain a lawn like that at that mowing heights, you have to mow a lot. So can you cut it at half an inch? Sure. But I'll tell you from personal experience that once like mid-May, mid to late May rolls around, you're going to start getting on this on mowing at a minimum every other day. And then when June rolls around, you're talking about every day mowing if you're mowing at half an inch or lower. And most people just simply don't have the time to do that, because you think about it, if you're trying to not violate the 1/3 rule, right? To where you're able to cut the grass and it still stay green between mowings, and also not introduce unnecessary stress into the turf when you're mowing it. If you're cutting the grass at an inch, you have inch long grass, that allows you to cut off 1/3 or 0.33 inches without you introducing a bunch of extra unnecessary stress. And for the most part, the lawn's staying green. At 3/4 of an inch, you can take off 1/4 of an inch, right? At half an inch, it gets to be like, what does the math work out to? It's like 0.16, between 0.16 and 0.17 inches. So not a whole lot, right? So it's like that much. It's not that much that you can cut off each time. And so the question you have to ask yourself is, how long does it take for your grass to grow that much? And this time of year, it takes longer than it will during the summer. In the summer, it could grow that much in a day. So if in the summer, even if you have the time to do it, to mow your lawn every day, then yes, mowing it at half an inch is fine. The lawn's not good. The color's not going to be as good. It's not going to stripe as good. But it does look kind of cool. It looks literally like a golf course fairway if you want to mow it at those heights. So, I say all that to say, Lawn Mow Master, if you want to cut it at half an inch, you can. You can cut New Bermuda at half an inch. What I would encourage you to do is you want to start at half an inch, it's fine, but move up towards 3/4 of an inch, like 0.75, even though it's a 1/4 inch difference, makes a pretty big difference in how often you have to mow. The color of the lawn is going to be better. It's going to stripe better. So there's a lot of reasons to cut your grass at 0.75 versus half an inch or below. And I just think it's just easier to live with, but it's completely up to you. Completely up to you. If you want to go for the half inch, as long as you got the time to mow it, go for it. By all means, I've tried it, and you are a bigger man than I. I tried it, and it almost killed me the year that I did it. So not again. All right, Noix Oligarchy Gaming is up next. He says, Sandman came by yesterday and did chloration and top dressing. Yeah, Richard, man, glad to see he's still doing it. That's cool. I says, it poured hard last night, but the top dressing was still there. We'll let you know in a few weeks how it went. Well, if it rained heavy last night and it's still there, that's good. That helped it all settle in really well. And in a couple of weeks, a few weeks from now, we're in the first week of, or the end of the first week of April. By the end of April, it should be looking really good. You should start seeing the grass for the most part growing through. You may have a few heavy spots here and there, but for the most part, the lawn should be well on its way to recovery. Richard and the crew, they do a great job. They did my lawn last year. Like when I did the top dressing in July, and the video of the top dressing where the service came out and did it, that's who did that. Sandman Top Dressing is who did it. So Richard and the guys are a good set of guys. They do good work. And I would recommend them if you want a level lawn and you don't want to do it yourself, which I don't blame you because it's a lot of work. Consider them for that service. They do good work. All right, next up we have a question from Instagram from 627 Mustang. It says, is it too late to apply pre-emergent? No. Is it the opportune time? Is it the most optimal time? Not really. I mean, let me qualify that. If you have a cool season lawn, yes, now you want to get your pre-emergent down. That's a great time to get it done. If you have warm season, if you're my neighbor in Georgia, you are late. You're behind the ball as far as getting your pre-emergent applied. That said, I would still apply it. You're still going to be better off applying pre-emergent than not applying it. You're still going to get some benefits, although not as good than if you'd applied it in, late February. He says, my daughter bought a house and moves in next week, and the yard looks not great. I bought Celsius Certainty and will be spraying that next week, but curious about the pre-emergent. I would do your pre-emergent. I would do it. I would still apply pre-emergent, even though you're not going to get as good prevention as you would have had you done it like in late February, early March. It's still going to be better than not doing anything at all. So yes, if you ask my question, I still would. So thanks for asking that 67 Mustang on Instagram, and good on you. Good job on you and helping the daughter out, helping her get, so you're not, it's funny. The dad's, your daughter's moving in and dad's not like, hey, I'm gonna help you paint. I'm gonna help you, hang, move furniture. I'm gonna help you hang up, drapes. She's like, no, we gotta get this lawn under control. You're my daughter. I got a rep to uphold. I can't have the lawn looking like this. So I like how your focus went straight to the lawn. So that's really cool. All right, next up is Matt McKinney. He says, love your content, Ron. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Matt McKinney. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words and for coming to hang out in the live stream. Mo D is up next. She says, I finally got rid of most of my annual bluegrass, and now some other weeds has taken over my lawn. What other weeds? Can I send you a pic? You can. You can email them to ron@golfcourselawn.com. You can email them there, Mo D, and I'll take a look and I'll let you know what I think. I can't figure out what it is from the pictures online. I forgot your email. That is it. ron@golfcourselawn.com. If you send me an email there, I will take a look at it. If it's a broadleaf weed, I'm more than likely going to tell you to use Celsius. And if it's a sedge, which is a little bit early for sedges, but if you happen to have a sedge this early this time of year, which is kind of unlikely, then Certainty. But more than likely, the answer is more likely going to be Celsius. But send me a picture. I'll take a look at it, and I will let you know. Bill Stewart is up next. He says, hey Ron, my Bermuda never goes dormant. Why do you got to be one of these people that has, like, I live in this part of the country where my lawn never goes dormant. It looks awesome year round. Ha ha. My lawn never goes dormant. It gets a bit pale in SoCal in December, January. Temps between the low 40s to low 60s. I'm wondering if I should be applying light apps in the winter. Your thoughts? Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, here's the rule, Bill. If you're still mowing it, you can still feed it. If you're still out there mowing it, you can still absolutely apply fertilizer. If you want to back the rate down a little bit during the December, January months when it's not growing as aggressively, sure, no problem with that. I have no issue with that. But if it's growing, you can feed it. He says, my soil test in January showed low nitrogen and iron. Added a light application of both. The lawn took off in March, almost like it wanted some food. It was like, why are you treating us so badly? I'm still green. I'm trying to grow. Can you please give me some food? She gave it a little taste. It took off. Sounds like you gave it just what it wanted. He says, and the temp is only hitting the 60s. I think my Bermuda has adapted and overcome my winters. It is adapted and overcome. Sounds good, Bill. And yes, if you are still mowing the lawn, then you can still feed it. That is what I would say. If it's still growing, you're still out there mowing it, you can still feed it. Dalvin Larry is up next. He says, when beginning the season on the right fert based on the soil test, how long do you give that fert to take effect? For example, low phosphorus, how much do you apply to get the level up, or do you just go until next test? Yes. So what I do, Dalvin, is you can I would give it at least a quarter, but the best way, or the way that's not going to have you pulling cores all the time and spending a bunch of money on soil tests, is you do a soil test in the spring, do all your inputs, run your program based on the soil tests of your spring, of what your spring soil test results say, and then in the fall, do a test again. That's going to allow you to see how your inputs over the spring and summer worked. And it's also going to let you know whether or not you need to do any adjustments for pH over the fall, winter months. So yes, I would, based on what you saw in your spring soil test, I would feed the lawn this season based on that, and then test again in the fall. If you really want to be a stickler about it, let's say you test it in you pull your spring core in February, you could begin feeding the lawn, and then before your next fertilizer application, so between would be say May to June, that would be 3 months, right? So let's say you fertilized the beginning of May. Before you do your June application, so that lulls, you fertilized your first fertilizer, or you did your application in the beginning of May. Before you do your June application, you could pull cores then and send those results off if you wanted to see what a mid-season touch point as far as how it's doing. But you want to make sure you didn't just fertilize the lawn and then go collect soil samples, because that's going to skew the results. So that is what I would say. 3 months, I wouldn't do it any more than every 3 months. In most cases, the beginning of the season, end of the season is going to be just fine. Archie Amos is up next. He says, I've been having a problem logging into my soil for results. I've tried on multiple computers. Anyone else having the issue? I don't know. Let me try it. Let me see if I can log in. Maybe try an incognito window, Archie, or clear your cookies, or clear your cache. try that and see. I normally have a tab for my soil pulled up here, and I don't have one right now. All right, well, I will log in real quick. My soil testing and Redrish Kit sign in. And we will try it. Sign in with my account and sign in as me. And signing in. Let us see. Nope, it's in. Let me in. So I just signed in. So there you go. See, I just signed in. So yeah. So what I would say is something on your computer or something on your you try multiple computers. Maybe it's Have you tried it on your phone? Try it on your phone with Wi-Fi turned off. Try that. Try it on your phone with Wi-Fi turned off. I can't see why you'd be running any kind of filtering on your network that would break logging into to MySoil, because it's not like their login is not anything really. It's not anything really crazy as far as like how they're doing it. But try that. Try it on your phone with Wi-Fi turned off, so you're using like the cellular network, and see if you can log in then. On your computers, you should, like if you have Chrome, you should be able to go to, like I don't know when the problem started, but you can go in there, you can say, you can clear history and cookies. And the bad part about doing this is it's going to log you out of any websites you're logged into, but you can do it for like the last week, if that it's been a week since it's been acting up, and see if you can log in then. Or also try a different browser as well too. That's another way of doing it without clearing your cookies. So if you've got like a Mac, then you could try Safari or Chrome, and if you're on Windows, then you can use Edge or Chrome or whatever browser you happen to use. So try different browsers first and see if it works then. Because I just tested it and it's working fine for me. I just logged in, I just did it. So it's not as of right now, the portal is working. So hope that helps. All right, Ben Raham has dropped a super chat. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it. Thank you for that.
Super chat received.
He says, hi, Archie. I'm able to access my soil on my phone. Ron, I scalped really low to the dirt in some areas late February. They are not green as yet. Am I okay? You're okay. It's going to be fine. You took it to the dirt, so it's just going to take longer to recover. It's going to be fine. It's going to be just fine. Don't worry about it. Autumn is up next. She says, best YouTuber ever. You're a bit biased, but thank you. I appreciate it, Autumn. It's my daughter. She's in here supporting, sitting here, you're bored, sitting here hanging out on the live stream and chiming in. So I appreciate that, sweetheart. Thank you for all the love and support. Warms Dad's heart. And then next up, we have Matt McKinley. He's back. He says, I ripped up a tree in my front yard and sodded over it. Okay, yeah, got it. Should I be careful with fertilizer and mowing low on that spot? No, not really. I mean, what I would do is this. I mean, Matt, let it root in, like let it root in and let it root in and start growing, and then you can treat it like how you treat any other part of your lawn. It's gonna, you'd mow it like any other part of your lawn. You would fertilize it like any other part of your lawn. And what I would not do is this. So let's say you said you just did it, right? So say it was like today, you pull the tree out today, and you put the sod down today. I would not get out there and mow it, or I would like the tomorrow or whatever. I would let it root in first, let it catch itself, let it get established, and then once that's the case, you can start mowing it at the same height as the rest of your grass. You know what I mean? And you can fertilize it based on the same program you're using on the rest of the lawn. So yeah, you can. That one spot doesn't need anything special from a mowing and fertilization perspective once it is established, once it's rooted in. Like, because if you go over it now with a mower, or just walking on it, you're likely to to dislodge it and move it around, and because it's not rooted in yet. So once it's rooted in, then you can start treating it like any other part of your lawn. All right, Derek Wright is up next. He says, Ron, is it okay to apply weed herbicide after planting new seed? It's been 6 to 7 days, and I got a lot of weeds, still rain washed off a batch I applied before I seeded a few bare areas. What I would say, Derek, is if you can use post-emergent herbicides, and I would ideally do that before the new grass germinates. You know what I mean? Because new grass it's young grass, and even though you might use a herbicide that is safe for that grass type, you still don't want to be introducing stress into a brand new, into a newly seeded lawn. So if it's not germinated as yet, then yes, you can use post-emergent herbicides to knock out whatever weeds you've got going in the lawn, or you could just do this, or you could just let it go. You could let it go, let the lawn begin to grow in, let it get established, and then control the weeds afterwards. You know, kind of like life in general. Like there's not really a free lunch. Like if you're trying to seed a lawn, you're gonna have a lot of bare dirt, a lot of bare areas. So it makes it more likely that you can have issues with weeds. And a lot of times you just have to give that up and just realize that, hey, you know, I'm gonna deal with a little bit of weed pressure right now while the grass is growing in. Once it's growing in, I'm starting to mow it. I can use a post-emergent herbicide to knock out the weeds, and then, you know, happy days. So, we win. So it's difficult to have everything all at once. You know, the closest you can get to that is to use something like Tenacity on like cool season lawns. Like if you're doing a cool season seeding project, you could use Tenacity, because Tenacity has pre-emergent properties in it for like 3 or 4 weeks. So you could use that to keep the weeds at bay. And then, you know, once that 3 or 4 week period has passed, you could apply you could plant your seed, and then you could be good to go. But what I would just tell you, if it were me, I would focus on getting the grass that you're planting to germinate. Like do everything you can to get that grass to germinate. Once it germinates and it's doing well, then you can get rid of the weeds by using a post-emergent herbicide. That's the approach that I would take, because it's really hard to have it all at the same time. It's really tough. All right, next up is No Name. He says, LOL, if I feel like throwing some Essential G down in the middle of the month for fun, only you, Ron, you're the man. Sometimes, man, you know, sometimes the spirit just moves me and I'm like, you know what, I got a bag. I mean, I don't do the heavy app, but I've got like a bag laying around. I'm like, you know, I could, you know, the front line could use a little ESG, a little Essential G. Why not? And I'll go throw it out. And I won't water that in. I'm not going to run an irrigation cycle just for that, you know, so when it happens, it's not very common, but it might happen. 67 Mustang says, what's the email of yours? I'll send a pic. It's ron@golfcourselawn.com. So Ron, like my name, RON, at golfcourselawn, all spelled out, .com. So, or go to the store. If you, I mean, that email just really isn't for like lawn care, well, whatever, it's fine. You just send an email to the store. And if you send an email to that, they will get it to me. I'll be able to find it. I'll be able to get your email, because it'll be a question about that's not related to a product, and they'll forward it on to me, and I'll be like, oh, this is 67 Mustang. So just say, hey, it's 67 Mustang from the live stream where I'm trying to fix my daughter's lawn, and then I'll know who it is whenever I do get the email. All right. Tyler Nelson is up. He says, I put down some carbonized PN as a light top dressing for now. I dig it. That's a good choice. It's a great product for that. Robert, No Name, says, we got some man crush, lawn care man crush going on here. He says, Robert, I love you and I hate you at the same time. Beautiful. It does look awesome. One more again. We can show it one more time. Take a look at his lawn. That looks good, man. I don't care who you are. Even if you don't like warm season grass, that's a good looking lawn. That is a good looking lawn. All right. Archie Amos is up, says, Sanjay also has the 24-volt battery, 5 amp hour dethatcher verticutter, much better than struggling with a power cord. Cool. Thanks for that, Archie. You should be able to find that on Amazon as well, I imagine. So yeah, you can go with the 5 amp hour version if you're looking for a different option there. All right, Mark, I'm going to try it. Mark, I'm going to try my best. Mark, Altgen Bruins. I think it's how it is. Altgen Bruins. All right. He says, hey, Ron, what can be done for dog pee spots? The best thing is to try and train. Obviously getting rid of the dog is not an option. You're not gonna get rid of the fur baby because they're part of the family, right? If that's not an option, then training them to pee, to do their business in one area, like designating a sacrificial spot, is what works best, works very well. There are some, you'll hear some people say there are products you can give the dog to eat, or you can put in its food that will help. But if you look at the reviews, you see mixed results on those. So if you take your dog to a vet, which it sounds like you're probably someone that does, ask your vet about those products. Like do some research and find the products that will supposedly help with dog urination spots, and get their thoughts on it before you go out and give it to your dog and as an option. What Alex does is she is trained to pee in one spot. Like there's one little area between our lawn, my lawn, and his lawn, and she pees right there every day when she goes to pee. She goes right there, and that area is like scorched earth. Like if people like dig up this area 1,000 years from now, like grass will probably still never grow there due to what she's done to it. But that one spot is where she always goes, and the rest of the lawn looks good. So if you can train them to go in one area, which I know if they have a history of not doing that, it could be a challenge. But if you can train them to do that, that is going to be like the least frustrating method for you and for the dog, because if they've been doing it for a while, peeing all over the place, and then you try and get them to go in one, or if you start giving them different things to eat that they may not like, that might be a thing. So just train them to go in one spot if you can. That is one way to keep your grass green and keep the dog happy, to where you're not yelling at it from leaving burn spots in the lawn. So hope that helps, Mark. Sorry I don't have a better answer for you. But that I know definitely works if you can just designate a sacrificial area of your lawn. Oliver Richam is up next. He says, hey, Ron, how long do we have to wait after applying granular and liquid fertilizers to mow? How long do we have to wait to mow after applying granular and liquid fertilizers? So it can be the next day if you want, Oliver. So what I typically will do is I will mow the day before I do my fertilization. And then if I need to mow the day afterwards, I will do that. So if I'm slated to mow the lawn the day after, I'll do that. If I'm slated to mow a couple of days later, I will do that. What I would not do is, for granulars, it doesn't matter as much. But for liquids, I would not go out and, for example, spray liquids in the morning and then go mow your lawn like at lunchtime. I wouldn't do that. What I would do is granulars doesn't matter as much, because those are going to get in the soil, right? You're going to apply your granular, you're going to water them in, and you can mow, afterwards if you wanted to do that. But with the liquids, you want to give it a little bit of time for it to be taken up by the plants. If you can give it a full day after application before mowing, that's great. If you can give it 2, even better. But what I would not do is spray liquids, say in the morning at 9 a.m. and then at noon I go out and mow the lawn. I would not do that. I would give it a day. I would give it a day between, for the liquids. For the granulars, it doesn't really matter as much, because you're going to be watering those in anyway. So those really shouldn't be affected by your mowing, because they're not going to be in the grass. They're going to be in the soil, right? All right, JB is up next. He says, when you put out your granular, it's at 60% nitrogen rate. You then supplement with liquids. How do you calculate the 60% granular rate? Okay. All right, I think I know what you're asking. Okay, so what I aim for, Jay, is around 7 to 8 tenths of a pound of nitrogen per month, right? So you think about Bermuda, the conventional wisdom says Bermuda needs 1 pound of nitrogen over the course of the month whenever it's actively growing to do well. I'm able to get by with less than that because I run a biostimulant program along with my feeding program that allows me to get more out of the fertilizer that I apply. So here's how we figure this out. So we can walk through it really quick here. So if we'll take humic max as an example, right? So remember, I said that my goal is 7 tenths of a pound of nitrogen. So how do we figure that out between liquids and granulars? So if you take a product like humic max, right? This is a 16% nitrogen product. So it's 60% nitrogen, 8% potassium, right? So if I apply this on my lawn at 3 pounds per thousand, right? What that means is that if I take 3 and I multiply that by 0.16, I come up with 0.48, right? That's 0.48 pounds of nitrogen in that 3 pounds of fertilizers. You see what I mean? So like the bag is a 1608, meaning in that 45-pound bag, 16% of that bag is nitrogen. 8% of that bag is potassium. 8.9% of that bag is humic acid. So if I'm trying to work to jockey the rates, to play with the rates between different products to reach a certain target, starting with my granular, I simply say, okay, based on the amount of nitrogen that is in this product by volume, how much do I need to apply by volume to hit my nitrogen target? So if we take 3 pounds as an example, again, the 3 pounds of nitrogen, take 3 times 0.16, you end up with 0.48, or right about a half a pound of nitrogen, right? So I'm most of the way there. So I've still got 2 tenths of a pound of nitrogen to play with. So I put half a pound of nitrogen down for my granular. I still have 2 tenths that I can get from my liquid products. So if we go now and take a look at, say, something like Turfplex, right? And if you look at the label for Turfplex, If I can pull that up here. Yep. So if I pull that up and I'll show you here, look at the label for Turfplex and I get my face out of the way because it is blocking progress. All right. So look at the label for Turfplex. You'll see the 6 ounce rate. So 6 ounces of Turfplex over 1,000 square feet puts out 1/10 of a pound of nitrogen. So what that means is that if I apply this at the first of the month, that's going to give me 1/10 of a pound of nitrogen. And if I apply it again at the middle of the month, that's another 1/10 of a pound of nitrogen. So the math, I mean, it's not perfectly 0.7, but the math works out to where you're getting around 7/10 to 8/10 of a pound of nitrogen total going into the grass over the course of a 4-week period. So you can do this yourself. I mean, if you don't want to use you can do this with any of these fertilizers, any of the fertilizers that we have on the golf course lawn store. If you're using the complete, like a 14% nitrogen product, you can do the same thing. The stress, same thing. You can do the math the same way. Take, first you can take 3 pounds. Like for me, I aim for about 1/2 pound of nitrogen for my granulars, and I just will adjust how much of the product I'm putting down to hit that target, right? So like the 12, 024 with that one, if we take 4 and multiply it by 0.12, that gets us, right? So 4 pounds of that gets us to that 1/2 pound target, right? Whereas with the Humic Max, we're able to get by with 3 pounds because it's 16% nitrogen. With the Stress 12024, it's 12% nitrogen. So we need to put down more product by volume to hit the same nitrogen target. You see what I mean? So, but you can take this formula, what I'm showing you here, what I'm walking through with here on the live stream, and apply it to any granular fertilizer, any product really. So, hope that helps. You take the percentage of the product, and then the percentage of the product that's nitrogen, and multiply that percentage by the amount by volume that you're planning on putting down on the ground, the amount of pounds to the ground. So 3 pounds, 4 pounds per thousand. And that's gonna let you know how much nitrogen you're putting in from the granular. And then you can use your liquids to supplement that to hit the nitrogen target that you're after. So hope that helps, JB. That is what I do. And hopefully my explanation made sense. And you just got like a little part of what's in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, because there's an entire section on that very topic that we walk through this kind of stuff. All right, No Name is up next. He says, I'm planning to do my aeration in mid-May, as that seems to be when my grass is at full tilt. How long would you wait until applying Primo Max? I would still do Primo the beginning of the month. I would do Primo beginning of the month and then the middle of the month. That is what I would do, No Name. If you want to wait until it's fully greened up, especially if you're doing, to make sure you stay on schedule, if you're doing the split application to where you're taking the monthly rate and cutting it in half, you could start on May 15th if you wanted to, and then just continue, the same, it pretty much can be the same rate because you're doing half the monthly rate every 15 days. So you could start the middle if you wanted to. For me, I'll be starting the beginning of May. All right, next up, let me see if there's anything else for me. You guys are having a sidebar, so that I'll leave you guys to that. You're very welcome, Chris Dada. No problems at all. Let's see here. Jordan Golson is up next. He says, hey, Top Surf AC, Resolute, Forel, Battleship 3 in December and February. I noticed today I'm getting a decent amount of weeds popping up. Should I try to add prodiamine or dithiopyr now? Central Alabama for reference. So the dithiopyr, so the weeds that you are seeing, which depends on which weeds you have. See, without knowing which weeds you're dealing with, it's hard to know what the best treatment plan is. But if you're seeing the weeds that you started seeing like a few weeks ago and even now, it's more than likely going to be cool season weeds. So POA is going to be likely one of the ones that you're seeing. A prodiamine or dithiopyr application now is not going to do anything against those. So if you want to get rid of them, you have 2 options. You can wait, just be patient and give it till summertime when it gets hot. You probably don't want to do that because it's going to look ugly between now and then. Or you can use a post-emergent herbicide to target the weeds that are in your lawn now. So those are your options, Jordan, especially without knowing what kind of weed you're dealing with. I mean, if you're doing prodiamine now, it's a bit late for control of like crabgrass and spurge. It's still better than not doing anything. But it's not going to do anything against the weeds that you're currently seeing, because the weeds that you're seeing now that are starting to thrive now started germinating months ago. All right, next up is Modi says, thanks, sent the pics, no problem. I'll take a look at the pictures of the lawn once I get them, Modi, appreciate that. And the next up is Jimmy Miller. He says, hey, Ron, took your advice and I sprayed out my rye winter overseed with Celsius. The Celsius works great. Glad to hear that. But I need to work on my spraying. I now have stripes of rye where I missed. Have a great night. Yeah, you'll get better at it. I mean, it's like anything else, like any other skill, right? You know, no one's born good at everything, so you'll get better at it as you do it more. But at least you know it works, right? At least the areas that you sprayed, the product worked well. So what I'd say is next time, if you didn't do it this time, add a little bit of marker dye in there, a little bit of turf mark, and that way it's going to be easier to see where you sprayed. So just something to keep in mind. Let's see here. We have Ben J Kane says, just purchased some stress blend from your area, from your store. Thank you for that, Ben. He says, you probably already stated it, but do you recommend Yard Mastery products, or do you still think Country Club is better? I think Yard Mastery makes a lot of the products they sell are great. As far as fertilizer goes, it depends on what you're trying to do. The options, the products that we sell as far as from Lebanon Turf, the Humic Max, the Stress, and the Country Club are, as far as a formulation, especially for shortcut turf, are better, in my opinion. Biggest reason is this. If you compare the size of the prill of because this is around the size of the prill that you're going to find in like in Flagship or any of the Yard Mastery fertilizers, and this is the prill of Humic Max, right? So you can see how much smaller that is. So for a lawn that is real mode, where the turf needs to get pretty tight, gets dense, this is going to do a better job of getting past the grass, getting past the canopy, and getting into the soil where it can work. Now, take this, which is already very small. This is like a SGN 210. This is a 150. Now take the Stress, which is what you just got, or the Complete for comparison. This is an SGN 80. It's like a greens grade fertilizer, meaning you can use this on your lawn that you have now, which is like normal turf grass, or you could use it on up to a green, right? So a golf green. So for shorter cut turf, tight turf, this is a better fit. This or this are better fits than this is. If you have a lawn that you're mowing taller, like if you're mowing Bermuda taller, if you're mowing fescue taller, if you're mowing St. Augustine, or any kind of grass where the mowing height tends to be taller, this can work just fine. But it's not my first choice for shorter cut turf for the reasons that I explained. From a standpoint of will it produce a green up your lawn and help you get a great result? Yes. That's the Flagship, the Stress, all those fertilizers are gonna do that. But from a standpoint of being the best fit, that is the best tool for the job, especially when you're at shorter mowing heights, the Lebanon Turf products are better, in my opinion. In addition, they also include, there's also like you get like a biostimulant and fertilizer in all of them, because whereas the Yard Mastery First are a straight fertilizer, so you get the macros, and you'll also get micronutrients in them, which is kind of cool. They offer a micronutrient package in all their ferts, which is really nice. With the Lebanon First, you get your macros, and then you get some kelp, and you also get humic acid. So in Humic Max, it's your macros and like almost 9% humic acid. So you get like a biostimulant and a fertilizer in one. And then for the Stress and the 12-0 turnover Stress, and for the Complete, you're getting your macros, you're getting some micros, so iron, manganese, and zinc, and then you're also getting some kelp, and you're also getting some humic acid. So as far as a fertilizer, that is more along lines of what I teach and what I do on my lawn, which is like feed the soil, create great soil, and great grass as a byproduct. The Lebanon fertilizers are a better fit for what I like to do. So that's it. But you can get a great result with any of them. So hope that helps, Ben Kane. If you have any other questions, let me know. All right, next up is Chris McDowell. He says, I have a very low weed. I can't even get my mower low enough to cut it. It's probably spurge. It looks like spurge, or at least in that family. I've tried to kill it, but no herbicide works. What should I do? If it's spurge, Celsius will kill it. So you take this, wrong camera. You take this, and if you're a boss, you add a little bit of this with it, and that will kill spurge. It'll absolutely smoke spurge. If you only have a smaller lawn, right, or if you're just trying to do some spot spraying, you could get by with using like one of these guys, I would take one of these, the single-use packet, mix it with 2 gallons of water if you're just doing some spot spraying, a couple of ounces of surfactant along with it. This can work. So this combination can work. Or if you have a larger property, or you just want like, to have more just to have around for a longer period of time, or this can work, and it will absolutely dominate spurge. Like spurge has will have no chance against this. And to your point, the problem with spurge is it can tolerate growing as short as you will mow. Spurge will grow that short. So the way to get rid of it is to use a herbicide. Use a post-emergent herbicide like Celsius. Celsius will get rid of it. So yeah, I have been there. I have been there, Chris. And so yeah, but yeah, go use some Celsius against it, assuming you have warm season grass. Use Celsius. That will take care of it. All right, Darren Proctor is up. He says, no issues with logging the MySolver results. Just checked mine 5 minutes ago. Okay, good. So we're good to go. And Archie says, yeah, it worked on phone with Wi-Fi off. Thanks. Yeah, so there's something in your network. I don't know if you have like, if you're paying for some kind of like some of the ISPs will offer some kind of security program where they will do like they'll do filtering, and some of those, I mean, they shouldn't, but maybe whatever they have going on your Wi-Fi, on your router, on your Wi-Fi, on your firewall, on your gateway is doing something that's breaking your ability to log into the MySoil portal. So I would call them and say, hey, what's going on? Why is this happening? And what can we do to fix it? So yeah, so it's something with your network. It's something with your network. If I had to guess, it's more than likely. It's not more likely. I'm almost positive. It's the gateway. It's the people call it the router, firewall, whatever. It's a thing. It's a piece of equipment that is between your cable modem or your DSL modem or your fiber and the rest of your network. So it's the gateway device. It's more than likely that. All right, next up is JC105. He says, hi, Ron. I'm late to the show tonight. I'll catch a replay this weekend. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. No problem, JC. Thanks for coming in just to stop in to say hi. And Mark, I answered your question about dog urine damage. And next up was R. Carter. He says, what Bermuda seeds do you recommend? There's not a lot that I would recommend now, these days, because I can tell you what people have been using and have liked. With Ardent 15 gone and Princess 77 gone, a lot of people have been using Yukon and have liked the results they've gotten with that. So if you're looking for a Bermuda grass seed, then you could go with Yukon. On the other side of the coin, that's not a question about seed. A lot of people have really enjoyed the new Tahoma 31. Like that's a great looking cultivar of Bermuda. So if you can not do seed and you can do sod, Tahoma 31 is a great way to go. In other words, if I were going to start all over from scratch on my lawn, so we're going to burn my entire lawn and renovate it, I would not try and grow the lawn from seed using Yukon. I would just sod the entire thing with Tahoma. That is what I would do. All right, next up is Ben Raham. He says, doing a full renovation with Bermuda seed is really hard. In order to give Bermuda good conditions, the weeds also love it and they germinate faster. Seeded Bermuda will take 2 to 3 years to look great. And that's an excellent point, Ben. Like what you'll find too, the nice thing about sod is you go from no lawn to lawn like literally overnight. Like your lawn, you have like bare dirt, and then the sod people come in, they install the sod, and you got a lawn, which is kind of cool, right? Whereas with seed, even if you do a pretty good job, there's still going to be some areas that are going to lag behind other areas that you may have to go back and seed again, or it just takes them a while to grow in. So it just realize that seeding is, while it might at the outset seem less expensive, it is not less expensive in time for sure. So you got to be a lot more patient. And in my opinion, it really makes sense when you have a large property. And by large, once you start getting into like, past 15,000 square feet, getting into like half an acre, that kind of size, that's when seed starts to make a bit more sense, because sod at those prices can be prohibitive. But even if you do seed, you got to have a way to water it. So if you have a way to water, that's a good point too. If you have enough money if you have enough money to be able to water half an acre, then you probably have enough to be able to sod half an acre, especially if you're not using like well water, So in general, most people are better served by going with sod than seed, because they don't realize what it takes to get seed to grow in and to perform well. All right, next up is Shelby Amos. He says 80s last week, 60s this week, really slowing the growth in Dallas-Fort Worth. Looks like an 80-degree plus from next week on. So let's go. Yeah, Shelby, it's good, man. We're gonna have some dips here and there. Fortunately, I don't see anything in the forecast that looks like freezing temperatures. As long as we don't get that, I can deal with 60s here and there. As long as we get more 70s and 80s, I'm good. I'm good. It's fine. It actually is nice because, it's funny. This time of year, I can actually mow the lawn and not like come in all sweaty when I'm done, which is kind of nice. It's nice to get out there and mow the lawn and not get all soaked up and be like drenched in sweat when I'm done mowing it, which is kind of cool. Let's see. Next up is Triple UT Doc says, "Hey Ron, I always double cut my lawn with my cheap manual reel mower to get a good cut. Do you double cut with the Allet? On occasion I do. I don't do it every single time. I do cut lengthwise, but then I'll finish up with the stripes facing away." So I think I've got an older picture of the lawn. So if you look at the lawn, like the stripes, how it sits right now, I finish up with going this direction, where the stripes are going away from the house. So the ones that I want to be more dominant are the ones as the direction that I mow last in. Because figure double cutting it every single time takes a lot of time, so I just don't do that. I don't double cut it every time. All right, thank you. Very welcome. Gary says, "Happy Friday, Ron. Just sitting in to watch the show. Thanks for all you do." You're very welcome, Gary. Thank you for taking the time on a Friday evening to hang out here and talk about turf grass. And then next up is Kelly Juicy. He says, "I like the Yard Mastery app." That's right. There's the Yard Mastery app. But can you make notes of that, or does it just tell you when to do stuff? I didn't know that it had a logbook. He says, "It says reminders in addition to being creating an application log. It also has a soil temp feature that seems pretty accurate." So there you go. If you want an app, you can go with Alan's app, the Lawn Mastery app. So that's an option. That's an option as well. All right, Benjamin Kane, I already answered your question on Instagram about Yard Mastery over the Country Club Fert. I told you why I prefer the Lebanon Turf Ferts and the reasoning behind that. So I already answered that on Instagram. And he says, great explanation on fert size. Yes, for me, it's the size of the prill and also the fact that you also get biostimulants along with the fertilizer in in the Lebanon. You get like the kelp and the humic acid, which is really nice, So there's that. And the smaller prill means when you apply it, it literally disappears. Like you don't see, like you're not going to see any of it, like, granules sitting around on the top of your grass after you're done applying it. Like you apply it and it disappears and you water it in and it's really gone because it's in the soil where it needs to be. All right, next up is Simple Cash Offer. He says, "Hey Ron, do you like the backpack sprayer versus hose end sprayer?" I do. I kind of like the hose end. Backpack seems to feel weird and hard to figure out the right tip. Thanks. So the backpack, I agree, can be more intimidating when you first start out. But what the backpack sprayer gives you is flexibility. So if you're applying like, I dropped my aceleprint. Let me get this here. If you're spraying like Primo, right? Or you're spraying aceleprint, or you're spraying liquid fertilizers, or you're spraying prediamine, or you're just a host of products. Like most of those products, all those products will have application rates that will have dilution rates that assume you're using a sprayer, a pressurized sprayer of some sort, like a backpack sprayer or even like a handheld pump sprayer can work too. But it's going to assume that you're going to be applying that you have a pressurized sprayer to where you can apply the correct amount of active ingredient over 1,000 square feet or whatever the square footage they tell you. So for example, with Primo on Bermuda, the application rate is 1/4 ounce, 0.25 ounces mixed with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. Really, it's the most correct way of saying it is it's 0.25 ounces over 1,000 square feet. I mix it with a gallon of water, and I recommend you mix it with a gallon of water because that produces good coverage for most people. You can't really do that with a hose end sprayer. So if you put 1/4 ounce of Primo in a hose end sprayer, there's no way you're going to cover 1,000 square feet with that because it's the droplet that comes out. It's a lot of water. So hose and sprayers are good for doing soil-based products. If you're doing like Hydratain, so hose and sprayers are great for those, but they're not my choice for anything that needs foliar uptake. So again, if you take like Celsius or Certainty or Primo or certain fungicides or anything like that, you would not use a hose end sprayer for any of those. So while they are easier, or the hose end seems easier at the outset, what you give up in ease of use is you're closing the door on a ton of products. So and honestly, a backpack sprayer or even a small 2-gallon sprayer is really not that hard once you get used to it. When it comes to spray tips, there's really only two you need to be aware of. There is this one. This is the foliar tip. It produces a fine droplet size, which is what you would use for spraying plant growth regulator like Primo Max, like liquid fertilizers, like spraying like biostimulants. And then the other tip you would use is one that produces a larger droplet size, which is like, so for your pre-emergence, for your any kind of soil-based product, you would use that one. And it takes like literally 2 seconds. Well, not 2 seconds. It takes like 30 seconds to swap the tip out. It's not that hard to do. Once you get used to using the sprayer, it's really not hard. So I would say it's not like the two. In other words, the two are not really comparable. Like everything, I'll put it to you this way: a backpack sprayer can do everything that a hose end sprayer can do for the most part. You can't put out the same volume of water, but for the most part, everything you could apply with a hose end sprayer, you could apply with a backpack sprayer. But the opposite is certainly not true. The products you can apply with a backpack sprayer, you can't do with a hose end. So it's worth learning how to do. And it's really not that hard. Once you get used to once you learn how to calibrate your sprayer, and I've got videos online on how to do that on YouTube, you're off to the races. And then you're gonna love it, because then you can mix and match products. You can mix your liquid fertilizers together. You can do your biostimulants with it. You can mix and match, and it just saves you a lot of time versus having to rely on granular only products, or rely only on products that can be applied with a hose end sprayer, which what you're going to find with those is they're going to be highly diluted. Like, you're not going to be able to find concentrated products that go out in a hose end sprayer, because it's just the amount of water, the amount of volume, the amount of carrier that you're putting out is just so much more than what you're putting out in a backpack sprayer. So hope that helps. Simple cash offer. Just something to consider. I mean, just something to work up to, but it's worth it. Trust me, it's worth it. It's worth the work to figure out how to use a backpack sprayer properly. All right, let's see. No Name says, completely forgot to ask you if anyone checks in on the Masters to see if the grass. Yes, it was pretty awesome. Of course, I was watching the Masters. No Name, got to do that. Mike D says, it's not that I didn't order anything last Friday. I got Primo Max. I'm just greedy for the sticker, and I want another one. Acceloprin ordered. All right, fine. Just for you, Mike D, I will ensure that with the Acceloprin, that one of these is packed along with it whenever the Acceloprin goes out. And that goes for anybody that orders Acceloprin SC, the liquid, the suspension concentrate, over between now and Monday morning. You will get one of the fancy chrome stickers, holographic stickers, between now and then. All right, you're very, very welcome, Chris. I have Bermuda. You guys also have a great night. Thanks, No Name, for that advice. Very good. And let's see here. Steven Rosales says, I just moved into my new house and I have the worst lawn imaginable. Please help. Okay, so Steven, I need to know what kind of grass you have. Like, what is it, Bermuda grass, or is it like a cool season grass? If it's a Bermuda lawn, and actually, hang on, guys and gals on Instagram, I'm gonna have to drop because we're about to cross 4 hours, and Instagram has this really unfortunate thing where you can only stream for 4 hours, or then you have to start the stream over again. So I'm going to drop the stream and then I will rejoin it. So sorry about that. And share and paste. All right. So hopefully this will work. And there we go. Actually, I'll just rename it. Live stream. We can just do that. Good. All right. Yeah. So if it's a warm season grass like Bermuda, Steven Rosales, what I would tell you is a great combination is Celsius. Like, if I could only have one herbicide, if I could only have one, it would be Celsius. For post-emergent herbicide anyway. If I could only have one herbicide for post-emergent, it would be this. It would be Celsius. Because in warm season grass, this kills a ton of stuff. And it's also safe for over a broad temperature range. If I could only have two herbicides that are for post-emergent control, I would use Celsius, and I would combine it with Certainty. Between these two, you're going to knock out like 95% of the weeds that you're going to come across in a warm season lawn. So if you have Bermuda or Zorgia, St. Augustine, pretty much any warm season grass other than Bahia grass, you can use Celsius and Certainty on them, and it's going to do a great job cleaning up the weeds that you have in your lawn. So that's what I'd say. I'm going to answer the question as if you are my neighbor and you have a warm season lawn. And as far where you can get that, if you go to the golf course lawn store, if you go to shop and the weed killer section, you can find a kit that we have that has Celsius Certainty, the dye, marker dye, and surfactant all in one, saves you a bit of money. Or you can buy them separately. You can get Celsius separately, Certainty separately, and the supporting cast along with it separately as well. So it just depends on which way you want to go, what problem you're trying to solve. What I will tell you is this: regardless of which way you go, if you go with Celsius, you're really going to want to get some surfactant to go with it, because this enhances how well the herbicide works. It helps the product stick to the leaf of the weeds that you're targeting better, so you're going to get a better result. So I'm answering this question as if you have warm season grass, like you have Bermuda grass, you live in the Southeast, and if you do, then Celsius and Certainty, this combination is great. You can get them all together here in this kit, or if you just want if all you care about is broadleaves, then just Celsius. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know, and I'll restart the stream for you guys on the gram here. Sorry about that. Not my fault. It is Instagram and live, and there we go. Restarting. Okay, cool. All right, next up, we have a couple more questions here before we close it out. One from Oliver Ridham. He says, with the Yard Mastery spray tips include 2 O-rings, one clear, one black. Where do those go? They go, let's see, where do those go? Also, there's 2 T-Jet tips. One says XR and the other one doesn't say which one to use. So how can I explain this? The O-ring goes, it gets seated in the cap. It gets seated in the, so if this is the spray tip and I'm holding the cap, the O-ring is seated within the black thing, the thing that you unscrew, and the tip passes through that. That is how it's set up on mine. So the O-ring I never take out of my sprayer. So that goes inside that black, the unscrewable cap, and then this slides into that, and then you tighten it down. And then as far as which tip to use where, I can actually show you really quick here. So if we go, with this sprayer, there should be 2 tips. There should be a white tip and a red tip. If the white tip is going to be the flood jet tip, which is for pre-emergent and soil-based products, and then the red tip is for foliar sprays. So that's what I would tell you, Oliver. But let me pull it up here really quick. I don't think they've changed the tips that it comes with, but I'll show you real quick here. If we go over to the store and we look at spray tips, so this guy right here, the white tip, that is the flood jet tip. That is for pre-emergent and any kind of soil-based product. So fungicides, insecticides. This is the foliar tip. This is what you're going to use to spray growth regulator, liquid fertilizer, biostimulants, that type of thing. So the white one for pre-emergent and fungicides and those kinds of products. And then this one is the one that you're going to use the most for spraying fertilizer and whatnot. So hope that helps, Oliver. If you have any other questions, let me know. And then Skinny Geek says, hey, Ron, can you spray half the rate of micronutrients every 2 weeks versus once per month? Yes, you could do that. Yes, you could. You could do that. Yep. And then let me see what else we have. Ben Raham says, are the spray tips just an incremental difference? I use a tow behind sprayer for a large lawn for all the products, including including the Carbon Kit and PGR. Sure, backpack sprayer more accurate, but how much should I still get a good result? Yeah, so if you could only do one spray tip, and you didn't want to swap between a flood jet and the foliar, what you could go with is you could split the difference and use one of these guys. This is an air induction tip. This one produces a droplet size that is larger than the foliar spray tip, but not as large as the flood jet tip. So this is a great option. I'll show you guys here. This is a great option I'll show you there, this guy, and I can link it in the chat for you guys if you want. This is a good option if you just want one to cover everything, although it's not really, it's not the best choice for either, but it's one that you can use in a pinch to do either task. It's also good if you are spraying, say on a day and there's a bit more breeze and you're trying to minimize drift. The slightly larger droplet size that the air induction tip produces, it's a good choice to switch to this one. But I can tell you, like on my lawn, I'm either using the air induction. I'm either using the foliar tip or I'm using the flood jet tip. So there is that. And if you guys want it, because you're gonna say, well, how do I get the air induction tip? I will put it in the chat for you guys. But I'll tell you, it's really an in between. It's not one, like if it were me, I would just swap spray tips. That's what I do. But if you guys want it, there it is. All right. Next up is and to answer your question, I didn't answer your question, Ben. As far as does it make a bigger difference? Yes, it does. Because if you think about it, on the video that I have on the channel on choosing the correct spray tip, which I will link here in the chat for you guys. If you think about the foliar spray tip, the finer droplet size, it gets you better coverage, right? It gets you better. It gets better coverage, and you're also going to get less runoff because the droplet is just physically smaller. So for a product where uptake is done by the leaf, by the foliar, and you're trying to maximize how much of the leaf you cover, and you want it to actually stay on the leaf, a foliar, a finer droplet size is going to work better for that. If you go with a larger droplet, one, you're not going to get as good coverage. I mean, if you're spraying a lawn, right, and you're using a large droplet, like in that square foot or in that square, that 2 or 3 foot square foot section of grass that you're going over with the flood jet tip, not all of the grass is going to get covered with the product, and not all of it's going to get covered as equally as if you use a finer droplet size. Like the finer droplet produces, I hate to use the term mist, but it produces like a directional mist, right? Because a mist kind of implies that it blows all over the place, and it really doesn't. But it produces like a finer directional mist that does a good job covering the grass, the plant leaf evenly. Whereas a flood jet doesn't really need to cover the leaf evenly, because the goal of a flood jet tip is not to get the product on the leaf, it's to get it in the soil, which a larger droplet size is better for that. So does it make a difference? Yes. So yeah, it does make a difference. It's better to use the right spray tip if you can. It just is. All right, next up is, let me see who we got here. Let's see, Skinny Geek says, okay, no, so that's not for me. That is for someone else. Joe Wanja is up. He says, I'm seeing a bunch of thatch after a heavy rain. What you're seeing are like grass clippings here. You're seeing all that bunching up. Some people call them thatch, zebra stripes, leopard stripes, whatever you call them. I mean, leopards don't really have stripes, but yeah, but zebra stripes in the lawn. Does that mean I need to do a dethatching with my Sunjo? Any options for scarifying attachment for it? Thanks for the help. What that is a sign of is that you have just debris in your lawn. That's a sign of. So does it mean if it's super heavy where you're having a lot of it, could you benefit from doing a light scarifying or turf raking? Yes. But here's the thing, even if you do that and you don't bag your clippings, it's going to continue to happen. So the way to prevent that from happening, or to seriously, substantially reduce it happening, is to, one, clean all the debris out of your lawn, and then two, don't put new debris back in your lawn by mulching. So if you're going to mulch your clippings, then it's going to happen again, is what I'm trying to say. So it's, if you want to do a scarify now just to reduce the amount of thatch in your lawn, that's fine. But unless you are catching all your clippings all the time, like after every mow, and when you have another heavy rain shower, you are going to have some of that. It's not that big a deal, but I mean, if it bugs you, then that's another reason to bag all your clippings, right? All right, Corey Dale says, mole crickets, what to use? Delta Guard, I believe, is labeled for that. think Delta Guard. I'll get you. Let me look here. Let me just verify first. I'm almost positive that Delta Guard is labeled for mole crickets or Bermuda, or is that Bermuda mites that I'm thinking here? That I'm thinking about. I might be thinking about something else. Yeah, it's labeled for Bermuda. I was thinking about Bermuda mites. I'd have to look into that. I don't know. Is it so? I'm not sure. So yeah, I was thinking about Bermuda mites. Let me look at. Let's see. Let me see what else we have for options for that. It's a good question, Corey. Let us see here. Let me see if I can find an answer for you really quick. I may have to take that one under consideration and give you an answer next week. Yeah, I don't have anything off the top of my head based on the insecticides that I'm familiar with here, Corey. So let me take that one. I'm gonna have to take we'll take a pass on that one, take my hall pass on that one, and I'll research it and I'll get an answer for you for next week. As far as what you can use against mole crickets, unless someone here chimes in and says, "Oh, I know, I got this one," which tends to happen sometimes. All right, Ben Raham says, thanks for sharing your knowledge and making good products available, accessible. More upfront is cheaper in the long run with better results. You know or you don't. I agree. I agree. The stuff that most of the products, if you look at them by application, are actually not that expensive. The ones that do tend to be a bit more expensive are, they're best in class. They're really, really good at what they do. You get what you pay for, right? So magic ain't cheap, unfortunately. All right, next up is, okay, so Oliver Richard says, I just sent you an email with a photo of the 2 TJet tips included. All right, Oliver, I'll respond at the end of the show because we're about to wrap things up here. I'll reply with, unless I can look here really quick. I'll reply here. That's not right. There should have been, yeah. So Oliver, you should have gotten, I'm looking at this really quickly. You should have gotten a flood jet tip. It looks like you got, yeah, this doesn't look correct. Yeah, these are both foliar spray tips. This is not right. So check, you should have seen a white tip like the one I showed you there in on the product description. If not, yours is missing and we need to get you one. So we can just write back and let me know what you got or you didn't get. Like here's what you can do: take a picture of everything you have, like all the spray tips that your sprayer came with, and we can see if we can get you sorted out. And then Nonam says you skipped Skinny Geek's question. I did. Let me go back up here. Oh no, I didn't. He says, hey Ron, can you spray micronutrients at half rate every 2 weeks versus once a month? Yeah, I answered that. You can. Yeah, I did answer that. Ben. No name. I answered it. All right. So I'm going to see what else we have here as far as questions. Mike D says, Ron, not to call you up, but last time a question came up, you said Delta Guard. I thought it was Delta Guard, but unless I'm missing. Let me look here. Let me look at the description. I could have sworn it was about Delta Guard because I've gotten this question before, but maybe I am wrong. Let's see. Let's look at the label. Mole. Let's see here. Yeah, actually, no. I just can't spell is what the problem is. Yeah, mole crickets are on here, so I just can't. So to answer your question, who asked that? Who asked the question? Corey Dale. Delta Guard G, the granule. Like you can use that for it. So yeah, I just can't type. I typed mole C without a space, and of course in search it's not going to show up. So you are correct. Thanks for keeping me honest, Mike D. So last time I said Delta Guard, and what I said last time was correct, and it is correct now again too. It is mole crickets are what you would use for it. If you want a link for it, let's see here. If you want a link for it, I will send it to you here, Corey. Thanks, man. You guys keep me honest, man. You guys keep me on my toes, keep me sharp. I like it. All right, so this is what you can use, Corey, at Corey Dale, and that'll take care of it. All right. See, team effort, guys. Team effort. I appreciate you guys. All right, next up, we're about to wind down, And he says, just going to have to watch next week's show now. Well, yeah, you still got to watch next week's show anyway, but you got your answer. Thanks to Mike D. Mike was like, so see, Mike, you earned the headache you're making me have to go through with packaging, having folks have to stick one of these in for all the Acelaprint orders over the weekend. You earned it. See, you came off the bench and you helped me out there. So I appreciate that. Because I could have sworn I could have sworn like Delta Car was labeled for mold crickets, but again, it's late. We're coming up on 4 hours and change. So I'm tired. So maybe thanks for coming in and helping me out, man. I appreciate the assist. Good stuff. All right, guys, gals, I think that is about it. I don't think there's anything else that I had to cover here in my notes. Actually, no, there is one more thing. So for the summer, even though it's still early, we do have a summer lawn care guide. If you guys are folks that like to look at the description, it's in the description of this video, and I will put it in the chat now so you guys get a sneak peek. It's not linked anywhere on the store yet, but if you guys want to take a peek at it, you guys take a look. That is just the guide for summer lawn care, and I know that it's early in the season for that, but I'm trying to get ahead of it and get all this stuff out, written, and done, so you guys will be good to go. So you guys are good to go. So, but if you want to get a sneak peek of what I'm going to be talking about during the summer and what's going to be for the content of the store, you can look at that. All right, so we got a super, no, not a super chat. We got a super chat here that we got to get here. Actually, guys, we got Real Rollers in the house. Real Mowing Royalties in the house. It's happy Friday. You're such a huge resource to the community. Checking in from vacation. I appreciate that, Lee. Thanks for coming to hang out. I know you don't have to. So thanks for taking some time out of your vacay to come in and hang out. No Name is like, free stickers. Free stickers if you buy a Acelaprint. I mean, if you buy a Acelaprint, you get one. You know, you'll get one of the fancy ones if you like that. But very cool, guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate you guys watching. If you guys have got anything from the store and you're getting good value out of it, whether you got it last year or this year, please go to the store and leave a product review. It really does help out. And that is my last ask of the evening. I will see you guys. Actually, no. There's one last thing. Hang on, let me turn off the music. There's one last thing, and I'll post about this as well. Next week is the martial arts tournament and the black belt test. So Friday night, I have to help proctor. I have to help put the candidates through their paces. So there will not be a live stream on Friday night next week. What I will do is I'll make announcements about it. I'll email about it as well, and I'll put a post on Instagram and on YouTube. But what I'm thinking is we'll just do it Thursday night instead. We'll do it Thursday night instead, because I've tried the whole thing of just skip a week, and you guys are always like, no, you guys show up with like pitchforks and torches and say, you know, that's obviously not an option. So next week the show will be on Thursday, and I will schedule it accordingly, and I'll make announcements accordingly, and that will be it. So again, thank you guys so much for watching. See you guys. Take care. I appreciate you. Have an amazing weekend. Take care.